Okay, we are live. What we got going on, I guess John here, who I've talked to a few in the last couple of weeks, he's got some presentations of evolution because true empiricism and Nephilim Free had asked for evidence of evolution, which should be apparent if you go to Google Scholar and type in evolutionary biology. You'll get all kinds of evidence, but we know they're challenged in that department. So we are going to address evolution. We got Tommy Hall, which is going to be the anti-evolution person, to fairly try to keep us honest and ask John questions. I'm kind of going to moderate between the two a little bit and kind of see how it goes. I wish we could get Philip in here and Antonio, and thank you Jesus would be really nice. Because I really want you guys, I really want all of them to pay attention to the evidence that we're going to present, because I kind of have seen a lot of what John's going to bring, and I think it needs to be out there. But anyways, let's go ahead and start it up. John, what particular branch of the phylogenetic tree do you want to start with to show Tommy?
Well, I could start with something simple like the Felidae family or the Canidae family, where all these different species have arisen. 36 species came out of a common ancestor. But then they're going to dodge around and say they're all the same kind or something like that. A species is something that can interbreed with itself, and once they can no longer interbreed, they should not be allowed to call it a kind. So even if 6 of these, like lions and tigers can interbreed, 6 of the 36 species can. Even if I give them that as a kind, that still leaves 30 new species, because lions and tigers and kitty cats can't interbreed. They are new species that started from a common ancestor. We have fossils and we have DNA testing that shows that they did result from a common ancestor. But a lot of the creationists will say, oh yeah, but they're all cats or something, as if that excuses what's going on, but it doesn't. That's evolution. New species coming out of older species, and once they cross that line where they cannot interbreed, you can't call it the same kind. That's a new species.
What do you think, Tommy? I mean, before he starts actually presenting the pictures and the presentation, I mean, do you agree on that point that?
Yeah, I mean, there's several things I have a little bit of a nitpick with, but looking at it from a creationist, so it could be that quote unquote speciation happens, but that could be a dead end. In other words, so you could start out with a basic morphological kind, and it could over time and generations generate different variations, and some of it may be kind of out in left field and strayed too far from the pack, and maybe sure enough there's a situation going on where this one that's out in left field can't breed with another group within the same species. And so yeah, you could call it speciation, but if it doesn't really lead anywhere, then there's a little bit of an issue there. But the only other thing I would say is, if you're going to claim speciation, that is an evolutionary term. That is a scientific term.
Correct.
Which means that the scientific evolutionary mechanism is responsible. So if you're going to claim speciation, then I'm going to hold you accountable and responsible to show that evolution actually did it.
Okay, well let's look at your speciation. I'm going to present you, and then we're going to look at your speciation that you have from the fossil record. So I'm going to present you to everybody, and then pick the link that you want to show. Okay, so you're presenting right now, John.
Okay, I've got 2 links here. Either we could look at the fossils for human evolution, or we could look at the Felidae family and try to figure out what a kind is. Because I'm saying this is 36 new species from an ancestral species.
Do you want to click? I mean, do you want to present?
I've got links on both of them. If you could show it.
Well, you're presenting it. Do you know how to screen share?
No, I'm new to this. How do I do it?
All right, I will screen share then.
Okay, thank you.
Give me 1 second here. I'm opening the link.
One is a 6-minute video that shows human transitional fossils, and then also there's a second part that I would like to show. And then one is just the cat family, which is, to me, evidence of evolution, and DNA proves it.
The video might be problematic, but let's see here. Okay, so this is what you presented to me. I haven't even looked at it yet. I haven't clicked on it yet. As you can tell, I'm still on the. Okay, so this is what we got. Cats of the world. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah. So there's 36 new species that have come out of a common ancestor. And how is that not evolution?
Right. So what
you didn't wait. You made that assertion, but you haven't demonstrated that yet. So
well, I will. First,
Oh,
I need to find out what you say, because you're making up your own science. I go with science, so as long as you're making up your own science, you have to define what those terms mean.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, first of all, I'm not necessarily disagreeing that maybe some of the cats or all the cats on this screen that you're showing me didn't come from a common ancestor. So maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But
Well,
hang on a
if I
second.
may,
Wait a second. You really, to be fair, if you're going to make this argument, the argument should be not something that's maybe not arguable. I mean, it's arguable that cat, even from the creationist side, that you may have creationists agree that, yeah, there could be a cat kind, but the issue is, do dogs and cats come from a common ancestor?
well, hang on.
hold on. If I may
I'm
interject.
starting at the beginning, and I'll make the case the way I want to. If you've got a positive claim, you
All
can
right.
go ahead and make your positive claim, but trying to poke holes in mine is just going to
I'm
prove
not
it
poking
negative.
holes. I'm just trying to set the table here that you're presenting something that I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with.
That's what we're making sure.
Hold on. If I may, can I
Yes,
interject
I
real quick?
Go ahead, Isaiah.
Okay, yes. Well, Tommy, all modern what we would consider cats have the exact same indifference towards sweets. So they have a gene for a sweet taste receptor. It's a sweet taste receptor gene. It's broken in the exact same way from every cat, from lions to the lynx. Now, how else could we explain this if they don't share a common ancestor?
You didn't hear what I just said. You're presenting something that I may not necessarily disagree with.
Right, yeah. I mean, hang on, just, Isaiah, because if he agrees with this part, what we're going to do is systematically we're going to find where the disagreement is. So you agree with this pictures. You agree that cats may have came from a common ancestor of some kind. Is that correct?
May have, right.
Okay, all right. So let's move on to the next slide. What else do you got for me?
Okay, so I win that one then. Thank you.
It's not really
Who's coming up next?
Okay. Okay.
You can't have it both ways. Either they evolve or they don't. You can't make up new lines and stuff
wait a
that
second.
they don't
Okay, wait a second. Going back to my other part B of my argument was, what's your evidence that any of those evolved by way of random mutation and natural selection?
Well, it doesn't have
DNA testing and the fossil record and anatomy.
Okay. No, wait.
We have 3 different lines of evidence.
Hang on a second. God could have, I'm not arguing this, but God could have theoretically created them separate. Cheetah, for example, and a lion separately with separate DNA, different DNA, and so that could be a powerful, very possible argument. I'm not arguing it. I'm just saying it could be. So
that's not a powerful argument at all.
Yes,
the DNA leaves markers every time a genetic change occurs. Every time an evolutionary change occurs, it leaves a marker, and these have been tracked. We can mark human evolution going all the way back. I can show you a documentary that shows where all humans came out of Africa in 3 waves. One marker went over to Asia, one marker went up to Europe, and one marker went over to the Americas in the form of the Incas and Aztecs and the Indians. And
right, that's interesting. So
I'm not arguing that. Just because you don't want to call it evolution doesn't matter. Science has certain terms. You're trying to make up your own science, but that's evolution. Genetic change over time is evolution.
Okay, here's the deal. You can call it evolution all you want, but when you can show me the random mutation, any random mutation called by selection, then let me know. Until then, you cannot call it evolution with any sort of scientific.
Well, hold on, Tommy. If there's a change in allele frequency, by definition, there is evolution.
Okay, well,
yes.
the change
if you don't have identical species, then evolution has occurred. Otherwise, you're going to have identical.
All right, so I think he agrees with that. Tommy, do you agree at this point? Okay, you agree with the first picture. Do you also agree that if you have a change of allelic frequency that is heritable, that is evolution by science?
Well, I mean,
science.
If you guys want to call it that and define it that way, then I'll go.
Well, this is science calls it.
I'm not finished yet.
All right.
There is a mechanism that is supposed to be responsible. If you guys are going to play along with the teleonomic mechanism and call this naturalist and call this Darwinian, then that does require random mutation, natural selection. So
along with other ones too, Tommy. Remember, nobody just posits those two. Nobody's saying that. John's not going to say.
But that's not what he's suggesting. He's suggesting the teleonomic Darwinian mechanism, and that's what I'm suggesting he can't show.
Unfortunately, Tommy,
but what it's called is evolution. I'm showing you evolution, whether you want to call it that or not.
I didn't hear him say anything about Darwin.
We can move on. We can move on.
Next slide.
Yeah, show my next slide, please.
All right, next slide.
There's more important fish to cook than that.
One sec. And I'm going to be presenting. 1 second. Sorry, I gotta. Okay, so flashcards, mammals And the dog family, Canidae.
I'm starting
Okay.
simple, something we can all understand. Here's species that came from a common ancestor according to DNA testing and anatomy and the fossil record. So some can interbreed, some have crossed that line where they can no longer interbreed. But I say they're a new species once they can no longer interbreed. So here's new species coming out of an original species.
Just a question: do all of those have the same number of chromosomes?
I don't know, but it doesn't matter. They evolved from a common ancestor.
Why would
Okay,
chromosome
wait a
count
second.
matter?
Okay, wait a second.
What does chromosome count have to do with speciation?
Yeah.
With
I
species?
can show you the DNA tracking of it if you want. Do you want to see the DNA?
Okay,
That
well,
proves it?
okay, so the chromosome things uses a big argument between chimps and humans that, you know,
That's not because of the chromosome number. That's because of the actual fusion.
right. But
Right.
yeah, between 23 and 24, there was.
Yeah, I'm not going to pick up that red herring. Just leave it laying on the ground.
That's
Yeah, I
not a
don't
red
know.
herring.
Well, I don't know why it's important. It has nothing to do with anything. Chromosome count has no relevancy.
Dude,
The
I'm
only
just trying to pin him down to, did these come from a common ancestor or not? They're trying to have it both ways. They're trying to say things evolve and then they don't evolve.
All right,
But
so let's
they're
look
saying
at
there's some line they can't cross between species, and there's not a line, because I'm going to show you they continue to evolve until they can no longer interbreed, and then they become a new species. That's
All right,
what
let's
it is.
Okay.
Tommy,
Okay.
let's look at the picture here. What do
I
you?
can't really see the whole thing. Maybe it's just my screen, but wolf, dog, coyote, jackal, dingo, gray fox, red fox. I don't know. Yeah, I mean it's possible, I suppose. Yeah, okay, we could go along with that.
All right, so you're gonna say that these probably would come from a
It's
common
possible.
ancestor. Okay.
Okay, I win. Then thank you. Debate over.
It's
That's
not really
evolution.
a win.
Yeah, that's evolution.
Yeah. So
Okay, let me clear something up.
what?
Creationists absolutely believe in the diversification of organisms. You know, Cain, when he was born from Adam and Eve, was not exactly like his parents. So when you extrapolate that over thousands of years, yeah, you're going to have diversification. So you declaring victory on all this stuff is not at all the case, because I can declare
Well,
victory
you're
just
making
as well.
up new words for it. It's called evolution, is what's going on. You're just trying to make up new
You
terms.
can call it whatever you want.
Well, let's analyze
Okay,
this.
well, I'm calling it what science calls it, evolution.
Hang on, John. We're going to analyze what we have so far, and let's take
Okay.
a little poll. Okay, so far what we've got two slides that you had, both of them indicating animals that Teacup said would have probably a common ancestor, correct? Which is the theory of evolution entails that all these things, everything will have a common ancestor, right? So we've come up with two things now that he will agree has common ancestry, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. The evolution is the change of allelic frequency, which we've already said. You agreed with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the whole thing was for us to provide evidence of evolution. So he provided evidence of evolution. There's a change of allelic frequency that resulted in speciation, that resulted in what we see today as far as biodiversity.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we going wrong here? If all these things are evidence that everybody's asking for.
There's problems all throughout this. Like, let's just go back to the cheetahs. Cheetahs and lions, for example. If we were to look at the genomes between both of those, there may be slight differences. I would dare say there's probably very few differences. But can the differences that are actually there be actually propped up and shown to be responsible for the cause of the differences? In other words, are the genetic differences, these allele frequency changes over time that you're promoting, are those actually responsible for the morphological differences between the cheetah and the lion? And if so, I'd like to see it. If you're going to call it science.
Hold on,
Based
if I
on
may.
DNA testing, this is the DNA chart of the canines, or the canids.
Okay, I want you to listen really closely to what
Hold on.
I want you to hang on. Let me just get it out there. I want you to listen real closely. I don't want a comparison. I want the exact. If you're going to say that allele frequency changes over time are responsible for those differences, I want to know which DNA sequences are in fact responsible and how morphologically. I don't want to.
Hold on, that's a horrible
This
question.
is the DNA relationship of those species based on the DNA testing.
One at a time. I'm going to moderate, and I'm going to allow 30 to 40 seconds per person,
Okay.
and then I'm going to go round robin, okay? Because I know Isaiah knows a lot about this topic as well, and I want him to interject. John, go ahead, take 30 to 40 seconds, explain your diagram, then I'm going to give it to Isaiah, then we're going to go to Tommy for rebuttal. So go ahead, John.
Okay, DNA testing has been used to send people to their death in courts of law. It's considered physical evidence by its nature. It's not circumstantial evidence. It's used to convict people of rape, to determine paternity and everything. DNA testing has tested all life on Earth and found that they do share a common ancestor based on markers that every time an evolutionary change occurs, it leaves a marker, which can be marked. This is the same with humans, same with dogs, same with cats. And I can show you charts of DNA relationships and which markers go off into what lines. Now, here's a start. I'm showing the canines, how they all came based on DNA, based on the fossil evidence, and based on anatomical evidence. So here it is. Do these share a common ancestor or not? Science says yes. You're making up your own science, so you tell me what you think.
All right, go ahead, Isaiah, real quick. Talk about this.
Okay. I'm sure Tommy would agree. Saint Bernard and a Chihuahua share a common ancestor. We don't need to. Yeah, duh. That's obvious. We don't need to see which genes changed or which regions of the genome changed to know that Chihuahuas and the Saint Bernard share a common ancestor, despite being massively different.
Right. Okay. Are you done?
Go ahead, Tommy.
Okay. So yeah, within the dog kind type, whatever. Yeah, you could make that argument, and most people on both sides would go along with it. However, again, I'm not arguing with this with the cheetah specifically, but some may argue that there's a cheetah type and a lion type, or between cats and dogs, for example. But here's the issue. What was your name, John? Okay. So like with and Steve and I have been round and round about this, but there's a certain lizard that will evolve, for lack of a better word, cecal valves, longer legs, and dozens of different traits simply by being thrust into a new environment with new pressures. And this all happens very quickly and without any change in DNA at all, at least that we know of.
Are you saying that happens here with the dogs?
I don't know. See, that's the thing.
We're talking about the dogs here. If you can't apply it to the dogs, it doesn't matter.
I don't know. Well, look. When the cats diversify, when the cats go to different environments, it may very well be a quick adaptation by the individuals that are induced by the environment, and it may have nothing to do with DNA. So that's why I asked John to put his money where his mouth is. Show me the DNA, which he's not done, and show me how that DNA, the specific DNA differences, actually correlate in morphology. He hasn't done it. So the science.
Hold on, that's irrelevant.
This is based on DNA. This chart is based on genetic differences in DNA. You're just making up stuff.
Yeah, Tommy wants the exact
science.
The exact time when a say dog went to becoming a seal or bear. Right. There is no exact time. There's no exact moment that you go. No, stop.
He made a claim.
There's no exact point when you go from child to teenager to adult. It's a gradual progression.
Tommy, first of all, you do understand that there's no such thing as like the first, like for example here, the Arctic fox. There's no first Arctic fox in evolutionary theory. You got that, right? That much you've understood, right? We never say there's the first Arctic fox. It makes no sense.
Okay. Populations, yeah.
Okay, so it's population. So in this chart that he's showing you right here, the way I'm reading it is basically this is showing how far back millions of years ago based upon relative DNA. Is that correct, John?
Yes.
Okay. So if you have, for example, these phylogenetic lines, we'll start from the very top, the Arctic fox and the kit fox. Do you agree that they are genetically dissimilar, Tommy? In other words, they do not have the exact same DNA.
I don't know. I mean, and I don't know if the genetic differences actually are responsible for the morphological differences.
We're not talking about morphology. We're talking about evolution here.
That's important.
No, it's
you have to tie them in, Steve.
Well, we can get there, but it's really not critical to this diagram here. Once we've taken baby steps, remember? According to this diagram, what he's showing you the ancestry between the DNA evidence between the individual species and how far back they go based upon the genomic sequencing. Do you accept that?
Okay, let me just ask a question about this diagram. When it says 100 over 100, does that mean what? And the one below it's 53 over 98. What does that mean?
It's DNA similarities.
Okay, so okay, so you're saying the Arctic fox and the kit fox are exactly
approximately. No, it's approximate. It's obviously going to be probably a little less than that, but I mean.
Okay, well, all right. So
I don't know what the normalization is.
So basically, again, right there, you have a difference in morphology, but according to this, there's no difference in DNA.
Well, there is.
What I'm saying.
If you go back 7.4 million years, there's a difference of 75% of the DNA is going to be different according to this.
Okay, well, anyway, what was your question?
All right, so moving. So in other words, all these basically this shows the individual relationship to each one according to the phylogenetic lines and their common ancestor. Every one of these points here is a common ancestor. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so these are all common ancestors. Every one of these points. Okay, so what's your next slide? Moving on.
Okay.
I'm curious though, for Tommy, you're asking for proof in the DNA. Was that the phrase that you were using when you're asking people for proof?
I didn't ask for proof. He was making a broad assertion that DNA differences in DNA are responsible for the morphological differences, and I'm just saying you can't necessarily extrapolate that.
Yeah, we're going to get there.
Yes, you can, because DNA leaves markers every time a genetic change occurs. Don't ignore markers. They mark every time an evolutionary change occurs, it leaves a record. And it can be mapped, and they've done this with humans and every species on Earth.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
No, don't tell me what I'm listening or not. You make a case for what you believe. I'll make my case.
I can demonstrate my case. My case can be demonstrated with those lizards, where you have 36 traits change within 3 decades without even a single genetic change in DNA.
Okay, we've already discussed the Italian wall lizard to death. You've never shown whether it's phenotypical plasticity. Nothing I've read said it's phenotypical plasticity that's been confirmed, so that's a non-issue. Okay.
Well, there's no genetic change.
Hey, Steve, quick question.
Well, hang on.
So it must be.
No, there is a genetic change. I've proved to you there's a genetic change, but you ignored it. But if you want to go to the cecal lizard, the valve, you need to demonstrate that it's phenotypical plasticity, and so far you haven't. So let's talk about the actual evidence in front of us, not extraneous evidence. Drag, go ahead.
It's easy.
I think part of the issue, Tommy, do you know how genetics works as far as the start codon and the stop codon?
I'm not getting into that. We're not arguing that.
That's what I'm saying. If someone were to give you evidence that it was the DNA, how would you even interpret it if you don't have the knowledge to understand it?
I'm not arguing that. It's not part of my argument.
I think that's your argument.
And I'm not denying DNA doesn't change or does change.
Okay, are you making any positive claims at all, Tommy, or are you just trying to throw mud at evolution and trying to win by default?
I'm just trying to get you to back up your statements.
That's what I'm doing.
All right, John, go ahead. What's your picture here, horses?
No, sorry.
What do you got, John?
Okay, that one. Yeah, you want to talk about horse evolution? Horses evolved from an animal with toes that was the size of a dog called an eohippus, and then went through a mesohippus. Then today there's 3 different species alive. There's zebras, horses, and donkeys. Now, horses and donkeys can still interbreed because they're close enough. I mean, horses and zebras can interbreed because they're close enough, but horses and donkeys have evolved far enough away where they can no longer interbreed. That means they are a new species. You can't call them the same kind if they can't interbreed. So horses and donkeys, I can show you that family. What happens is genetics change, and then they start to produce semi-sterile offspring, and then after long enough, they start to produce sterile mules, which can't interbreed, and that ensures the 2 groups never can recombine their genetics, and they will drift in 2 different directions from then on. So there's no line they can't cross. Like you say, there's some line that God allows species to evolve up to, and then they have to stop. That's not true, because once they cross that line where they can no longer interbreed, then they are a new species and a new kind.
And what is your evidence they can't go back?
Because they can't produce a sterile offspring. Horses and donkeys can produce a mule, but it's sterile.
Oh, okay, in that situation.
So they can't produce a viable offspring.
Well, that's a hybrid.
But horses and zebras can produce a viable offspring.
All right.
There has been 1 or 2 cases of a fertile mule, however, but they're rare.
Yeah, and that's the way it works. It starts out where some are sterile and some aren't, and that gradually increases over time as they diversify.
All right, what's your next piece of
evidence? They cross that line.
Okay, so far, just to note, we've stayed within the cat family, we stayed within the dog family, and now we're staying within the horse family with feet, I guess.
Now what is that? Wait, you're trying to slip in a new imagined term here on us. So now family is a kind, is that what you're saying?
Whatever you want to call it.
Because you're not doing that. There's 11 different genus in the felines right there. You can't say that those are all the same kind because they can't interbreed. I know of 6 of those species that can interbreed. So I'll give you 6 of the 36 species as a kind.
Such as what?
Of the Felidae family. So lions and tigers can interbreed, but lions and kitty cats can't. So you
got a size issue there. You couldn't breed a Great Dane with a Chihuahua either, but that's because you got a size issue.
Correct, but there's also what he's talking about is biological isolation, not physical isolation.
Okay, but
we agree both of them lead to the same result, but he's talking about biological.
What if they were inseminated? Could they be impregnated if they were inseminated? That's the real test.
A lion and cat? No.
No, a lion and say a leopard or something.
Yeah, they can actually mate in the wild too, can't they?
Yeah.
Is it a liger? Or is that a lion and cat? That's not a liger. What is a leopard? I don't remember. There's so many different variations, but yeah, a lot of them can.
See, the problem, Tommy, is
a liger.
Same terms for 200 years, and now you're trying to make up new terms instead of using.
I'm not making a new term. No, I'm not making a new term.
A kind is an imaginary term with no definition.
Yeah, we're talking about science right now, so kind is even out the door. I mean, it's
let's talk about species.
Okay, so what is your definition of species exactly, John?
The science says a species is a group that is similar and can interbreed. So say like wolves. A subspecies is like dogs compared to wolves. They're a different group, but they can still interbreed with wolves. Once they evolve enough to where they can no longer interbreed, they become a new species. That's what science defines it as.
Okay, so why do they call grizzly bears and brown bears and polar bears different species? And the same with all the finches. You know, they have all those varieties of finches. They've declared them.
They might be
Hang on,
subspecies.
I'm not done yet. All those varieties of finches and cichlids, and you've got the same problem all across the friggin' biosphere. You've got varieties within the same group, for lack of a better word, that they've labeled as different species, but as it turns out, they all can interbreed. They haven't gone back and reclassified them as the same species. And that's the problem with science, is they have to keep redefining or reanalyzing how many species there are in the world.
No.
Subspecies.
Okay, so that's the problem.
That's what it was. They're called subspecies as long as they can interbreed.
Right. So you have here's how you guys get out of that little trap. You keep redefining stuff as species, subspecies, subspecies.
Wait,
Tom. No, we're not. It's by the ability to interbreed or not.
We have a claim. Can you show us where the definition of species keeps changing and where it's not ever been biological isolation?
No, what I'm saying is they have subspecies, subspecies,
right
on down the road.
Why is that wrong?
The point is why are they giving different organisms like bears different species classifications if they can interbreed?
Do you know what a nested
Because they are isolated breeding populations.
Yeah.
Like I said, with dogs and wolves, why do they give dogs their own subspecies from wolves? They can still interbreed, but they're different. They're a different group.
Brown bears.
Am I a different species than those from Japan? People from Japan?
Hang on, go ahead, Jade. You're roboting a little bit, though.
Oh, okay. Hang on. How's this? Am I better?
Yes. Explain to him why polar bears and brown bears can reproduce, but they're not.
Brown bears and black bears. Or pinto and polar bears. Polar bears, brown bears, and black bears. Okay. A species, the simplest definition, I think, of a species is an isolated breeding population. Now, isolated can be by different things. Isolated can be by geography, or isolated can be by social behavior. Isolated, and so on and so forth. So brown bears and grizzly bears, for example, can share the exact same environment, but they don't interbreed. Why don't they interbreed? They don't interbreed because they, although they're in the same environment, they're actually in two different ecological niches. Grizzly bear, well, they're both omnivores, but brown bears are mostly very, very passive, and they're vegetarians. Grizzly bears are very aggressive, and they eat pretty much everything, including a lot of meat. But they have a different social structure. I'm not sure about grizzly bear and brown bears as far as their breeding habits, but I do know that the grizzly bear and the polar bear, for example, have different breeding habits. There are different signals. If a polar bear and a grizzly bear were to meet, they have different signals as to, whether or not, hey, you want to come over here and do it or whatever. Now, that doesn't mean that occasionally it doesn't happen, but they have a different, I can't even think of the right term right now, but I'll have to just say breeding structure.
You're saying occasionally it happens, yet you're calling them separate species. I mean,
well, of course, because it's an isolated breeding population does not mean that there will never, ever, ever be any overlap. What it means is the overlaps are rare. It doesn't mean that they can't happen. It just means that they're rare. I do not know of any interspecies hybrids between grizzlies and brown bears. I do know of some between grizzlies and polar bears. But genetics has shown that grizzlies and polar bears are more closely related, so perhaps that's why it can occur. But as I said, you can have grizzly bears and brown bears living in the same area. Their territory overlaps. They don't interbreed.
That's
But
sexual
that's
selection.
what makes them an
That's
isolated
all it
breeding
is.
population.
That's sexual selection. I choose not to breed with lots of people. That's just sexual selection. That's not has nothing
No,
to do with any.
that's not. No, but yours is a conscious choice. Theirs is not.
How do you know that?
Because we've studied them.
I'm asking, how do you know that?
All right, wait, guys. Okay, wait.
It's called animal behavior, Tommy.
Behavior is consciousness.
No, it's not. We have a couple of. We actually have. If you want to go back to Aristotle, we have thousands of years of studies of animal behavior, some better than others. But
behavior is not linked to consciousness. Come on.
All right.
Animal behavior.
Come on.
Animal behavior is linked to instinct.
And that's not related to consciousness.
It's
somewhere
not
along the line.
A black bear. Hold on. A black bear.
Jade, stop. Everybody stop. Okay. First of all, people are talking over each other. This is not relevant to anything to do with consciousness. It's a red herring, and I'm putting the kibosh on it. This has to do with speciation, speciation alone. Okay. So, does Tommy? Do you understand speciation now? That they are isolated, whether it be physical, whether it be biological, whether it be sexual selection, whatever the reason why they're not reproducing, that is why they're different species. And there's multiple different reasons why they will not reproduce. They could be big, small, whatever it is. Those are the reasons. You correct that.
Yeah, I understand. In theory, I understand what you're saying. In practice, it is very slippery and undefined.
If I have a polar bear 4,000 miles away and they're different populations, 4,000 miles away, how are they going to have sex with each other, Tommy?
Same with me and a Japanese lady.
These are animals.
So what? It doesn't matter. It's sexual selection, Steve. That's it.
Tommy, they're located.
Not Japanese lady, transgender, by the way.
Tommy, they're located thousands of miles away from each other. They're different geographical populations. They're in different parts of the world. You do get this, right? They don't just overlap.
Yes, however, polar bears do overlap.
Somewhat, sometimes. Yeah.
So that's why all polar bears are considered the same population, because they do cross the Bering Strait in winter. So there is an intermixing between the polar bears in Eurasia.
Of course, they can all interbreed. They can all interbreed. They're classified the same species or different species. It's wrong. Anyway, move on.
It's not just that they can interbreed; it's that they will interbreed.
Right.
And do.
So Tommy, what it boils down to is anything that prevents them from actually breeding with each other. Like I said, whether it be physical, whether it be biological or geographical location, will be a consideration to calling them a different species. Do you agree?
No.
Let me move on. You don't agree.
I don't agree.
One more example.
Go ahead.
Hang on just a second. I don't agree that a location, vicinity, has anything to do with classifying them as a different species. Same with choice. I mean, choice, you can deny a conscious decision all you want. It doesn't really matter. But a sexual selection is basically a choice on some level, whether they're choosing it or not. So that would, again, not be related to...
do you know what gene flow is? Ever heard of, yeah, hang on one sec. Do you know what gene flow is, though, Tommy? Ever heard of gene flow?
Yeah.
Okay, migration.
Mm-hmm.
If there's no gene flow between the populations, then they basically are independent, isolated populations that can go on their own paths of phylogeny. And eventually, they will become more isolated from each other and more reproductively isolated.
That's different, Steve. I agree with that.
That's allopatric speciation.
You said it could eventually. I would agree with that.
And do.
But as it is, if they haven't done it yet, then they're still essentially the same species.
But you're missing the whole point of the bigger picture. Go ahead, Jade.
Okay, well, my example was going to be the birds of paradise. There are, I don't remember how many species of birds of paradise. There's a lot of species of birds of paradise. Birds of paradise are small. I think they're pheasant-like birds. Okay. They look very, very different, but that from each other, which is why they're called birds of paradise, because they've got lovely feathers and things like that. But that's not what distinguishes them. They each have very specific mating rituals. So birds of paradise, their ranges can overlap. You know, different kinds of birds of paradise can all live in the same area, but they don't interbreed. Even though Physically, they could, and genetically, they could. They don't interbreed because each has a specific mating ritual, mating dance. You can go online and look at some of the mating dances of birds of paradise. They're very elaborate. So if a male bird of paradise of one species were to approach a female bird of paradise with another species, and he were to do his little dance, she'd be looking at him like, what the fuck? So they aren't going to interbreed. So even though they can physically interbreed, they can genetically interbreed, they all live in the same area. Well, not necessarily all birds of paradise live in the same area, but a lot of different species of birds of paradise live in the same area. They do not interbreed because they have this one specific difference that isolates them, and that is their mating ritual. That's why they're called different species.
Okay, well, that's a choice. I mean,
No,
that's sexual
it's
selection.
not.
Look, Jade, let me ask you a question, too.
It's
What
instinct,
if,
Tommy.
Okay, fine. Call it what you want. Let me ask you, if, let's just say, just theoretically, those two different species of birds you're talking about, let's just say there was two of them left, one male and one female, and they are of a different species. You know, they have different mating rituals.
Mm-hmm.
If that were the case, do you think that they would? I mean, I would suggest if they live long enough, if they live for a few years, they could probably change mentally or mindfully or intelligently to the point where they accepted the other's ritual, whatever it is, or they could even maybe adapt themselves or learn or evolve or whatever you want to call it that happens in the mind or within the gene expression to the point where they could or would choose to breed with that individual.
That's not always the case.
No.
Are you familiar with
It
Lonely George? Are you familiar with Lonely George the turtle?
No.
Okay, but let me just finish with this. No, Tommy, this is a hardwired instinct. These birds have been living together for, I'm not sure how long the ancestry goes, but to our knowledge, at least hundreds of years. They don't interbreed. They're not going to suddenly magically throw off their hardwired instincts to suddenly mate with each other.
I think you underestimate learning. You underestimate learning.
All right. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't
mating,
matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Hey, Steve, don't let him get off on a bunch of talk. Let's stay with the visual aids. They have a short attention span. I posted a link over there.
All right, Tommy doesn't have to accept it or not. It's just this is the way it is. I mean, this is biology. This is science.
Yeah. I'm going to try to make a case. Yeah, show that link that I put over there. Let's find out what he believes because he's making up his own science. So,
could I say
see
something?
my link over there?
Yeah, go ahead, Jay. Why present this?
Okay. Hey, Robert E. Lee, you're out there spanning the live chat. Get alive, will you? You know, grow the fuck up. Get alive. Take your racist ass out of here.
Yeah, I've given Sydney the mod control out there, the spanner, and so he can boot him anytime he wants. I don't care. My computer is ringing a little bit, so can you guys see it?
Who is Robert E. Lee? I mean, not the general, but
no, he's some troll out. I mean, he goes everywhere.
He's a troll.
He's
he can't.
Some retard, basically.
He can't spell. He says stupid stuff. The height of his repartee is "You're a liar, Fiona. You're lying. You're a liar.
Is he the guy with the Christian? Is he the guy with the Christian flag?
No, I don't think so. No.
Hey, Steve. As soon as we move from horses, I'd like to go to llamas, camels, and alpacas. Could you show this little diagram and just find out what Tommy says about it? The one I posted a link to on the sidebar?
Hang on. I don't know if I can present this. My computer just doesn't like
Those
this.
could all be the same within the same family, too.
Oh, here we go again. What are you talking about? That's evolution. If they can't interbreed, they're not the same kind.
I'm not.
Right, by the way, we're giving evidence for evolution. We're not giving evidence for the creationist model. Okay, so the creationist model with family kinds has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Okay,
Right.
we're giving evidence asked for by you guys for evolution. Period. Not a different model or anything like that.
If things didn't evolve, they would all be identical. The fact that they're different and create families shows that they are evolving.
That's not true.
Can you see my screen?
Is. You're making up your own definitions.
Okay, let me have 45 seconds if I could, Steve, or a minute.
If you tell me you can see my screen or not.
No, I can't. I can see you.
All right.
Okay, so John needs to know. Is that his name? I'm sorry. What is John? Yeah.
Yeah, John.
John. Okay, so we both agree that organisms change over time. I do not deny that. I celebrate that. I believe organisms can change maybe to a degree that's surprising to some people. And so I disagree with the Darwinian mechanism, but I don't disagree with the capacity to change. I think God created animals as wholes, and we change as wholes. And so, just like the lizard thing I brought up a second ago, when they're introduced to a new environment, they can somehow generate adaptive traits on the fly, and sometimes very quickly within just a few generations. So this whole spiel you have about me making up my own theory is not true.
Wait,
Tommy,
respond.
we deny
Hang on.
that selection.
Hang on, Tommy. When you want to present your side, we'll do a hangout just for creationist modeling, okay?
Okay. Well,
Right.
I'm trying to get myself. He keeps misrepresenting me and saying I'm making up my own stuff, but I'm just pointing out that we both believe in change. He's presented nothing but intra-family, intra-group
We're looking
examples.
I am showing adaptive radiation going outwards from a common ancestor into many different species. You just don't want to admit what a species is. You're trying to make up your own definition.
Can you
I'm
guys
showing you
No,
30,
I'm not.
40 new species coming from a common ancestor, backed up by fossil evidence, backed up by DNA evidence, and the anatomy evidence.
Okay, well, I don't
we
necessarily
have.
disagree with any of them.
Well,
So yet somehow I'm still a young Earth creationist. How
Right.
is that?
But you're saying there's a line that they can't cross somewhere. God has put some line so they can evolve up to a point, and then species either adapt or they go extinct.
John, explain your picture.
It adapts up to a point, and then they use up their God-allowed changes.
No, I'll
then they
explain
just
it.
simply go extinct. You're saying there's some line there that they can't cross, and there's not. I'm showing you that they continue to go in all different directions.
John, explain your photo. Don't let him go down the rabbit hole of red herring, okay?
Okay, now here's the horse evolution from a small toed animal, and the toes fused together into a hoof, and it changed into the equines, and it became the donkeys, zebras, and horses that we see today. Now, they've continued to change where horses can still interbreed with zebras to a point and produce some sterile and some not sterile offspring. But with horses and donkeys, they can only produce a sterile offspring, which means they become two different species. They cannot recombine their genetics. So just because you don't want to call it a species doesn't matter. This is what evolution is. Once they change to a point where they can no longer interbreed, they have speciated, and they're a new species.
All right, where's the problem with that, Tommy?
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but
You're wrong.
allopatric speciation, what he's describing is not allopatric speciation, correct?
I didn't say he was. Well,
Okay, so that's what the story that the evolutionists tell, that they try to push on everybody as.
Let me tell my side.
No, hang on, you got your side. What you're presenting is just a scenario where you have a hybrid, and the hybrid is sterile, and you're calling that a new species, and you're trying to present that as evidence of a wide, across-the-board, common descent evidence, and it's certainly nothing of the type. You've presented not even one example of allopatric speciation, and that's what you actually need to be doing.
All right, one second.
I'm starting small for you so you can understand this, and then I can get into more complicated stuff.
Let me clarify this real quick, what John's doing, because Tommy, evolutionary theory, when you ask for evidence, is bit by bit. Bit by bit. What we're drinking a little spoon, and we're giving you little by little here, okay? Because it's so vast and so complicated that your brain will basically explode if he just gave you everything. So basically, these are called precept upon precept, okay? So we'll get to allopatric speciation, we'll get to parapatric, we'll get to sympatric, any kind of speciation you want. But if you don't understand the basic mechanisms first, then the rest isn't going to do any good.
We haven't even talked about mechanisms.
I can show you two lines going out of the Cambrian into about 1,000 different species if you want, and I can do that. I mean, it's going to take a while. I'll make a video and post it under my name, but right now I'm trying to deal with things that we can all agree on, and I'm trying to get you to agree that these do share a common ancestor, and then after you agree that all the cats, all the dogs, all the horses, all the camels, and everybody else shares a common ancestor, you kind of seem silly saying that they don't evolve, because that's what evolution is.
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to show evidence that dogs and cats share common ancestors. Hey, here's what you would do. That if you want to impress me, show me the common ancestor between dogs and cats, and show me that line of descent.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, I can do
Go
that.
ahead. I'd like to see that.
First, DNA shows it, and DNA is used to send people to their death.
Show me where. Show me where a dog and cat DNA proves evolution.
Well, hang on. Well, first of all, again,
they mapped the tree of life by DNA, and it matched exactly what science has been saying all these years.
I want to see your evidence, your DNA evidence.
We're showing you how the evolutionary tree works, okay? How it works. You asked for evidence. We're giving you evidence, okay? So if you want to know
This-
what the
why-
common ancestor is to the cats and dogs, we can find that. I don't remember its name off the top of my head, but I know it exists because we found it.
Okay, here's what you need to show. You need to show the common ancestor, and you need to show the fork in the road going to both dogs and cats, where this common ancestor changes slightly, ever so slightly, over time. You need to show this line of fossils, basically, going from this one animal to both dogs and cats.
Well,
so
we
you
don't
can't
have-
just show
Hold
one
on.
animal and expect me to believe that this is the common ancestor of dog and cats. You got to show a line.
I showed you 36 species in the Felidae family that came from a common ancestor, and you're saying that's not good enough.
Yeah, that's
That's
36.
not good enough for dogs and
I don't
cats.
need fossils. I can show you living examples.
That's
There
not
are
good enough for dogs and
examples of
cats.
Adaptive radiation right now, where species have evolved so far they can't interbreed. They've become new species, and you're even going to agree they came from the same species, and then turn around and say it's not evolution.
I'll tell you why. You're talking about God making an imaginary line.
We're
The
not-
problem is that mutations drag organisms downhill. You cannot mutate an organism into
Do you have
something
evidence
that's going to go up and beyond what it is.
Yeah, I can. I can show it.
Hang on just a
All right.
second.
Go ahead.
Hang on just a second.
Right.
You cannot build a
Right.
bank account up by subtracting money, by taking money
I-
out. Likewise, you cannot build up organisms by mutating the species. You're going to degrade it, and just like with dogs, the further away you get from the dog archetype, you're going to get defective and deformed and sickly, and dogs that have bad backs and bad organs and bad coats and allergies and all this stuff. So
That's
Why are you equating
hold on for
inbreeding
a
with
second.
I want to show an
genomic
example of it.
decay?
All right.
Well, hold on. Why are we assuming that mutations are not plastic to the environment, and then we're assuming that all mutations are inherently negative? Where did that come
They're
from?
not. I can show you positive mutations if you let
Tommy
me.
is. Tommy is.
no, I'm not.
Tommy, okay, Tommy. Okay, first of all, again, we're showing you evidence of evolution, not what you think. But if you want to posit that, where is your evidence to that claim? As true person, you're saying, where is the evidence of what you're saying? Show us the paper, research paper, that has determined what you're saying is to be true.
Can you show me a peer-reviewed paper
No,
that
no, no,
shows
no,
an
no,
increase
no,
in
no.
information?
No,
It's very
no,
easy.
Yes, I can. I can show you.
Stop.
Tommy, we've gone over this multiple times. I have shown you the
Stop.
origin of new genes.
Isaiah,
No.
stop. Tommy, you have made a
Steve doesn't want to
claim.
go down this road.
No, I'm going down this road. I'm going fully down this road. I'm going to pull a true empiricism on you because this is what he says to me. You have made a claim about mutations. Please show us the documentation to back it.
I just posted the other day a paper about what's it called? What is that called? Oh, epistasis.
Okay.
Epistasis.
Yes. we know
Okay,
what
so
it
you
is.
don't know what epistasis is, but let me explain it
Yes.
to others who don't.
I don't know what it is.
No, you don't.
Oh.
You think you know, but you don't.
I discussed it with you how many times? Go ahead.
You don't know what it is, Steve.
Oh, okay. So it's not. It has nothing to do with various genes causing different types of phenotypes. One more stronger than the other. It has to do with male type. Baldness and tip and hair color and phenotype changes. It has nothing to do with gene linkage.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay. What are you talking
Epistasis.
about?
Can I give an example, please?
No, hang on just a second. Epistasis, when you have a mutation, even if it confers a benefit, will have negative interactions with other genes that are in and around the genome. So you can't just have a mutation that sits there and does nothing and has no effect. It almost always has a degrading effect on its surrounding molecules. So this is true of neutral mutations. This is true of beneficial mutations. This is true of almost all mutations have
Really?
this negative
So
effect.
that doesn't matter whether it's intron or exon. It makes no difference.
I didn't say that.
Ooh,
I
peer
can
review
show you.
paper, please.
I can show you the paper.
Please.
Yeah, I would
like
love
to
to
echo
read that.
Steve's request for your evidence for that.
I would love to
Okay,
see that.
I didn't say all. I
Let's
said
just-
almost. I said almost all.
I'll take even a small percentage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I answer him, please?
Okay. Hang on just a
Yeah,
second.
go ahead, John. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, now here's another example. Camels, llamas, and alpacas all share a common ancestor. Llamas and alpacas are in South America, and they have plenty of water, and they didn't evolve humps. But the camel species evolved humps to hold water. Now, this is an adaptive change that they evolved a brand new structure to hold water to adapt to their environment. And I posted a link right there. If you could look at it, this is just a Bing page that shows a lot of camels, llamas, and alpacas. And I can prove this with the fossil evidence too. This is evolution.
All right,
Okay. What's the mutation that caused the hump in the camel?
Okay, show the page, please.
I'm full
Okay,
screen
well,
now.
okay.
They all have markers. They all have markers.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a
yeah.
DNA marker
Yeah.
number that's numbered that caused it.
While I'm doing this, I want him to find what we're asking for from him. Because CRISPR, you agree? I see on the side here that basically what he's saying that's pretty well doesn't really apply to most mutations. Because he's saying all mutations have the epistasis that he's talking about. Do you agree or disagree, CRISPR?
The overwhelming majority of mutations do nothing.
That's not what I
do
said.
nothing. Yeah, I mean that.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
you said they have effects on other things. If they have no effect on anything, they do nothing.
Yeah, that's because of the redundancy.
How can you have it both ways?
Right. Well, and because I mean, first you've got to be in a coding region.
There it is.
Or otherwise hit a promoter or affect something. So if you're not in a region that actually affects transcription, you're not going to do anything. So that's the first step. And then after that, you actually have to change something. So if you have you can have a mutation that doesn't actually even change anything, even if it is in a relevant region. So, I mean, like I said, I think that the number I'm going from the top of my head is something like 100 or 120 mutations per human zygote, unique mutations not inherited from either parent, and that's every single one of us, 100-some different mutations. So
it's very, very low, right, for our unique mutations. But what
can you show this picture that I posted over on the right, please?
Yes, 1 second.
We need visualize. When they start
sibling
talking, they get confused.
The mutation from sibling to sibling is 2 to the power 23.
Let me ask you: does anybody have a more powerful computer than me that can present?
Not really. I have the computer isn't the problem. My connection is.
Yeah, I know.
I'll hop on mine.
Okay, I would like to point out that
that last link I posted, if you could look at that, shows the adaptive radiation.
John, wait.
Please, just give me a second, please. I just posted a link to how camels evolved their humps. It's an article. However, on the article there is a link to the actual data in Nature, the journal Nature.
Sorry, I got to interrupt. I just opened the link that Tommy put in. The contribution of epistasis to the architecture of fitness in an RNA virus.
In an RNA virus?
So yeah, there's a lot less room in an RNA virus.
I'm having a look at that now. I'm just looking up the size of.
Yeah, I mean, if you're which I'm sure is there pretty readily.
Yeah, I'm just having a look now.
So I don't think you can really. I mean, unless Tommy, you think that an RNA virus is directly comparable to a human. I don't think
okay, so for people out there watching, go to Evolution News and Views. They have an article called "A Serious Problem for Darwinists: Epistasis Decreases Chances of Beneficial Mutations." Y'all can read about that there.
This is the thing you linked. I mean, if you don't think that this supports,
we're going to present it in a second. I've got to give controls here. 1 sec. I wanted to show the audience to see the paper that he linked as his evidence for epistasis.
The genome, I've got it, Steve. The genome is 11,161 nucleotides long.
What does that matter? As goes the flea, as goes the flea, goes the elephant.
Work out the percentages.
Well, it's not
single base change.
Well, and
work it out.
It's not just that, Fiona. If you're talking about a virus, everything matters.
Yes, it doesn't
have promoters.
They don't have
introns. We have all sorts of other complicated regulatory sections where little changes effectively don't do anything. It's just because you've got this big structure that matters. You don't have that in a virus.
Yeah, it codes for 5 major proteins. That's it.
So basically, in a virus, any mutation is going to have a much larger effect because in our genome we have so much stuff that's just not doing anything. If we get a mutation in that part of the non-coding region, it's probably not going to do anything, right?
I don't know that I feel comfortable saying that it's not doing anything.
Well, it depends.
But it's not. It's not doing something directly. I think
Okay.
is the better way to say it.
That's fine. That's fine. Because obviously, even in non-coding DNA, we can still, it still can be functional for regulatory RNAs, microRNAs, and all that other stuff they can produce.
I don't see the what is the point, or what are you trying to get at? Because this is a small organism with a small genome or RNA virus. I mean, the point is that they're mutating, or they're looking at the effects of mutations.
Tommy,
hang on. Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? They're looking at the effect of mutations on the landscape. And so if that's true, that in this RNA virus that it has negative effects in nearly every case, why would it not be true that a sequence of information might have the same effect in a larger organism or a larger genome?
Because these other organisms, these eukaryotic organisms have introns. Do you know what an intron is?
Right, between the exons.
So right, okay. Right. What does an intron do?
It doesn't code for proteins.
Okay, so viruses, RNA viruses, do not have introns.
Okay.
Higher organisms do. So if you get a mutation in an intron, what effect is that going to have on the protein product of the gene?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them. They obviously the researchers of this article should have probably thought of this.
There are no introns in the RNA virus.
Tommy,
everything counts.
Tommy, that was a simple question. What effect do mutations in non-coding regions have on proteins? That's a very simple question.
I don't know in all cases.
Right. Now,
if it doesn't code for a protein, how does it affect the protein?
To you?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a problem, Tommy, because if you don't really know the difference between introns and exons and promoter regions and all that, then we're giving you evidence, but you're basically saying, well, I don't understand the evidence. Well, that's not a lack of our ability not to give you evidence. And
no, I'm showing you the evidence that mutations don't just happen, and you can't just consider them in isolation.
And I'm explaining to you why the paper that you provided doesn't actually help that. It doesn't help your case.
This is why I asked that question when I first came in the room, because you can tell them that, well, if you want, Tommy, if you want genetic evidence of mutations happening in every case, then if I tell you the start codon is here, the stop codon is there, and you have no idea what the 3 digits are, I say digits, the 3 actual nucleotides that comprise every start codon, then what's the use of me explaining it to you? Because you lack the basic knowledge needed to even understand.
I'm not arguing that mutations don't happen.
Tommy, do you grant this though? Because the RNA virus is much smaller, I mean, as far as the genome, that any mutation that exists there is going to have probably a larger effect than it would on our genome, where we have a lot of information that's just not doing that much, I mean, for lack of a better word, okay? So you're comparing apples and oranges. You're talking about an RNA virus's genome, and you're talking about a human, and then you're saying you're using it to do a comparative analysis between the two that just doesn't exist.
Well, I have my evidence that there is an interaction between genes and mutations.
Nobody says there isn't.
Cannot. Okay, well,
Tommy, let me ask you something. If I can. So I think Fiona said that it was a little over 10,000 base pairs long. The entire
11,191.
Call it 10,000 to make the math easy. Okay, so if it's 10,000 base pair long, and of that, 9,000 of those base pairs are coding protein, right? So 90% coding protein.
Okay.
If in a mammal, say 20% of the base pairs or 30% of the base pairs are coding protein, if the mutation rate's the same, who has a higher chance of it hitting a protein? Base pair for base pair, same odds of mutation.
Can you hear?
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Because I'm cutting out big time here. So I think I got a slow connection. I'm hearing about every third word.
You can reboot it.
So I may have to come out and come back in.
I'll type it in the side chat and you can take a look.
Well,
by the way, we still have problems with my computer's so slow. Do we have a problem with Robert E. Lee out there still? Is he gone?
I think he's still. Hold on a minute.
Well, anyway, to the larger point, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Even if you just do a cursory search of the literature, almost all mutate.
Now you're breaking up.
Yeah, stop the screen sharing and see if
just
that
even on the
helps. Everybody turn their cameras.
Yeah,
That sometimes helps things.
Turn your camera off and turn your thing all the way just to audio if you need to.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Turn off the screen share as well. Whoever screen share that'll help as well. Can somebody stop the drag presenting to all, because that'll help the bandwidth as well.
Yeah, he presented it.
So if you've got
I will.
control,
I will in a second.
You should be able to do it.
I know. I'm tapped out though.
Tommy, can you see what I put on the side?
By the way, I just want to say, Robert Lee, sorry, I don't block too many users, but you really have absolutely nothing to add to this conversation or anything to the outside chat whatsoever. So I'm sorry, but you got to go away. Yeah, so I'm just gonna remove you. And I don't mind people talking shit, but he just adds really nothing. He's just trolling, and I know it prevents it very hard for people that actually want to listen to or pay attention to the conversation. So okay.
Drag, are you there? Drag not.
Yeah, I'm here.
Right, could you stop your screen share, please? You're presenting to all. See if that helps the bandwidth.
I'm going to do it right now.
How's it done now?
1 second.
Right, CRISPR, give it another go.
Alright, he should be stop presenting any second.
Well, I typed it into the side, so if he wants to take a look there, might be.
Right, can you see that, Tommy?
Let me read it off for the outside viewers. RNA virus, 90% coding protein. Mammal, 30% coding protein. If the mutation rate by length is the same, which is more likely to hit a protein coding region? So we're dealing with probabilities here. What do you think? Oh, Tommy's going to reboot 1 second.
Steve, you've just presented drag again.
All these numbers made up.
No, wait. God damn it. What the hell's going on? No, he's stopped being presenting.
Right, that's it. Right, so Tommy, can you understand that now, Tommy?
Well, he's rebooting his system or something.
Right, okay.
So basically, to the outside audience, all we're saying is that because the RNA virus, the paper he gave us, which I don't know if Drag linked or not, but the RNA virus is 90% coding protein. So if you have a mutation, it's going to have a pretty significant effect.
Yeah. I mean, you can just work out the percentages of a single base change in the virus, what percentage has changed, and then work it out for, say, a camel. Work out the genome size, work out the percentage of a single base change. And also, I mean, the link he gave for the environment, evolution news and views, they get so many things wrong that it's not even worth looking at.
Yeah, environmental news is one of the worst sources, and I see a lot of people using it, and it's just wretchedly bad. Because I mean, they're a shill site. I mean, they're basically a shill site for the DI Discovery Institute. They have they don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's run by Jonathan McClatchy, I believe.
And it is complete crap.
Yeah.
But it's sad because people think it is actually a real site, obviously.
If you want to know more about them, you just need to look up the Sandwalk blog.
Okay.
And that's where you'll find out.
Well, Tommy is getting back in here. John, what's the next piece of evidence you want to kind of go into?
Okay, I wanted to find out about the camels, what he said about that, because Nephilim said no new structures have evolved. They're all the same type. But I pointed out that camels evolved water-holding structures to adapt to a desert environment. And they came from alpacas and llamas and vicunas.
All right, we're going to talk about that very quickly next. Just this real backtrack while Tommy's here. Tommy, what CRISPR put in the, you can't read it now, but what he put in the side chat was RNA virus, 90% coding protein. Mammals, 30% coding protein. if the mutation rate by length is the same, which is more likely to hit a protein encoding region? In other words, one has 90% coding for protein, the other has 30%. You have a random mutation. Which one is likely to hit a protein coding region? On the RNA virus or the mammal?
I understand the point. I understand this point. So if I came up with a paper that showed otherwise, that they did the same thing in a, well, let's just say a mammal genome, and the same basic results came about.
I already did.
Okay.
If you see the link that I just posted, it's basically the first thing on epistasis in mammals that I found, and it's actually saying that in general you see epistasis that is actually protecting against detrimental mutations. So you have a detrimental mutation, you tend to get epistatic reversals.
Okay, because I've seen them before. I've seen them before, and in fact, the way that I even heard about this was John Sanford. Y'all need to check out his books, Genetic Entropy. Evidently, it is a widespread problem, so I'll have to look for that paper.
Well, unfortunately, it's not a widespread. Here's the thing: when Sanford comes up with a lot of stuff, and nothing he does is in science. He has no peer-reviewed papers on any of this genomic decay stuff. Nothing. It's completely out of his ass, literally. He pulls the shit out of his ass, says, "Hey, look, I'm going to sell my books to these people who have no idea about entropy or genomes, and they're going to buy into it." That's all it is.
You don't even have the book, Steve.
I've read excerpts from it. I understand. I understand the concept.
What has he gotten wrong that he's pulled out of his ass?
Okay, first of all, no. You know what? I'm not going down this rabbit hole because we've gone to genetic entropy. You know, we know about genetic entropy. You know what we've disproved.
Jade says she has the book, so maybe Jade can help elucidate this point.
Yeah, so that's another hangout altogether. I'm not derailing this one because I'd like to keep it on the evidence.
Okay, let's go back to camels.
Camel. So John, say again what you said about the humps, please.
Yes, DNA evidence shows that llamas, camels, alpacas, and vicunas all share a common ancestor. This is supported by anatomy and by the fossil record. The camel evolved new structures in the form of humps to hold water to survive in a desert environment. That's an evolutionary adaptation that they had, while the llama and the alpaca didn't need humps in South America because they had plenty of water. So this is supported by DNA evidence, it's speciation, and plus there's several different species of camels too.
Okay, so what exactly is your DNA evidence that they mutated this hump, that camels mutated a hump?
DNA markers show that every time an evolutionary change occurs, it creates a marker, and they can follow that marker into the line that goes to camels.
I'm asking for the gene or genes that mutated.
It's DNA evidence. There's markers that show when these changes occurred, and they follow a certain line.
I don't understand markers as evidence. I understand when you show me a paper that shows that a specific gene mutated, or or gene expression, several hundred genes got re-expressed somehow or whatever. I understand that. I don't understand DNA has markers. I don't get that.
Yeah, well, this is called an argument from incredulity because you can't picture in your head it's not real, but that doesn't matter if you can understand it or not. I can't
have to present the paper.
Can I explain to you what Toby's asking?
All right, Fiona, go ahead. Fiona, go ahead.
I've been down this route with Tommy before. What Tommy is asking you for is you have to name the specific genes that mutated, the specific bases that were changed, and a signed affidavit from every set of parents.
Yes, this is called science.
I'm trying to stay with the big picture issues here. I can provide a report if you want me to make a case for whatever. I'll be glad to do that if you give me a few days. But right now I'm trying to show you family relationships, how species speciate, how they create new designs based on their needs, and a camel's one. It created a new design of humps that they didn't have before.
You're making a claim you can't back up. You're making a claim you can't back up, and you're making
DNA backs it up.
You're making a statement that
and the fossils.
You have no DNA that you can actually present. You're making that statement.
I can.
No,
yes,
you can't.
I can.
Okay, then what gene mutated?
I can look it up if you want me to. I'm trying to stay big picture here.
I don't want pictures and I don't want markers. I want
if you're trying to prove a negative, then what are you trying to prove? I mean, a negative is not going to prove anything. Are you making a case for anything, or just trying to throw mud at evolution? Because
I'm making
an argument from ignorance.
You're presenting exactly jack squat.
No, I'm showing you new species that have evolved. Because you don't like to see it, doesn't matter.
Well, so far we've gotten you to agree quite a bit so far with evolutionary theory. So how can you say he's presenting jack squat when everything he's presented so far you've agreed with. So
no, we're talking about the camel.
Do you agree that llamas, camels, and alpacas share a common ancestor or not?
I don't know. That's possible. They are in the same sort of family
Okay,
group.
well, that's evolution.
Possible.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay,
That's
well,
evolution. Thanks.
Again, yeah, sure. How am I still a young Earth creationist then?
Because you don't know
You
science.
don't want an answer to that from me. You really don't.
The point is, you can have organisms changing in big ways, and so I celebrate that. So the issue is not that I'm not suggesting they don't change, and most creationists don't either. The issue is how they change and what extent they change. So when you say that camels, it's proven that camels evolved this new hump from some common ancestor, which you don't know what it is.
Yes, I do.
It's a mystery in your mind.
You want to see?
It's not in the fossils. It's not in the DNA.
Yes, it is.
You can't present any DNA. It's
Well,
just
actually-
a giant assertion.
Hang on, no, it's not. I'm looking at the papers right now, but I'm having a hard time bringing it up. I hate to say this is mental floss, but this is mental floss, so at least it's something that I found quickly. But it's saying an amino acid chain specifically.
Come on now.
But woolly mammoths had humps like camels and genes made for cold. It was an amino acid chain specifically to woolly mammoths that played a major role in animal sensitivity to cold, which created the humps. They must have been related somewhere down the line. Humps like camels are sorry, not related down the line.
Okay, so what gene was it that mutated, Steve?
Well, what creates amino acids there.
Okay, well then they should have the gene that
Wait.
mutated.
Let's follow this line of reasoning here. What creates amino acids? A protein encoding gene, correct? So if the amino acid change, how do you get a change in the amino acid if the protein encoding gene doesn't change without a mutation? How does that occur?
That's the only way that you can have an amino acid change.
You tell
is
me.
by way of mutation.
You tell
I'm
me.
asking you.
You tell me.
I think there are probably other ways.
There's other ways. Okay, could you give us another way?
Give me another way. Give me another way to change the amino acid sequence of a protein.
See my evidence in the sidebar, please.
I'm going to hold off on that, but
all right, you do that.
I'm going to do my research. I'm going to do my research first.
No, I don't want him to walk away from.
I don't want to hang out. I don't want to hang out on me.
No, I'm curious, Tommy. How do we get the amino acid combinations that cause proteins to do what they do in any organism normally?
Yeah.
How do we get them?
Yeah.
As in, what is their origin?
How are they made? What is the process?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Wait.
Right.
A few seconds ago, Tommy, what did you tell him
About what?
about how these amino acid changes happen?
I don't know. Remind me.
You forgot that quick?
I guess.
Okay, you told him it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing.
That's not telling him how it happens. That's
You told. No.
Well, if you come up with another way, I'm all ears, buddy.
okay. So when the cecal valves evolved,
No,
I'm asking
Tommy, no.
Steve.
No.
I'm asking
You don't
Steve a
get
question.
to squirm out of
No,
it
no,
like
no.
that.
I'm asking Steve a question. If the cecal valves evolved, or if it was plasticity, or if it was gene expression, but it wasn't mutation, would you say that an amino acid had to change?
Gene expression is mutation.
Tommy, let me help you out.
It's not a change in the base code, Steve.
It doesn't have to be a methyl. Yeah, no, actually it is. Methylization of cytosine is a change in the base code. It produces a new
Steve, when I
There
say
is something.
mutation-
Wait.
we got to get this out.
Tommy, let me
When
explain.
I say
it to you real quick.
mutation, it is a change in the base code, in the actual letters.
Why? But no. You don't understand. If a nitrogenous base such as cytosine is methylated, that changes the base in the DNA to 5-methylcytosine. Do you agree?
It doesn't change the letter, Steve. That's what
It
we're talking
does.
about.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Letters. They're not letters,
It's not
Tommy.
just letters. It changes
They're
the
Okay,
chemical
they're
compounds.
chemicals. Yes, I understand that.
Okay, then you agree that it changes from cytosine to
Can I help
methyl.
Tommy out?
Yeah, go ahead.
You guys familiar with selenocysteine?
What is it called?
Selenocysteine?
Selenocysteine.
Yeah. 21st amino acid is not coded for on the codon chart. Can be incorporated sometimes in rare circumstances. It gets kind of weird.
Okay, so it's not one of the.
It's not important. It's not
Okay.
really a terribly important thing, but it's as close to what he was suggesting as I can think of. But it is real. It usually happens, I think, under stress conditions. So I think that's what he wants, really. But
Could be.
it's a really minor issue.
Jack, can you screen share?
Okay,
Oh, by
I
the
got
way-
something up here. What do you want me to stand here? I was trying to look up the cysteine. Yeah,
Okay.
okay, I think is that one at the top right?
Climate change. What?
I was talking to Chris for the
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
talking about?
yeah.
Selenocysteine.
Yeah, camel DNA could unlock key to climate change, and you can read. Can you read the passage for us that specifically says, where's it at here? I just read it.
Yeah, I'm screen sharing.
Yeah, read where it says. Here we go. The researchers sequenced the genomes of 2 humped Asian camels. Can you read that for us, for Tommy?
If I can find it. Hold on.
It's a second. It's a third paragraph down.
The researchers sequenced the genomes of the 2 humped Asian camel, the single humped Arabian camel, and one of their nearest relatives, the alpaca. They also sequenced the RNA of the Asian camel. The Arabian camel genome is the first mammalian genome to be sequenced in the Middle East.
Okay, and then a little bit further down where it says, I just read this. Here we go. They were able to study the historical rise and falls in the camelid populations. I'll just read it. By analyzing data of single nucleotide polymorphisms. And you know what a single nucleotide polymorphism is because we've already explained to you what a polymorphism is. DNA variations that occur commonly within a population. DNA variations that occur commonly within a population. Can you tell me what a DNA variation is if there's no mutations involved? No. Obviously, it has to have mutations there, buddy. The data showed variations in population sizes that coincided with transitions between geological ages, periods of climatic changes, and migrations across continents, and the dispersal of modern humans in Africa out of Africa and into Eurasia. So basically, what it's saying here, Tommy, that the DNA variations that occurred commonly within a population. That's by mutations, unless you know any other way DNA can variant without mutations. Do you know of any? Because I'll be happy to listen.
Sorry, I've got texting going on the phone next to me, but I heard nothing from you about any sort of mutation happening.
What?
DNA variations that occur commonly within a population. How does DNA variant without a mutation?
Okay, what does that have to do with the camel's hump?
You're not listening to my question. How does DNA vary without a mutation?
Well, I mean, depends on how you describe mutation or define mutation. You defined mutation a second ago as having a methyl tag on it.
I define mutation as a change of allele. If the allele changes somehow, if it gets modified, an allele is a modification of a gene, right? Allele is just a variant, right? So now I have a variant of a gene.
Okay, wait a second. A mutation, and I'm reading from Wikipedia, it says, is a permanent alteration of the nucleotide sequence.
No, it doesn't have to be.
Okay, well, I'm just reading it. I'm reading it from Wikipedia.
There's different types of mutations. No, there's different types of mutations. There's misuse. There's nonsense mutations. There's point mutations, insertion mutation.
Right.
There's any kind of mutation. A mutation can be a change of the allele. It's still a mutation. Okay, it's a variant. Do you disagree with that?
No, but you're not listening to what I just said. I just read it.
I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying.
A mutation is a permanent alteration of a nucleotide sequence of the genome, and you're disagreeing with that. Fiona, what do you think of that?
She's making coffee.
I mean...
Check out the link that I provided. It's got a lot more about the DNA on that.
Okay, well, I'm not going to deny that there's probably DNA differences between a camel and a llama, for example, but that doesn't mean... That does not mean that any differences in DNA are responsible for the said morphological differences. You don't understand that.
Okay, who cares? It's evolution. So as long as you're agreeing that it's evolution, let's move on to another family. You're agreeing all the way that these species
evolved. I'm not agreeing with Jack.
Not evolution.
You can't prove that any DNA differences are tied to morphology. There's probably immune system.
Look at the link I just provided. Look at the link on the right.
Hang on. I just found an article by Nature Journal. An epigenetic mutation responsible for natural variation in floral symmetry. An epigenetic mutation, Tommy. This would be, like I said, the methyl group. That is called an epigenetic mutation.
But that's not the same as a mutation in the sequence.
Oh my God, Tommy.
Come on.
You're just making up your own terms. You're making it up. Use real science.
I want to address something. Tommy was just about to say that it could be the immune system. Tommy, were you just about to say that?
I said, yeah, I was going to say any differences in DNA could be related to immune system.
Tommy, listen.
I want him to explain. No, it's so much fun.
I want this. I'll let you play in a second, Tommy. Drag. 1 second. It's all yours. Are you telling me that an epigenetic mutation that's called an epigenetic mutation is not a mutation according to Tommy Hall?
I'm just saying it's not a change. It's not a permanent alteration of the nucleotide sequence.
I didn't say it was. Did I say it was?
Which is what when I say mutation, Steve. That's what I'm talking about. Is a permanent alteration. Okay, well then I'm going by the rules.
No. You're going by a poor understanding of biology here. I'm asking you again. It's called an epigenetic mutation. That's what they're called. Okay. Now I ask you again.
Fine.
How is that not a mutation? Mutation.
Okay, so when they say, let me just ask you. I'm trying to understand. So when you add a methyl tag, okay, so when a methyl tag is added, is that considered a mutation?
It's an epigenetic modification of mutation. Yes.
Okay, so that's what you're calling a mutation.
It's an epigenetic mutation.
And in that sense, okay.
That link that I provided shows it. It maps the DNA and names the markers and everything. All the information you wanted is right there over on the right-hand side on that.
All right, Jade.
May I please? Okay. Yeah. I have in my hands a college textbook called Evolution by Barton Briggs, Eisen, Goldstein, and Patel. Okay, this is a book that's currently used. In the glossary, mutation, a heritable change in the genetic material of an organism that does not involve reciprocal combination.
What does that have to do with anything that we're
talking about?
That's the definition of mutation.
A change of the allele.
A heritable change in the genetic material of an organism that does not involve reciprocal combination.
Okay, so when we talk about epigenetics, or other sources do, they'll very often make the claim that there's an epigenetic change, which means above the genes, which means there's not a change in the sequence. So when my point is, when people generally say mutation, they generally mean a change in the sequence.
Wait.
Yes, you can say,
So you're just going to ignore the definitions then? Okay, right.
Do you know what they mean by reciprocal? Do you know reciprocal combination, Tommy?
Yeah, you're talking about just mixing up the recombination of genes, I guess.
No,
I know what recombination is.
Genes, chromosomes, right, have 2 strands, right?
Okay, we're going down a different road. It's not important.
It's
the camel hump. All the stuff is unimportant.
Could I interject something here, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Right. I just want to go back. This is what made me go away and make a coffee, because I just couldn't take it anymore. Steve, you sat and you read out a paper about mutations in camelids.
I did.
And Tommy said to you, what's that got to do with mutations? And you explained it, to which he said, what's that got to do with camels?
No, I said, what gene mutate is what I said.
No. He read out, you said...
I'm showing you on the sidebar. Look at my link.
And then you asked, what has it got to do with camels? Now,
look at the link.
And that's the problem, Tommy. He was reading out from a paper about mutations in camels, or camelids.
Yeah, we're talking about the hump. I want to know where the hump came from.
You haven't worked out what it has to do with mutations in camelids. But
I can prove it to him. Show the link.
I'm looking at the link. Where's the part about the camel hump?
Okay, this is DNA. You want to know where the DNA changes were? Then look at the link.
Okay, how do you know what those are tied to?
Oh,
okay. Are you telling me that you think if you... Hold on, wait. Tommy, what do you mean? How do you know what they're tied to? What does that mean?
What they represent, what they're responsible for. Like, are they for the changes in the morphology of the leg, or what is it? What do they mean?
So the paper on said change concerning said genetics, and you're asking how do they know?
No, I'm asking are you talking about figure 2?
Oh my goodness! Just read the damn paper. Like, I really don't.
You're showing me lots of numbers, but none of them point to actually what they do, what the differences are in the organisms, and how they're represented by the said DNA differences.
Can you present it? Because I can't see it.
I'll present it so people
can
see it.
And Tommy, it really weird when you keep on saying things like when it's methylated, it's not changing the base code. It does change the base code. It's no longer C.
It doesn't change the sequence.
It's no longer C.
It doesn't change the nucleotide sequence.
It does. It's no longer C. Do you understand that? C is a specific chemical relation. It's a specific chemical, okay? Specifically a nitrogenous base. Now, if it's methylated, it becomes a different nitrogenous base. It is not the same as C. It is 5-methylcytosine. It's different.
Yeah, C-met.
C-met.
I mean, you're hung up on this idea that they're letters. They're not letters. They're chemicals.
I acknowledge that.
Right. So it's not. You keep saying it's the same letter.
It's not.
It's not. It's a different. It is a different chemical.
Okay, so when they did the genome test on various organisms, where is all that data? You know, they said they where they sequenced the horse genome, for example. Do they have all the methylated data on there? Because that's part of what you're talking about. Those are mutations.
If this is information that you want to know about, we're now on to horse genomes and methylation in horse genomes. Tell you what, Tommy, why don't you go and look it up in the DNA databases?
See, that's the issue. See, your argument is running into a dead end here because you know.
No, it's not, Tommy. What I'm saying
historically, they have never considered methylated DNA. Methylated.
Tommy.
All right, everybody.
Let me finish.
Let her finish, Tommy, because
your point is this: we provide reference after reference after reference after reference. None of them are good enough. You ignore the information in them. We read out a bit of a reference about mutations in camelids. You say, what's that got to do with mutation? Then you say, what's that got to do with camelids? You pay no attention to any of the references that you have been given. And then you change it to methylation in horses. And we are supposed to run away and find all this information out for you, which you will ignore just as much as you've ignored all the previous information.
Fiona, let me have 1 minute to get my argument out. You can sure enough show differences in DNA between camels and an organism like a llama or something. What you have not shown, and what I've asked you to show, is how these differences in DNA actually correspond to the morphology, which you claim is evidence in and of itself of relation or some sort of ancestry. That there's ancestry there proven by a common ancestor, proven by DNA, but you can't show anything. You can't show anything.
I didn't show it. I've been showing it. Look at my link.
That these differences in DNA correspond to morphology, much less humps.
All right, hang on, Tommy.
I'm showing you.
Okay, stop. We're gonna get.
You're not.
We're gonna get to the next stage. We're gonna get to the next stage. Let's show the next link. If you want to get into the morphology, we're happy to do that. You've accepted everything up to what we've had so far. So now, if you want to talk about how the Hox change things and morphological differences, we can get there. Okay, baby steps.
But he can't use DNA as evidence, though, Steve.
No, Steve. What he wants is he wants to know which specific genes are responsible for that change.
Yeah, of course we don't know. Yeah, we may not have any idea what specific genes because it's not just a specific gene. It could be multiple genes.
Yeah, and
And
you don't know
have
Jack
no
Squad
idea
across
how
the whole
hard it
biosphere.
is to track
That's the
down
problem.
phenotypes.
Look between chimps and humans, you got the same problem, Steve. You don't know jack squat about what causes our
Tommy,
differences.
for goodness sake, I was trying to say something. You keep demanding all of this, right? Now, we know there are gaps in our knowledge. We know that. And we have told you that there are plenty of cases where we cannot pinpoint every single mutation.
No, you can't pinpoint anything.
Let me finish, you rude git.
Oh, come on. I've gotten zero time to finish the
Stop
statement.
interrupting him.
Okay, we know what genes
Everybody
cause
interrupting
the
him.
formation
Just-
of
Okay, I
teeth
won't
in
bother
chicken,
saying a thing.
or lack of. Okay.
All right. So the point is.
Okay, let me put it this way, real quick. Can you name me anything, any difference in DNA between a camel and a llama?
No, let's not let you to anything.
I'm asking for one that can explain the differences between the two. I dare you. I'd love you.
There's the question. Now somebody find any difference.
Show my link on the right. That explains it all.
Can we present that? But I think we got a good deductive argument here, Tommy, that if we're telling you that the only way to change the amino acid is to change the base code or change something about the allele, okay, so it decodes for a different protein. Because if you don't know the central dogma of how it goes from DNA to amino acid, then to proteins formed by amino acids, you kind of get confused here. So you got to know how translation and transcription works, and even RNA processing. You've kind of skipped all the most important things of how DNA actually really is used to create these proteins. Because there's no other way you're going to create this protein besides, I don't know, some miss anticodon probably going to the ribosome. You can probably put a different amino acid in there probably. But other than that, the only way to do it is at the DNA end. And that's by mutation.
Well, here's the thing. I've seen enough papers and enough commentary from scientists who say when they compare DNA sequences of two different organisms, that it's like this with Neanderthals and modern humans. The DNA that they have noticed that's different almost overwhelmingly has something to do with the immune system. So that's the thing that if you don't know what these DNA differences do, then how can you make that claim that they are actually evidence for descent?
Hold on, I'm going to actually screen share something. That link that John had on the side has 2 Excel charts. Both of them have a list of genes and what they do.
I'll show it.
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, I told him.
My screen. Hold on, it has nothing to do with the immune system.
That's what I've always also been saying. You're providing all of these links, and he's not looking at them.
Oh, I know.
And he's claiming that it's not there.
Yeah, I don't know where he's getting this whole immune system DNA stuff. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
But anyway,
I want to see. Before I go any further, I want to see I want to see this picture here.
Okay, so can y'all see my screen?
Screen share it.
And I'm not. I don't see anything. Let me try to present.
Okay, I'll share one at a time then, because I'm trying to show my whole.
We're getting into too much. I'm willing to bet you that the camel and the llama, or whatever you're looking at, both share the same gene. They're just expressed differently. I bet you $1.
What do you mean expressed differently?
What do you think?
I bet you $1. They have the same complement of.
I can't get the spreadsheet. Where's the spreadsheet? I can't get it.
I can't see it either. And Tommy, by the way, what do you think genes do if they don't code for morphology and cell differentiation? Like, for example, your brain cells go to your brain, your heart cells go to your heart, your heart goes in the middle of your chest. These are all things that are coded by epigenetics and by the coding of the base pairs. You agree with that, right? So what is it about DNA that you somehow think doesn't have an effect on morphology?
I didn't say that.
DNA.
I didn't say that.
All DNA that codes for proteins.
You insured the hell out of it.
No, but if
wait.
Okay, so let me answer your question. If an organism like an opossum and a human share a huge portion of their genome and a huge portion of the same genes, and the opossum looks almost nothing like a human, then the genes that they share really do nothing in the way of dictating morphology. They may do something.
But the ones with the Hox gene does, right? The Hox gene, well, correct?
I need this Excel spreadsheet. I need a link to it. I cannot find it.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the vast number of things that a human and a possum actually have in common, though?
That's what I was gonna get to.
Not in morphology.
Not to mention junk
Yes,
DNA.
yes, Tommy. Yes, Tommy.
Humans and possums both have rib cages. They both have hearts. They both
go even more.
Sorry.
Let me even go more basic. We have eukaryotic cells. Possums have eukaryotic cells. We are vertebrates. Possums are vertebrates. We are tetrapods. Possums are tetrapods. We are mammals. Possums are mammals. There's a whole bunch of our DNA that sets aside those certain things. A bunch of our DNA that says we are eukaryotes. Another bunch that says we're tetrapods. And so on and so forth, up to mammals. We share that with opossums. We share that with all other mammals. So that part of our DNA is going to be roughly the same. I mean, there's going to be some, slight changes over the years, but that's going to be roughly the same because from the very, very basic, building blocks of life forms, the eukaryotic cell, that is morphology. We have that in common with possums. We also have a lot of our physiology in common with possums, and we have our embryology in common with possums. We have all of these things in common.
Yeah.
And those are defined by our genes, which are the ones we have in common.
Everything is different between us and an opossum. Nothing is the same. It's all
Oh,
different.
rubbish, Tommy.
It's all different.
No,
animals.
it's not. Tommy,
Animals are not to go with this
Can
fucking
I please? Can I
Hold on for a
please?
second, folks.
Can I-
Wait, Tommy.
I want the spreadsheet first before we go on.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to get
I'll
the
tell you
spreadsheet.
where it is. Go
Link
click on the
link
nature.com.
the spreadsheet, and then Tommy, you telling I want Will Quest, and then I want Jay to go. Tommy, you telling me that the brains of a possum is in the ass of the possum, or the heart is located in the dick of the possum, or that the anatomical features of a possum are somehow that much varied as compared to ours? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the last one. Yes, the last one.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I mean,
Right.
this people,
Can
Go
somebody give us a link to the spreadsheet, please?
Okay, let me
Because I
get
can't read it.
yeah, I saw it briefly, but it's so small I can't see it.
Exactly. I need a link to it.
Okay, go click on the nature.com. Well, let me see if I can. Every
might
time I
be
click
able
the
to-
link, it downloads. It's in the Excel files at the bottom for supplementary data 1 and 2. And I can't copy it.
Hey,
Okay,
Greg,
let me-
are you showing just
me
the Excel
Try
window?
something.
Yeah, just the Excel window. That's what I want
Just-
the link for.
If you're only showing
and what they do.
If you're only showing the Excel window, if that's the only thing you're sharing, just kind of close it horizontally so that it's only showing those columns, and it should expand the rest of it to fill up more space vertically. If I understand the way the screen sharing works, at least, and I may not, but because right now it's trying to do a big rectangle, so make it more of a square, and it should make the text bigger, I think. Ah, yes, there we go.
Goodness for that, because I've been asking for ages.
I'm looking at the 2 genes right now, CNPF and CNPQ. That both code for centromere protein F and centromere protein Q. They're both, obviously, they're coding for different centromere proteins in both animals. But Tommy, do you not know the major differences between biological life at the domain level? Are you really telling me that?
Are you really telling me this has anything to do with morphology?
No. Answer my question.
And what is it? No, I'm not answering your silly questions. Just get to it. Just get to it.
Oh, see, again, we try and give him the information,
Yeah,
and he doesn't want to
it's not a silly question, Tommy.
It's not. It's very relevant because if you don't know that basic difference, then there's no use in talking to you because you don't have the requisite information needed to understand how this is relevant. Tommy, what is the basic, at the domain level, difference between eukaryotes and prokaryotes?
Okay, well, so let's actually talk about morphology.
Okay. No. See, this is what I'm talking about.
So we're gonna talk about the camel hump.
You're done,
And we're
dude.
gonna talk about how it came to be.
You're done. You're done. You're dead.
I'm going to explain something for everybody watching here. If you don't know that basic difference, you can't talk to me about shit in biology.
I'm gonna give Tommy.
I'm not here to talk about biology.
I'm gonna give Tommy.
Yeah, you're here to talk to
I'm gonna give Tommy a little credit here, and I want to make sure he understands the question here. Tommy, do you know the difference between like a prokaryote and a eukaryote? Do you know the fundamental difference? This is like basic entry, not even entry level biology. This is like pre-entry level biology. Can you take a guess?
Well, so like bacteria is a eukaryote?
Nope.
No.
Wrong guess. Wrong guess.
Prokaryotes. Okay, I'll tell you what it is, and then you'll know it forever. Okay. All eukaryotes mean for eukaryotic organism is that we have a centralized nucleus in the cell.
Right.
Okay. That's it.
Yeah.
So the reason, and I'll tie this in.
That's huge.
I'll tie this in. If I can't believe I'm explaining this shit. So,
Okay, what does this have to do with any of this, though?
I'm about to explain. I'm trying to wrap my brain around all the fuck I'm having to do with. So if we're talking about a centromere protein, and then you don't understand that we're talking about a eukaryote, you kind of don't have that in prokaryote. You get what I'm saying here?
No, I don't. Explain what it has to do with the camel hump.
Okay, Tommy.
Or any other morphology.
Tommy,
Seriously, come on. What does this have to do with any of this?
Tommy, you have to have this requisite information. If I tell you central, okay, Tommy, what is a centromere?
No, tell me why it has anything to do with what our discussion is.
No. Answer my. If we're talking about genes, this is what you wanted, Tommy, and we're giving it to you. What is a centromere?
No, I'm talking about morphology.
Okay.
And
Okay.
none of what you presented has anything to do with morphology.
Okay, really? A centromere has nothing to do with morphology.
No, what you presented here
Tommy, no.
has nothing to do with a camel morphology.
Tommy.
Yes, it does.
What does a centromere have to? You tell me, Tommy, since I don't know.
No, okay. What piece of morphology does that have to do with in a camel? The centromere protein F. What does that have to do with in a camel?
Wow. You know what,
Are you going to answer the question or not?
Tommy.
Are you going to answer the question or not?
I will tell you, Tommy. A centromere ties together DNA. Don't you think that's kind of important?
I'm sure it is. What does it have to do with camel morphology?
Okay, Tommy. If it ties together the DNA,
okay,
we're talking about the differences between these organisms. Don't you think that's kind of important?
Yeah. What does that have to do with the difference between a camel and a llama? Just answer the question.
Tommy.
You see, this is the problem. You ask for information, and you don't want to know.
I'm asking.
Tommy, why are they different? If they're different creatures, why are they different?
I don't know. You tell me.
What makes them
so
different?
Evidently, at some point in time, they had to change to be different.
Right.
Okay.
Tommy,
why
think
is
about
this
this here.
protein an F and the other one a Q?
Think about it, Tommy. They changed to be different. Their morphology changed somewhat, did it not?
Mm-hmm. Very possibly.
Okay, so that demonstrates that these changes will cause a morphological differences, because you already said they probably share common ancestry. They're probably related to each other. You've already agreed upon this, and now that you've seen that they have different morphologies. How is that not the result of genetic changes there, Tommy?
Because I'm asking, the issue with the difference between camels and llamas, I'm asking what exactly is the genetic explanation, gene-wise, protein coding gene-wise, junk DNA-wise, between the two?
I gave it to you. Look at the link. Look at the link on the right. I gave it to you.
It says nothing about morphology there. Nothing.
Look at it. Click that link and you'll see.
Well, it doesn't show. It's not going to show each individual gene and say, okay, this controls this particular thing. This controls this. That's not how it works. They're all interrelated. They all do multiple features of how they interact with each other, Tommy.
Okay. For John, show me on this paper where I need to go to learn about anything that has to do with the differences between the two.
Go down to the middle of the figures. Let's stay with visual aids. I don't want you to get confused with words. You need to look at visual aids.
Okay,
and adaptation. Look at those, and it shows you the DNA testing. Look at figure 2. Okay.
And by the way, Tommy, we'll have another hangout with Jade because she loves things like spindles and kinematic stuff and all this little mitosis, meiosis stuff. We'll have a hangout on that one day. I wouldn't mind relearning about this just too.
Okay, figure 2, phylogenomic analysis. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes, the whole page is all about this topic. It's got a lot of information about it.
Okay, where does it talk about the difference between camels and anything else genetically?
That's what that chart is.
That's a chart. It has dog, panda, mouse. It has different numbers on that representing genetic differences. What does that have to do with specific morphological differences?
Wow. Okay, look at the writing and look at the words on the page. That's what. Look there where it says genome sequencing and assembly.
Literally sharing what he's asking for. Like it's right there.
This whole page is about that.
Okay, I see nothing about specific morphological features on here at all in the whole thing.
That's an argument from incredulity.
Okay,
maybe
show me, quote it.
See that because you can't see the truth.
Quote it when they're talking about a specific feature in the camel or the llama or anything else as it's tied to a specific difference in genes. Quote it on that
signed affidavit. Don't forget the signed affidavit.
Are you trying to prove anything at all, or are you just trying to throw mud at evolution?
I'm trying to make you. I'm trying to make you
move on. I'll go on and move on.
Put up or shut up, because there's
so are you saying that genes do not control morphology?
No, I'm saying his paper has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Okay, well,
I posted 2 different papers, and both of them were about it.
We're talking about his paper. How can his paper have nothing to do with what we're talking about?
Yeah, here's the funniest thing. I noticed, Tommy, whenever you get really whenever you get slammed against the wall with evidence going right to between the eyes, this is where the incredulity comes into play. Because you don't know enough about the material to really evaluate it properly, so you just dismiss it outright.
No, your paper has nothing to do with morphology
at
all.
Everything to do.
No, it doesn't.
It's a paper about morphology.
Hold on, watch this, Tommy. Tommy, the information on this paper has nothing to do with the physical attributes to any of these animals.
The differences between the animals. No, it doesn't.
So
I'm not saying they don't have anything to do with it, but you don't know what it is. That's the point.
Tommy, do you see the line that I have highlighted there?
Yeah.
What line? What does that say?
You talking about centromere protein F?
Yes.
271. Yeah.
271. Okay. I'm going to screen share something else. Now remember that now. It's only going to be 2 seconds now.
Okay.
Share the other one. Watch out now. Oh, you see.
Where do you think that gene is located off the top of your head there, Tommy? Where do you think that gene is going to be found, if you had to guess?
Centromere protein F?
Yeah, where's it going to be found on the
I have no idea.
On the chromosome?
I don't know.
Say the sex chromosome. I dare you. Say
it. Yeah, it's a somatic autosomal chromosome.
Okay. So how does that? We're talking about the differences between the two.
Yes.
Wow.
You haven't answered it yet.
Okay, Tom.
We're trying to help him here, guys. We're trying to help him.
Okay.
Do you see line 255?
Yeah.
Why is he not presenting anymore? God dang it.
I see it.
I don't see it anymore. Oh well.
Okay. So Tom.
Go ahead. I'll look on my tablet, see if I can find it. In a second. I don't see you presenting it. I don't know what. This is not working.
Okay. What was the point of all that?
Well, we're still waiting for Drag to finish.
Go ahead, Drag.
I think he has to refresh. Yeah, okay, he's back.
Yeah, no, I accidentally X'd myself out. Trying to close all these windows.
Okay. So centromere protein. Go ahead. Right there.
Find it. Okay, so we have centromere protein Q, and I'm trying to bring up the other one. Was it centromere protein F? You locate it. It was 271. All right, so we have genes coding for different things, correct, Tommy?
Yes, maybe. Okay, yeah, maybe.
Maybe, okay.
Maybe.
Oh. I don't like to pigeonhole myself.
Are those a number of genes that are all coding for different things?
Screw the chart that actually gives them what he wants. Tommy, how do anything in organisms happen, either genetically or morphologically or magically? You tell. I want you to educate me, Tommy. I want to learn.
Oh, okay, so we've gone from you educating me to me trying to explain it to you when we both know.
Because you just keep denying everything, Tommy.
You haven't presented anything.
We don't understand. I don't know. You guys don't know either. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm going to school for no reason, and I don't need to learn any of this shit. So, Tommy, you tell me how organisms gain the anatomical features and the genetic structures they do.
All right, let's talk about cats or something, Tommy. So what I want you to do is we'll switch gears, and I want you to tell us how the 36 different genuses in the family of the cat family, right?
Genera
of the Felidalia. How many of those are created by what mechanism that you say that would create those morphological differences? How is that done? Using science. Not angel, not mysticism, not God. Using science, how is that done?
You know what would be great is if science actually did those sorts of experiments where they moved an organism, kind of like what they did
you're not going to answer.
with the lizards. Hang on,
answer the question.
Hang on, Fiona. In a controlled way, and they actually tested it over multiple generations.
Yeah, they've done this a billion times.
What is a cat?
Yeah. Tommy,
no, they haven't.
You're dodging again.
Hang on.
Yeah, the E. coli has done it.
Yeah, over 30,000 generations. So again,
okay, that's not a controlled experiment, and it's not an animal. It's not a multicellular organism.
Dude, forgetting all that, I want you to answer the simple question. What mechanism do you have to describe how these different variants of cat came to be? To show us. What mechanism are you going to use here?
It probably happened just like the lizards did. The cecal valve thing. The lizard leg thing. We're talking, the lizards on that they moved to the Galapagos Islands.
Right. Okay.
So within just three decades. Hang on.
Give us a mechanism.
Hang on. I think it's gene expression. Epigenetic, some developmental mechanism springs into action because an organism is introduced to a new environment. Maybe they're going from the jungle out to the fields or out to the grasslands, who knows. But the point is that certain environments can trigger morphological changes, and some of these morphological changes can be numerous, just like the cecal valve thing and the lizard legs and all these other things that happen in these lizards on the Galapagos, and it can happen very quickly. Now, how long does it take for those changes to happen in cats? I don't know.
So,
have we ever
never tested it.
What evidence do you have for it? Give us the evidence.
I don't even want to go there for a second. Tommy, you said that these things happen. So what molecules in the body are actually causing these things to happen?
Yeah, and how do they happen in cats? Have we ever seen phenotypical plasticity in cats? I'm not aware that we have.
I mean, he's basically describing Lamarckism here.
Yeah, I know. No, not basically. He is. Because that's his little thing, is he likes Lamarckism. But
okay, well, gene expression is okay. That's not even controversial. So, I think it's a rapid change, and how it happens, I don't know. But the fact is, what's important is not how it happens, but that it happens. And so that is why I don't concern myself with biology. I just want to look at the results.
What the fuck? This is so stupid.
Listen to me again. I want to see that it happens. I don't care how it happens, and it doesn't matter how it happens.
Well, it does if you're denying the
if you have a peer-reviewed paper,
Make the bad man stop.
You want to?
If you have a peer-reviewed paper to back your side up, I'm
want
willing
to
to
see
look
that
at
it
it.
happens.
Wait, hold on.
Guys, stop.
I don't know how it happens, but it happens.
You won't believe that we tell you.
Guys, stop.
Oh, Tommy.
Seriously, guys.
All right.
One thing I will say here is at least Tommy's got the balls to be in here.
I love Tommy. I'm laughing with Tommy. Tommy,
Right, but he does. He has the balls to be in
I
here.
give you props, Tommy. I really
None
do.
of the others
Thank you.
do. None of the others do.
I agree. I 1,000% agree with you.
And at this point, I mean, yeah, I'm so frustrated with Tommy because he's denying everything we tell him. But at least
But I'm likable.
he's here.
You are likable.
Oh
You are
yeah,
likable.
but you drive me up the bloody wall, Tommy. You
Well, let me
really
say
do.
this: somebody who we can have who will actually talk to us
Yes.
is better than someone who won't. Doesn't matter what
Exactly.
else
Yeah,
they do.
I mean, and Teddy, he makes a good sounding board, and I think he's wrong on other things as well. But
But at least he's here.
Yeah, I like talking to Tommy. I've always said that though. I mean, he has far more balls than any of those clown car posse because he'll come in here and he'll stand his ground.
Yeah, exactly.
And I appreciate that.
But not only that, he has. I mean, okay, he might not have understood it all, in my opinion, but at least he's actually out there looking for references. He's actively trying to find stuff out. Tommy does do that. Okay, I'm saying he's ignoring everything that we're giving him, but the fact is, you will notice that he will come up and he will give you links. Now, whether you think they're irrelevant or not isn't the point. The fact is, he's giving you links.
Yeah, I want the truth. I don't want to believe a lie. So I want whatever reality is. I want to know what it is.
Well,
And
Tommy,
so, I do think he's trying very hard. Oh boy, are you trying, Tommy?
I don't know if I agree with you on that one.
I don't know if I agree with you on that one either.
Hear about the
Thank you, Fiona.
science, biology. I don't know if I believe that for a second because Tommy, tell me just please answer this question right. What molecules? What things in the body make the body do stuff?
Right. We were in a hangout. We were in a hangout with Sam a while back, and we were talking about epigenetics, and we're talking about how hard it was. And Sam was was commenting on how freaking unbelievably hard epigenetics is, and that he's obviously a smart guy. He's spent a large portion of his young life studying that, and he still is kind of bewildered about what he sees. So a layman like me, when I say I don't really care how it happens, it's more that it happens. It really is that because me as a layman, I'm not going to be able to go in there at this point in my 40s and learn about all this stuff on the genomic level to the point where it really matters, because it doesn't matter. I want to know if an animal changes, and to what extent an animal can change. And if you guys have evidence that mutation can do it, I would love to see it, and I call for that, in your papers. But otherwise, if there's no change in the sequence of DNA, if they chalk it up to gene expression or epigenetics or something developmental, then it is what it is, and it doesn't really matter how it happens.
Yeah. Can I just say one thing to Tommy? Can I say one thing here?
Fiona next. Go Fiona.
Yeah, what I want to say is, you said that...
But it's... Tommy, if you
Greg, wait, Fiona. Call Fiona.
No,
Go.
here's what I want to say to Tommy. You said, here's you in your 40s and you can't learn all this. Yes, you can.
I agree.
Tommy, you can. And the thing is, if you want to critique evolution, the first step is to fully understand what evolution is and all the evolutionary arguments. To critique evolution, you have to understand evolution better than those who just accept it. That's the trick, right? And you can do it. So what you need to do, and what you can do, is go and learn everything you can about evolution, looking at it as this is what they say evolution is. So don't read it to look for holes in it. Read it to get an understanding of what people are claiming about it. That's what you want to know. And then you can go after it.
But
you
I don't have to
do
know.
it, Tommy. No,
I don't have to know stuff about the inner workings of the cell, or telomeres and all this stuff.
It helps
in order to argue this and to.
Well, you really do.
You really don't.
You do.
No, you really don't.
Yeah,
yes, you do, because if you
do.
want to look at what they're saying about like chromosome 2 fusion, etc., and you're looking at the sequences of chromosome 2 and the telomeric repeats that are internal in the chromosome, and they shouldn't be, you need to be able to understand why that is so surprising. And so that's why I'm saying, the thing is, I think you can learn this. You said you can't. I think you can.
Well, it's not that I can't. It's not that I don't have the intellectual ability. It's just I don't have time, quite honestly.
You see, that I can understand. That I can understand.
But
that's
Tommy,
different from being able to. That's not having the time to do it.
Let me say this real quick, then I'll go to drag real quick. Tommy, let me say this to you. One of the benefits of understanding the things like the telomeres and all that stuff is if you're looking for truth, right, and you go to like Answers in Genesis, or in this particular case, I would say creation.com, CMI, Creation Ministries International. They have some work there from Tompkins. You know who Tompkins is, I know. Now, when you're reading Tompkins' reputations of certain things, for example, his genomic analysis, where he first came up with 70% correspondence between the human genome and the chimpanzees, or the refutation he supposedly has of the human chromosome number 2 fusion site. If you don't understand a lot about the genetics, you're not going to understand why he's completely bogus on these things. Okay, for example, just alone the first one, the fact when he said that we were only 70% compatible to bugs, right? Got some feedback there. What people had found out is that the problem with it, and he didn't catch it. Okay, now, if you had not known that, you would be one of those people like Wayne was going around 3 months ago saying, no, these studies show that we're only 70% compatible. And we're like, no, Wayne, that is already rescinded. Even Tompkins doesn't even say that anymore, because he knows that was a problem with the software. And so you don't know enough to know why that number was so off base, right? But the same thing with the human chromosome number 2. He makes very bad mistakes with
okay, but I'm never going to know more than Tompkins, even if I.
That's not the point. You don't have to.
Okay, and I'm not claiming that I can argue everything in this debate. Obviously, I have my limitations, but there are things that I can debate, and so I don't think we all have to have a complete and total knowledge about evolution and biology.
Well, no,
and I know Drag, for example, he may know a lot more about biology than I do, but he doesn't know a whole lot about the theory of evolution itself. So that's my argument. Is there's more to it than simply biology. In fact, looking at biology really has very little to do with looking at evolution.
Let Drag go. Then I want to ask you some questions about what you think about.
Yeah, I've got a question too.
All right.
about the other second, but
Drag and John, hang on. Drag, go ahead.
Tommy, I'm going to bring up a conversation we had offline. You remember the conversation we had in Gus's Hangout like months ago, where you stated that you thought cancer acted as sponges to absorb toxins in the body? You remember saying something to the
Yeah, I've got a video or two on that.
And then do you remember me asking you if you ever heard of a lymphatic system?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember me telling you why that question was significant?
I don't remember the specifics about our conversation about lymphatic system.
Okay, you now know what lymphatic system does.
Yeah.
Okay, so the relevance of that is built upon the fact that a lot of your assertions come from a place of ignorance, and I'm not trying to make fun of you for this, is that you have some fairly good questions, but they can be answered if you had the requisite knowledge. And
Maybe so.
if you don't know that proteins are the worker bees or the workmen in the body, then it's hard to have a conversation with you on what things do because you lack the background information. And you do have to understand the biology. You don't have to know everything because evolutionary biology is not my field. I'm not going into that.
Well, let me ask y'all something as a group.
I'm not that whole time.
Okay.
So bioinformatics is not my field. That's Sam's field. Microbiology is not my field. That's Fiona's field. My field is going to be cellular biology. So I need to know about evolution, and I'm going to have to take a class in genetics and evolution. There's actually a course called genetics and evolution, so I can fully understand the scope of my cellular biology field. Now, Sam may have taken cancer biology class at some point, but he's not necessarily going to specialize in it unless it directly relates to his field. So I do understand that, we're not going to have a complete total knowledge of everything, but there is a point at which if you're going to engage in this conversation, you have to know the basics. That's just anybody's talking about the Bible, you have to understand that this book is a translation and it's a compilation. If you don't know that, then you're going to be hopeless in discussing things about the Christian world. So I would think of it like that. And on that note,
there's two ways. There's two ways to look at it. You can look at it from the bottom up way, or you can look at it from the top down way. Just like if I was going to lose weight, I wouldn't care how it happened on the cellular level. All I would need to know is to increase my activity, cut down on my food, and somehow miraculously my gut may go down, I may lose weight. So it doesn't really matter how it happens on the cellular level or on the genomic level, if there's any changes there, or the protein level, or any of that. So there's a macro way of looking at it, a zoomed out way of looking at it, and there's a bottom up way of looking at it. So I admittedly come from the top and look at it from the zoomed out macro way, and I put two and two together a lot to see if they equal four. If a scientist says this but the evidence says that, then they don't really match up. And so I do a lot of that, and I ask a lot of questions like Fiona was saying, and how I was asking you how your paper demonstrated any differences in morphology between camels and llamas. You said they did, but you didn't actually present evidence that it actually did.
Oh, come on.
Not to go back to that.
I did.
And so I'll just ask this one question before I leave. Tommy, the differences that you're talking about, what would you think that they look like if you saw, if supposedly we're able to produce them? What would they look like? Well,
your theory is allele frequency changes over time, right?
It's not a theory.
Okay, so show me the allele differences and how they correspond to the morphology.
Wait, first of all, that's not a theory. Allele differences over time is evolution.
Right, show me the allele differences.
Tommy, how would they look like? What would they correspond with?
Well, they would correspond with a peer-reviewed paper that says this X gene is responsible for, a certain trait in a certain organism, say in a camel, and if this same gene was mutated in a llama or genes, and the llama sported a different morphology, different set of characters, then it could be deduced that the gene or the mutation in that gene could be responsible for those differences.
So if you had like an Excel sheet somewhere that showed you genes and actually what they correspond with, that would be something that you look for.
Well, I suppose, but if you have the problem here is.
Go ahead and take a look at what I just posted.
Okay, well, the problem is like camels and llamas, for example, probably have the same complement of genes in their genome. And so it's a matter of re-expression for the most part. Now, there may be differences in sequence, and like I said earlier, probably a lot of that has nothing to do with their morphological features. I'm not making this up out of my ass. I'm actually reading this from people on your side, that there is actually a black box between morphology and genetics. This is not me talking.
Well, I understand that, but for you to understand that, Tommy, how do you think that these genes correspond with what happens in an organism? Do you know how they actually cause said change? Like what molecules actually?
No.
All right, hang on, guys. We're gonna have a little thing here. I'm trying to get atheism is there's not atheism unstoppable, and atheism is logical. He's actually one of true empiricism's followers.
Great.
He's in the side chat now. If he wants to come in here, I'll make room for him. I'll find out who can. But let's see.
I'm gonna leave.
Who's leaving?
I'll leave. I got.
No.
Dude, I got pre-calc tomorrow. I got an exam coming up, so and I got porn to watch. So.
All right. Glad you're listening.
You take it easy, mister.
All right, thank you, sir. You've been listening, okay? This is entertaining.
It is.
I know it's not atheism unstoppable. Okay. So, anyways, atheism is illogical. Will you come in here? I want to ask some questions about true empiricism and some other questions I had brought up when one of your hangouts with him just a little while back. So, you got the link. Come on in.
Just as a correlation to what I was saying, I mean, there are some evidently some different. I mean, some exceptions like. Eye color, for example, is written in DNA, so that, and other things like pigmentation, and maybe sexual reproduction, timing, time schedules, stuff like that, and are written in DNA. But for the most part, the big features in the body are not written in the specific sequence per se. So,
what science do you have to say that? What is it written in?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. Again, there is a black box.
Aliens.
This is like such incredulity. It's just basically like, I don't know.
Okay.
But anyways, do you admit that John has given you evidence, though? You keep on saying there's no evidence. We have given you evidence upon evidence of evidence. The fact you don't get it, that's not our problem, Tommy. But it is evidence. It's science evidence. It's overwhelming, in fact. This is a small portion of all of John's presentation because I've seen his links. It's freaking huge.
Yeah.
Okay, I just put a link on the side. It says it's talking about opossums, and it's talking about how it says junk DNA source of genetic innovation. But later on down in the article, it says the official textbook picture of how genes work really didn't appear to be right, said Landers. There's much more to the genome than standing around shouting instructions than actually producing proteins. That raised a question how evolution actually works on the genome. It says with so much genome devoted to regulation, it became apparent that evolution could work simply by changing the instructions rather than changing the protein coding genes themselves. So you're asking me how it actually happens because they don't. Okay, so what they're acknowledging is that the protein coding genes don't have to change at all, really, in order for these big changes to manifest.
Correct. You can have changes of non-coding regions. Okay, and some of them contribute what's called regulatory RNA. Do you know what a regulatory RNA is?
No, explain it.
Okay, a regulatory type of RNA is something that can inhibit gene expression, like a microRNA will sit on top of a strand and prevents the RNA polymerase from attaching, just like it would if the promoter region was bad, or just like this wound too close to the histone. There's a lot of things that can do this. But one of the things that regulation does, that's the name of it, regulatory RNA. There's short regulatory RNAs. There's like a dozen some of in the family. I don't know. Fiona can name them all off. But there's a lot of them, right? But what they basically do is to control gene regulation. We know that now, okay? We didn't know that years ago. We've learned.
Yeah, but your theory is allele frequency changes over time.
That's not a theory.
Okay, so wait.
That's not the theory portion of it.
Okay, but you're saying animals change and can be that common descent can be chalked up to allele frequency changes over time. Yet here, I just posted this article which says the textbooks aren't really right. That in fact organisms can change without changing their protein coding genes or their allele frequency changes at all, that they can just be re-regulated. So your theory,
and one of the ways of doing that is
So
by
your
an
theory's not
alteration
right.
in the Hox gene.
Yes, the Hox gene is a perfect example.
And
well,
you posted an article. Did you bother to find the real paper? Because I did.
it's been a while.
When you have regulatory RNA in the Hox genes, that will actually cause what's called cell differentiation. That means it will cause a cell to be actually produce a specific type of cell, whether like a brain cell or nerve cell or bone cell. Okay, that's what differentiation does. That's one of the functions of regulatory RNA. There's a whole bunch of them that they do. But
I think. Just let me say, I think John has been wanting to say something for a while. So when you get a chance, let him speak.
Okay, go for it, John.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a couple of videos and post them under my name of transitional fossils following a Precambrian arthropod all the way into about 1,000 modern species. And then also I'm going to do a cephalopod from the Ordovician and follow it into at least a dozen new species that exist today. And I'll post it later. But right now, if you could show this picture I put of human transitional fossils, and I just want to ask him where the missing links are. Up on the upper left-hand corner, it's a chimpanzee skull. The lower right is a modern human. And in between are the fossils that we have that they always say don't exist. So I wonder where he's going to put in where is the missing link.
I will try to present this. Give me a second here.
Okay, thank you. I like the visual aids because when you go off into DNA and stuff, they kind of can hide in big terms. You got to keep it on
the eyes of the creation glaze it over.
I hope they have. Yeah,
you got to just give them something to look at.
Do they have the whole skeletons? Because that would make it really easy.
Oh, good grief!
No, this is just going to be the skulls. Don't get all excited, man.
I'm not excited, but it would make it obvious, wouldn't it? Would it not?
Well, skulls are pretty powerful.
I mean, the guessing game is always fun, but
you've not even seen it yet, and you've dissed it.
Yeah, scientists.
Species. They found a new hobbit species and tested it, and it's not human on the DNA. Same thing for the Georgicus that coming out. They found a lot of individuals that are not that are a different species of hominid.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Hominid florensis?
Floriensis.
Yeah.
Floriensis? God, that's a hard word.
Also Georgicus, and also in Spain at Atapuerca, they've got like 50 individuals of Heidelbergensis, which is the ancestor of Neanderthals.
Yeah,
they're just humans.
Let me make sure.
They're not. Their DNA is not human.
Have you seen these skulls? Have you seen these skulls yet, Tommy?
No,
because I have.
Present them.
I'm presenting them right now.
Right, okay, so you've not seen them yet. Wait a minute, hold on, Tommy. You still haven't seen them yet, but you've already declared they're just all humans.
Yeah, and Jade had
what these are, Tommy.
Jade had a wonderful thing. If you want to look at it, Tommy, she'll share it with you again about Homo hybridogensis that actually showed how it diversified into Homo neanderthalis, and then we actually came off a different line from there for Homo sapiens, and actually it's actually a pretty good little diagram. But anyways,
just from a quick glance, this probably looks like G through N is human or some variety of human. A through F is probably ape or variety of ape, but
probably yeah. Hey, okay. Wait, Tommy Hall can guess.
Am I right?
It shows a steady progression of cranial capacity, a shrinking of the jaw size, a shrinking of the brow ridge. It's a steady transition. You can see the shrinking of the canines that go down from fangs to modern humans.
These are all hominids, right? These are all.
Am I right or am I right?
Chimpanzee.
Well, they're all apes.
Look, hey.
The one on the upper left hand is a chimpanzee, and the lower right is a human.
They're all apes, though.
Look, let me tell you the secret. Look at the chimp. Look at the chimp A. Notice how big it is compared to the skulls as you go further to the right, which in real life are much bigger. This proves that the evolutionists are scammers and are looking to do nothing but present basically just propaganda. The chimp is nowhere near the size of the human skull.
Okay, may I
say
a couple of things?
I'm sorry, you don't get to do that. Come on.
Please.
This is supposedly a civilized conversation.
Yeah.
This is calling people scammers. It's just
I didn't
not.
call you a scammer. I called them a scammer.
Hang on one second. We're
May
going to let Jay
I?
talk next. But Tommy, 99.7% of all the scientists in the entire world, that's millions of scientists, are not scammers. This is actual science. This is taught in every single school around the world in every language possible. This is a fact. This is science.
This graphic is a scam, Steve.
No.
Okay,
No,
that-
it's
that-
They've manipulated the pictures to fool people.
okay,
No.
then
Oh,
I
for
can show
goodness
you
sake.
the fossils.
okay.
Please let me.
Have you ever seen this? I will, Jay, in a second. Have you ever seen this diagram before?
Yes.
You've seen this before. Okay,
Yes.
can you tell us which fossil is not real?
Not real.
Yeah, we just used a scam. What's the scam about this? What's
The scam is they made them all the same size when they're not. The chimp is not the same size as a human. The skull.
This is a comparison.
Yeah,
I know.
It's made to be
They're
a
scamming
comparison. I
people.
can show you the real fossils.
No.
The chimp
All right.
has a brain the size of my fist or
All right,
smaller.
Jade, go ahead. Go next.
Okay, I can stop slapping myself in the forehead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, if you actually want to know about where we came from, go to the UCTV channel and put in the search the evolution of genus Homo. Because they have a group of scientists giving talks on the work that is currently being done on the genus Homo. And this will give you the real information. There's a whole series of talks. It's absolutely fantastic, and they've been posting them recently. Watch all the ones that have it in the title, The Evolution of Genus Homo, because that's what we are. We are Homo. Now, yes, Tommy, some of these skulls are different sized, but not always quite as much as you may think. And see, I've watched this series. I haven't finished watching the series, but I've watched it. One of the things that has thrown people is the size of Lucy's skull. Lucy was the first Australopithecus afarensis that was found. So people automatically assumed these were very, very small, hominids. Well, come to find out that Lucy was just really small. We have other skulls that are much larger. And so they've discovered there really isn't as much difference between Australopithecus afarensis, and us. Yes, it was different. Yes, they were smaller, but not quite as much. So if you're thinking Lucy, just to let you know, if you're thinking Lucy, realize that she is not typical of Australopithecus afarensis. And we have quite a variation in the skulls of humans, even as we exist. Some people have small skulls, some people have large skulls. So that's not necessarily particularly relevant. What we have to do is look at all of the features of the skull. Simply that they've made them all the same size for comparison isn't fooling anybody, especially if you go to the Smithsonian, and you will see that they have an online exhibit on various hominids and human ancestry. They will tell you all the dimensions of the skulls. They will tell you everything about it. Nobody is hiding this information or trying to fool anybody.
I'm just saying this particular graphic is misleading.
No, it's
Tom,
not.
where did you say they change? Which ones are chimps and which ones are humans? Because I'm going to go look them up and find out.
Do you understand what they're trying to show as the morphological differences? It's not exactly going to be like this size. This skull is this bigger than this skull. It's showing you the changes. This is called a normalized graph or normalized type picture.
All right. Well, he was challenging me to point out the humans.
Tommy, where does the chimps end?
Do you know what it means? This thing is normalized.
Not in this context.
Figure it out. Okay. Well, when I use the normalization here, this means that it's basically showing that if you have something that's really small or much bigger, it's going to be normalized to all kind of the same size. So it's just focusing on the morphological.
But that is misleading. That is
no,
misleading.
that's not what he's saying, Tommy.
I know what you're saying.
Tommy?
Like the Neanderthal skull is much larger than ours. Yeah, it's not depicted as such.
Tommy, you cannot say. Wait. You cannot say it's misleading, Tommy, when people tell you this is how it's done, and they give you the exact dimensions on these things. How is it fucking misleading when they give you the evidence? They say, look here's the sizes of these actual skulls actually. How is that misleading? Who are they scamming?
Well, that's not on the picture, Steve. The picture
because
is
they're
misleading.
not showing you that. That's not what the picture's supposed to do, Tom.
And it's really misleading because there's no skeletons.
Oh God.
No, Tommy,
If they had the skeleton.
Okay,
Tommy's
no.
now because he knows his
Yeah,
daughter's going.
This is beyond stupid, Tommy.
Yeah.
Honestly, you know
Seriously.
darn well that this is simply a comparison of skulls. That's all they're doing. We're not. If you want to see the comparison of the entire skeleton, yeah, go to the Smithsonian, go to other places. Nobody's fooling anybody. This is just one particular way of representing images. We have lots of different ways of representing images, and some of those representations are more accurate than others. Some are made a certain way to emphasize certain things. I'm sure you've seen maps of the world, and I'm sure you probably know that they're all incorrect, because we cannot map accurately on a two-dimensional surface something that's three-dimensional.
No, cartographers are scammers.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. They must be. I mean, look at the Mercator projection, which is the one we usually use. It's way the hell off. I mean, it's terribly off.
Was this not taken from Talk Origins?
I don't know.
Because they are they're ideologues to the hill.
Well, they got.
Yeah, but okay, can I just? You're sort of ignoring my point, of course. But even if it's taken from Talk Origins, at Talk Origins, you can usually find where their original data comes from.
Yes.
But you understand my point. Depending on the way that data is displayed, there's a whole school of how data is displayed. I used to have to work with data. I have a couple of books on graphical representation and data representation and things like that, so that you can use the very best way to display the data you want. Because some representations are going to be totally way off, but others are not, and that's the point behind. Because I had to do this in my job.
This graphic is used as a sledgehammer to creationists to say, "Hey, look, there's apes and there's a solid line between apes and humans,
no, it's not.
and you can't see the difference."
No,
It's
if
a
you
sledgehammer.
think it's used as a sledgehammer, you don't understand it, and if you don't understand it, that's unfortunate.
All you're doing here is showing that you don't understand it. You don't understand what Jade has said to you.
No, I understand. I don't believe it.
Steve has said to you about normalization.
No, I think it's a propaganda piece. Come on.
Tommy.
Let me ask you something. Is the Mercator, just quickly, is the Mercator projection map propaganda?
I don't even know what that is. Mercator?
Mercator. It's the map we normally look at. It's the one that has green. It's the one that has Greenland looking really freaking huge on it.
Oh well, I mean that's not
isomorphic type of cartography. There.
That's not a sale. That's not a
It's
sales
not meant to
piece.
deceive people.
You're not trying to convince somebody of something like this is.
Well, for flat earther, they might.
Guess what? You're wrong. Guess what? You're wrong.
What are they trying to sell them for? Okay, how?
We're trying to sell them the superiority of Europeans and Americans. That map was deliberately made to exaggerate Europe and to show Africa and other nations as small. If you look up the history of the Mercator projection, yes, it was. Now, we're used to the Mercator projection because it's everywhere. But in school, you are taught how bad it is and why it came about. Yeah, it's a deliberately deceptive. So, yeah, you're wrong. But we still use the Mercator projection because people are familiar with it. The thing is, if you've been educated, if you've been to school, and they've shown you the Mercator projection, one of the things they tell you is, this is inaccurate. The sizes
Let me tell you another reason
continents
this
do
is
not match.
let me tell you another reason this is probably a scam. Because some of those skulls on there are probably from organisms that are absolutely ape, yet they're not showing their skeletons to display that fact.
I'm sorry, Tommy, but see when you keep going on about scam.
I can show you those too if you want.
Okay, so the point
I'm
is,
trying to keep it simple for you.
we could throw those completely out of the line.
Let's move it.
No.
Hang on. Let's move it to skeletons. Let's go to skeletons. Tommy wants to see skeletons, but I don't know why he keeps calling it a scam. Who's getting scammed here? This is every scientist in the
making
world.
money from it, Tommy?
Who's
scamming the money? Who's making the money? Follow the money. There's none.
Okay, yeah, you're okay.
It's a religious
Tommy?
scam.
No,
I could also show you graphics similar to that one that show you the hands of all these different creatures, because the reason they do that is you're just comparing the hands. I could also show you graphics where they're just comparing the feet of all these different creatures, because what they're looking at is the feet, because that's what you do. You examine things in parts and you examine the whole. So you take a look at the skull and you look at all the measurements of the skull and you compare them. and you look at the hands and you compare all the measurements of the hands and you compare them. You look at the feet and you look at all the measurements of the feet and you compare them. You look at the rib cage and you compare all those measurements.
The
And then you put all that together.
You have parts and parts and parts of this and that. They don't. A lot of times they don't even know if they're from the same creature.
Sure they do.
And a lot of times they just have a very few finger parts or toes parts that they basically have to act like artists to draw the rest of it.
Tommy,
and so if they had the whole skeleton, or at least the whole rib cage and spinal cord, it would be a little more believable. But as it is, it's just really a guessing game at this point.
And by the way,
at this point, I'm leaving because I'm actually going. No, Tommy, because I don't want to say something I regret. But Tommy, when you start calling it a scam and all the rest of it, you're calling all of us dishonest.
No, I'm just talking about the people who made the graphic.
Here's a skeleton, a full skeleton of a Homo erectus on the right. Look at it.
Wait, those are scientists, Tommy. These are people that have studied for.
You know who made the graphic, Steve?
Look at the skeleton I provided. I'll show you one.
Tommy doesn't get it. Tommy really doesn't get this. How it's insulting.
I know.
It's on the right of the Homo erectus skeleton.
Yeah, it's a human.
Tommy, the reality is, and I'm going to say it because I have to say this because you know me. Young Earth creationism is a scam. It is a money-making.
Okay, well, I think evolution is a scam, so we're even.
But evolution is a confirmed, documented model accepted by 99.3% of all the scientists in the entire world. And the other 0.3 do actually accept it for the most part. They just don't. They keep on trying to pull in this other things to it, like intelligent design.
Can I ask a question? Can somebody show me, please, the evolutionary equivalent of Ken Ham's Ark Park? Or Dr. Dino's at Dino Land.
Any of them? I'll look at a model for them. They don't have
anything, Tommy? Anything?
Nope. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's surprising.
All I know is with the Ken Ham thing. All I know is with the Ken Ham thing, he requested it be state funded, which they said fuck that too. That's all I know.
Tommy, you don't know?
Is building an Ark Park to make money.
I didn't understand the question.
Dr. Dino has his park to make money based on creationism.
I'm a capitalist.
Show me the equivalent of anybody who accepts evolution doing that. Show me the evolution.
They get all kinds of state funds for museums and federal funds and all kinds of funds. Fiona, come on, museums get paid by the government. Creationists don't. In fact, the money's stolen. The money's stolen from me to pay those stupid museums that I'll never go to. Don't care to go to.
Right.
It's literally stolen from me.
Bollocks. Utter bollocks, Tommy. The only thing
people want to pay.
The only thing you're stealing is oxygen that could go to a better cause.
If people want to pay to go to the museum, then they should have that right. You don't have to pay.
Here's in a nutshell. The hangout was to present evidence. John's done a wonderful job presenting evidence. Whether Tommy accepts it or not, it really is irrelevant because the goal of the hangout is to show evidence. And this is the type of evidence that we cannot show in Nephilim Freeze hangouts or True's hangout because they'll never let us get this far. They'll never let us talk for more than 6 seconds. They certainly will not evaluate any of this stuff. So while Tommy is critiquing it, and I understand that, this is evidence that is getting out there. People in the side chat are understanding this evidence, and they're realizing that Tommy is completely and utterly, woefully wrong.
Bullcrap. Look, if he was going to prove evolution, he would show the common ancestor between dogs and cats, or between hippos and elephants, or between.
We can get that for you.
No,
you don't have any of that. You don't have any of it.
It's already known. They're both carnivorans. You could trace it back.
Jade, can you look up real quick the common ancestor to cats and dogs? I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I'll say
about Hey, I have a little video about that. I'm not sure how far back. It's on the tip of my mind.
All he has shown is
tip of my mind.
Evidence that kinds diversify, or that group of animals that are in the same family diversify or can diversify. That's all he's done, and I don't disagree with it. So far, he's presented nothing.
Okay. Show us the mechanism how that happens without evolution. Simple as that. That's all we ask for.
Show me the
No, Tommy, I'm asking.
No. Show me that mutation can do it. That's the whole argument.
Tommy, that is not the argument. The argument is right here. Am I hearing noise? Tommy, can you?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Tommy, listen to me carefully. If the diversification of species is not due to evolution, which is a change of allelic frequency, what does it do by? And don't bring me back to a question to me. Give us what you think it's due to.
I told you, developmental mechanisms. I'll just put it that way.
Which is
not controversial.
They're not
controversial.
So you're literally saying that cats can have a phenotypical plasticity.
No, I'm not talking about plasticity. Developmental mechanisms are also heritable.
Like what?
What do you mean, like what? What kind of traits?
Give me a trait that is heritable, and what mechanism has that trait is heritable without DNA?
Without DNA? Okay. So okay, you want to go? I can show you the water flea thing I showed you.
No.
Why not? Why not?
That's not what I'm talking about. I am talking about a phenotypical trait that's not based upon DNA. Are you saying that trait is not based on DNA? Because I've looked in this water flea thing, and you're completely wrong on it. Okay.
How am I wrong?
It is a response to the environment that is a modification of the gene expressions, but I don't remember the exact detail on it.
All right.
Okay. But you agree on gene expression.
Right.
So
I agree on mutation. They just don't cause major morphological changes.
They're not supposed to.
They don't do anything when it comes to differences between classifications of organisms, such as the camel and the llama, for example. You presented nothing between the chimp and the human.
Structures that had evolved plus the DNA.
How about between the chimps? Can you name a gene or mutation between chimps and humans that are responsible for our specific differences? Anything?
Hold on, Tommy. The vast majority of differences between humans and chimps are due to epigenetics.
A lot of them.
That's not what I asked. It's not what I asked.
What are you asking?
Silent. There's silence.
What are you asking?
I'm asking you for a genetic explanation using genetic mutations. Which genetic mutations are involved in our differences between chimps and humans, and how they cause a morphological difference?
Most of the morphological differences aren't due to mutations.
They're due to epigenetic factors. But there are some.
Okay. Do you have any examples? Do you have any examples?
Examples of what?
What you just said. Epigenetic changes or differences.
Oh, the GADD45G protein.
All right, so I'm talking about. Okay, so what does that do? How does that make a difference between morphology and human? Hello.
It's supposed to regulate. Hold on. Okay.
That crash will be.
This is the most silence we've had all night.
Oh, I've got it here. If we can post it, I've got it.
What do you have? You haven't had anything yet.
Yeah, right.
I haven't had anything that you haven't gotten yet, more like.
Okay, so you put over there, chimps differ from humans by 30 million nucleotide. Chimps have 48 chromosomes, humans have 46. How does that answer my question? It doesn't.
DNA shows they are our next closest ancestor.
How?
By DNA. How did they determine, Maury Povich determine who the daddy is? By DNA.
Okay, so you can't explain how any of the DNA can be responsible for any of the morphological differences, yet you're claiming that to be true. That DNA is responsible, yet you can't show any responsible...
I can show it, but you're trying to make an argument from incredulity, which doesn't mean anything, but I can show it if you want to see it.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm asking you.
Does anyone here have that list of, what is it, so many genes that make us human? You know which ones I'm talking about, or so many genes that...
But they don't. I know what you're talking about, but those don't correspond to specific anatomical traits. Yeah,
they do.
Humans
There's a list.
I think chimps have, what is it? Humans have more than chimps, or chimps have more than humans. It's like 10% difference in our genomes, their size. But what you're referring to, I don't think has any sort of correlation or explanation of morphological differences.
I could provide
Actually,
1,000
what I'm
websites
talking
that
about,
talk about it.
what I'm talking about is exactly morphological differences. Unfortunately,
Okay.
I don't have the link in it, so that's why I've asked. Maybe somebody outside knows what I'm talking about. It's called something like 13
Yeah,
genes.
here you go. There you go. I posted a link to it, and I'm getting
Okay,
more.
so what? Okay, what morphological difference? Since you've posted this, what am I looking for? Where?
You will have to figure that out. I'm going to post more evidence.
Okay, I'm not going to read through your evidence. Your job is to present the evidence.
You know, you're trying to avoid the basic fact
No,
of
I'm
the
not trying to.
structures.
You're
Yes,
just
you are.
posting crap.
It's a
You're just throwing
dodge.
crap
It's a
against the
scam.
wall.
Guys, can I hang on a second?
Steve's at the room.
Wait.
Did you see what I mean?
Can I just say
External.
something like literally just a few seconds? So as I'm working in the background, I'm listening to this conversation, and maybe about 10 minutes ago, it was actually really fruitful. But Tommy, you know, with all due respect, now you're starting to shy away, I think. And can we go back to that discussion we were having where there was respectful dialogue and it was like everyone was wanting to learn from everyone instead of just, you know, shying away from that sort of thing? So
I'm not sure what you're asking, but I mean he's throwing a link at me, expecting to read it real quickly and to find his evidence.
There you go. Look at it.
Oh, okay, so then whoever's giving the link, just explain it to Tommy, and then Tommy, you give your response.
Okay, so he's put a link up. He's put a link up. So what am I looking for?
Okay, go ahead.
DNA evidence of similarities between chimps and human.
Okay, which morphological feature are we talking about?
Are you looking at it?
Mm-hmm. Which gene and which morphological trait are you talking about? Because what you've done is just done a Google search.
Right. That's all you have to do, too, if you want to know the truth.
Okay, so you're not going to present any actual science.
This is actual science. Look at it.
No.
You wanted to know the DNA evidence for it? There it is.
I want everybody to notice what's happening here. Their argument falls flat when you actually hold them to the
No,
wall.
you're trying to make up some strange, you know, limits and stuff like that. I'm showing you examples of species that have evolved from other species and change over time, which is genetics, and you're trying to hide with some esoteric argument.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In the meantime, you can't give me even one gene or one mutation responsible for it.
I just did. Don't say I can't give you. Look at it.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
What was the morphological feature? What was the call?
Here, look at the link. Okay,
I'm not looking. Just tell me.
Look there, and it will explain that to you.
Okay, which link? I mean, which morphological feature is it?
Okay, well, just kind of skim down that page and look and pick one.
Did a bunch of people get dropped? Did a bunch of people get lose connection at the same time, just out of curiosity? Did everybody lose connection at the same time? I don't know.
I think a couple must have bailed out.
Oh, whatever.
I'm just saying, like, Tommy, do you deny genetics, like the fact that we could trace the like the DNA and the different comparisons between these species? I mean, like, do you? I mean, it's weird because we do the same with forensics, with determining a person's ancestry or parentage. I mean, like, I just don't get that. Like, how does that work?
Well, it's not exactly the same because I think they look for, and I don't know anything about it, but I think they're looking for certain markers when they look at ancestry. Whereas the problem with doing the same thing in between different organisms is they have essentially the same genome, especially within mammals. So the issue is not genetics or the DNA itself; it's the sequence. It's the expression of the same genes. So that's the problem. That's why I keep asking you guys this. And so far, you can't give me anything to explain the morphological differences by way of genetics. Not even one.
I gave you plenty of genetic evidence for mammals. Here it is for chimps. Look at it.
No.
Don't say we haven't given it to you.
Okay, what's the name of the feature? Morphological feature.
Okay, look at the link I gave you and pick your area you want to look at. There it is.
Do you also agree that genes control things like cartilage and bone structure and differentiation? For example, I'm looking up something called FGF2, which is fibroblast growth factor. it's a gene that controls basically cartilage and bone growth. So if that's how it's regulated in osteoblastic cells, then we know that if there's mutations in there, are you saying that you don't think there'll be a morphological change, so the bone won't be a different size or something? You don't think that's possible?
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, you could have theoretically a morphological change with a mutation. The issue is, did an allele frequency change actually cause our differences between, say, cats and dogs? That you cannot prove. Yes, you can prove that a mutation within a dog could alter a dog a little bit sometimes, maybe, but you cannot show that mutations are the explanation between the two, that are differences are caused by that way.
We can. Actually, we can.
It's genetic drift. Same thing.
It's not even hard to do, Tommy.
Do I need to repost what I did about the opossums and reread what I just read? No. He said you don't have to. He said you don't mutate the organism in order for the organisms to change. And he said the textbooks have changed.
And you haven't read the real paper.
And evidently, Steve, you haven't caught up with the new textbooks.
I'm pretty caught up. I do this. By the way, wait. I do this a lot with Jade. Okay, Jade is my new girl. I mean, whenever I need anything new, she's the person to go to. So I'm pretty up to date when Jade's around.
Yeah, because I posted all on my G+ feed. Tommy is referring to an article. If you go to the actual paper, which I found, it doesn't say exactly what the article says. So, Tommy, when you're going to quote something, go to the original resource.
Yeah, go figure on that one.
It's not going to say exactly what the article says, but how does it contradict the article?
Let me guess. Was this an evolution news thing?
No.
No, I don't remember. It's talking about the specific genes in a marsupial.
Mm-hmm.
And how these genes were expressed. How
does it contradict the story, though?
I'd have to bring the damn thing up again. It doesn't contradict it. It's just the way that they wrote it is incorrect, somewhat incorrect.
Well, he quoted the researcher.
It makes it sound like, well, yes, but that's only part of the whole thing. They made it sound like, oh, we're gonna, all of evolution. The way the article is written is it made it sound like all of evolution is due to gene expression. That's not what it's saying.
And I don't know where he keeps getting this, what his understanding of theory is. Like, if I say germ theory, that's a theory that germs cause disease, right? We do know germs cause disease, right, though, Tommy? You get that, right?
Yeah, but
it's a theory. It's a scientific theory. Evolution is the same way. Evolutionary theory is still confirmed stuff. We know that evolution exists, and that causes a change of one species into another.
Look, Steve, you don't know that mutations build organs or build blood vessels.
What do you mean we don't know that?
Or build humps on camels. What about camel humps?
Show me one.
I did. I showed you camel humps.
I just gave you the gene for the bone.
Show me a peer-reviewed paper with a mutation that adds a new morphological feature. I need to see this.
I gave you one on the DNA research of camels, and camels evolved humps to adapt to the desert.
What was the name of the gene that mutated?
It's not a single gene.
Okay, name the genes that mutated. Notice they fall flat. It's very easy to stump them.
I don't know how the gene name is.
Don't call yourself a winner. You're losing, buddy. Don't act like you're winning.
Name me the genes that mutated.
You're getting your ass handed to you.
Yeah, you are getting your ass handed to you.
Millions of peer-reviewed papers. Yeah. Name me any mutation that adds a new morphological feature or part of it.
Play words. Let me show you new adaptations. How about that?
Actually,
I don't name them. I'll show you.
Okay, it better be tied to mutation.
Can you show me a textbook that says a single mutation is going to add a large-scale morphological change? Can you show me that?
How many mutations have to happen simultaneously?
I'm not asking that. You're asking the question, so I'm asking you. Can you show me in a textbook anywhere that question is?
Have you heard of cumulative selection? Dawkins' theory of
I don't give a shit about
gradual
Dawkins.
changes.
I don't give a shit about Dawkins. Dawkins is wrong about a lot.
That's what the theory is.
I'm not asking about Dawkins. If Dawkins wants to come in here, that's fine. I'm asking you, can you show me in a science textbook that a single change in a gene causing a large-scale morphological change? Can you show me that anywhere in the textbook?
I'm not restricting it to a single gene. Show me as many as you want. Exactly. I'm not. Show me 10. Show me 10 mutations simultaneously. I don't care. You can't.
Well, can I ask you guys a question? Because I know we're talking about evolution and bad science and stuff like that. And Steve, I saw your video when you were talking to those guys who were promoting. What were they trying to promote? A cancer cure or something like that?
Oh shit! You're talking about Grimm.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about him?
You did good, but because we're talking about evolution and stuff like that, and people who deny it, and people who go off and teach bad science, even though people who deny speciation and evolution and stuff like that, all right, that's cool. They can do that. They're not promoting like any medical cure for a disease. But I want to ask your opinions on what do you guys think about the people going around on Facebook. There's a group called The Truth About Cancer, and they're like, yeah, the reason people get cancer is because they eat certain types of sugar, and there's certain cancer cures besides chemotherapy and medical. What do you guys think about that?
The video that you watched, that was exactly what we talked about. That was Grimm's promoting Dr. Oh my God, what's the Italian doctor's name that promotes that shit? He believes what it is. He believes that cancer is a fungus. It actually is a morphism called a pleomorphism between. It goes from different stages. He calls it from mold. And this doesn't make sense, but this is what he says. It goes from pleomorphisms of mold to fungus to a yeast, and then the yeast somehow metastasizes, and that's what goes into your system. It makes absolutely no sense in any way, shape, or form. The guy is a quack. He has no papers on this whatsoever. And I brought it up to Fiona one time, and Fiona was like literally like in almost hysterics. She's like, "What the fuck is this guy saying?" But this is what people are saying. Basically, it's a type of alternative medicine that instead of spending money for real medicine, they want you to go blow it on this alternative medicine that has zero cure rate. Zero. It's a total fucking scam. I can't remember the guy's name. He's an Italian scientist.
There's another guy too. His name is Dr. Sebi. I went to his website and stuff, and like he doesn't have any like medical records or any type of like diplomas or degree or anything. He just goes and he's like, yeah, I helped all these people, get cured from cancer, et cetera, et cetera. And you go on his website, and like the stuff he says can cure your cancer is everyday stuff you can find in like a garden or the rainforest or some crap.
Yeah, his name's Tullio Simoninici. Tullio Simoninici, Dr. Simoninici. He believes that baking soda can cure cancer. Because he believes cancer is a fungus.
Okay, yeah, here's the actual argument probably from that side is that the only thing that can cure cancer per se, it's not really curable, but your immune system is what overcomes cancer. So what you need to do is get your immune system and your cells healthy and functioning properly with with oxygen and hydration and have them, because your cells are self-cleaning.
Tommy.
And so when they're given the chance, they will clean themselves. They'll detoxify. That's why people go
Tommy,
on fasts.
Where do you have a paper that says this? Because you got to remember,
I don't need a paper.
Tommy, wait. You're the gentleman who says that changing your diet can somehow reinstate the GULAP gene, reactivate the GULAP gene. Okay, so I mean, your credibility when it comes to anything medical is zero.
I'm telling you their side. I'm not trying to make a scientific case. I'm telling you their side.
Okay, when it comes
the immune system is the miracle worker.
When it comes
not these herbs and not the plants.
Wait, you can say whatever you want about evolution. When it comes to medical, if you could dispense any medical advice on my channel, it better well have a background in it. Okay, because you're telling people there's a cure for cancer when there's not. I will
say that.
Well, okay. Well, there's no alternative medicine for the cure for cancer. Okay, there are things that can eliminate cancer. It's a treatment, okay, and it's usually called chemotherapy or radiotherapy, radiometric, should be radiological type of therapy. But this whole bullshit that your body can do it naturally, there's no study for that.
Steve, we all have cancer in our bodies. At all times, your body can deal with cancer. It knows what to do with cancer.
How does it recognize and prevent the cancer from metastasizing and actually from growing? What's the inhibiting thing?
Well, I mean, when your immune system is strong and powerful and can deal with that kind of thing, then I don't know how it does it molecularly, but it's when you flood your body with fat, salts, sugars, garbage. If you're sedentary, don't move, don't get any sunshine, that stuff slows down your metabolism. It gums up your cells. Your cells cannot function properly, and so consequently, there's less oxygen, and then you have cancer, which may pop up normally anyway and be dealt with by your immune system, but when your immune system's compromised, it's not able to take care of those like they should.
Can you say? I'm starting to crash again. Can you hear me still?
No, yeah.
All right. Can you just tell me real quickly the difference between a normal cell, a normal cell, and a cancer cell? Can you just tell me real difference real quickly?
Well, they're going to say that a cancer cell is one that grows out of control.
Okay. And how does your body recognize that as compared to a normal cell to kill it? If it's just a cell that's growing out of control.
Well, I mean, by definition, if a cancer cell is out of control, then stopping or slowing cancer would be to be able to have control over that cell.
Yeah. How does your body do that? Is my question.
Well, I don't know. I mean, how does it do it normally? Because I can show you the YouTube videos where the white blood cells go and attack and destroy a cancerous cell, and it does it right before your little eyes, and it surrounds it and devours it. There he goes. So it's not like we don't have cancer though in our system ever until we get cancer. That's something that we just deal with all the time on the cellular level.
So how does the view account for the people who are healthy, right? Like, say, football players. As a matter of fact, you remember Brian Saul? He got cancer. He was a really healthy guy, really fit, and he caught cancer. How does that view explain how people, even though they live healthy lives, they still get it?
Well, cancer is probably caused for the most part due to chemical interactions or chemical assaults on the body. So if you smoke, if you do, chew tobacco, if you're around paint, if you're around gasoline, these types of things are well known to cause cancer. And so cancer is something that happens when your body's overloaded with toxins and can't deal with them effectively. So it's a way I think, I don't even want to get into that here without Steve. I'm not going to say that. But yeah, if you want to say it's growing out of control, it's basically your body, I suppose, malfunctioning because it's just overloaded with toxins. So when you have these people on the internet, like if you go to Chris Beat Cancer, for example, this is a guy who was in his 30s, had colon cancer, he was recommended chemo. Instead, he went on a very clean vegetable fruit diet, nuts, seeds, no meat, and cured his cancer. He had stage 3 colon cancer. So he's been alive for 10 years now. And on his site, he interviews other people who've had the same experience, who've gone the full organic, whole foods diet as opposed to the medical route, and they've cured their cancer. So Steve can say all he wants about how it's quackery or whatnot, but people are doing it all over. Hello, Steve.
I'm back. I know I'm going to crash. It's like, gives me like 30 seconds of warning. Kind of like I see my system is going kaput. But anyways, moving on. What are you guys talking about?
Cancer.
Yeah, did Fiona or Jade straighten you out? Or Fiona left, but Jade straighten you out on that?
So, okay, Steve, if cancer is, by definition, you would define it as cells that have gone out of control, why would the body go ahead and supply it with blood vessels if it's out of control? Why would the body purposefully supply it with a way for the tumor to supply itself with nutrients, excrete waste, and
that was my
cleanse
question
itself?
to you. How does the body differentiate between a cancerous cell and a non-cancerous cell? That was my question to you, because I have no idea.
Well, that was not.
I didn't know really it did that much. Somebody else wants to chime in. Christopher might know. I have no idea.
I'll give you my link. It'll drive you crazy, but I talked about cancer on a YouTube video several months ago. It's actually a 3-part video.
I know it's not a fungus.
But is it a virus?
No.
Angiogenesis is fairly well studied, actually.
Anagenesis?
Angio.
Oh, angiogenesis, yeah.
How do you know it's not a fungus?
Because we can test.
Can I show you a species that evolved into about 1,000 other species?
Sure.
Okay, there's my link. Look at those. They're the Eurypterids. They started off as segmented arthropods, and you can see they're diversifying like crazy. These became scorpions and eventually spiders, crabs, lobsters, crawfish, shrimp, and several other species. And I'm gonna illustrate this with a video on my webpage. But first, look at the Eurypterids. These show up very early in the fossil record.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to track these from an arthropod that showed up in the Precambrian.
So somebody in the side chat says cancer cells need vascularization to grow, which is, I guess, would be the same thing as angiogenesis.
So why would the body supply with us?
If you follow my link, you will understand. Or would you like me to read it?
Go ahead, because I'm not that hip on this field. I mean, I
okay.
I know it best.
This is from cancer.gov, so this is from our government. Cancer is a name given to a collection of related diseases. In all types of cancer, some of the body's cells begin to divide without stopping and spread into surrounding tissues. Cancer can start almost anywhere in the human body, which is made up of trillions of cells. Normally, human cells grow and divide to form new cells as the body needs them. When cells grow old or become damaged, they die and new cells take their place. When cancer develops, however, this orderly process breaks down. As cells become more and more abnormal, old or damaged cells survive when they should die, and new cells form when they are not needed. These extra cells can divide without stopping and may form growths called tumors. Many cancers form solid tumors, which are masses of tissue. Cancers of the blood, such as leukemias, generally do not form tumors. Cancerous tumors are malignant, which means they can spread into or invade nearby tissues. In addition, as these tumors grow, some cancer cells can break off and travel to different places in the body throughout the blood or the lymph system and form new tumors far from the original tumor. Unlike malignant tumors, benign tumors do not spread into or invade nearby tissues. Benign tumors can sometimes be quite large, however. When removed, they usually don't grow back, whereas malignant tumors sometimes do. Unlike most benign tumors elsewhere in the body, benign brain tumors can be life-threatening. Cancer cells differ from normal cells in many ways that allow them to grow out of control and become invasive. One important difference is that cancer cells are less specialized than normal cells. That is, whereas normal cells mature into very distinct cell types with specific functions, cancer cells do not. That is one reason that, unlike normal cells, cancer cells can continue to divide without stopping. In addition, cancer cells are able to ignore signals that normally tell cells to stop dividing or that begin a process known as programmed cell death or apoptosis, which the body uses to get rid of unneeded cells. Cancer cells may be able to influence the normal cells, molecules, and blood vessels that surround and feed a tumor, an area known as the microenvironment. For instance, cancer cells can induce nearby normal cells to form blood vessels that supply tumors with oxygen and nutrients which they need to grow. These blood vessels also remove waste products from tumors. Cancer cells are also able to evade the immune system, a network of organs, tissues, and specialized cells that protects the body from infections.
Why would the immune system supply it with blood vessels?
The immune system does not supply it with blood cells. Hear what I freaking read.
I mean, what are you talking about? What does angiogenesis have to do with the immune system?
Okay, maybe what is your defense mechanism in your body, which normally fends off tumors? Why would your defense mechanism allow this foreign tumor, which is just
not foreign?
Okay, well, it's a molecular accident that wasn't put there by any sort of purpose.
So, Tommy, this is what I was asking.
Hang on a second. Why would your body supply that with?
Tommy, you're not understanding what I asked to begin with. How does your body differentiate between that and normal cells? How does your body know? That's why I keep supplying it with these.
I'll tell you. I think your tumor actually provides a function.
We're wandering dangerously close to my actual area here, so.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so here's the other thing, real quick. They used to think that tumors were caused, or cancer was caused by a single mutation. In reality, it's caused by hundreds of genes that are re-expressed. So in other words, it takes a coordinated effort on the behalf of the genes.
It's not coordinated.
No.
Hundreds of genes are involved.
If I could have finished reading, although it's a long time, so I'm not going to bother reading because Tommy's not going to get it right anyway. I would have explained that.
Hang on. The point. Now you interrupted me. Hang on. The point is, it's not an accident.
Fuck it.
No, I wasn't finished.
Let him finish.
The point is, it's not an accident like they thought it was. Hundreds of genes, or lots of genes, are involved. You have to wonder because. Indeed, they do. The body does supply it with blood vessels. There are some other things, but go ahead and.
All right, that's your claim, CRISPR. Did anything he just say is that correct in any way, shape, or form?
Well, most advanced cancers would, of course, have a number of different genetic differences that would have been accumulated. Now, that doesn't mean that it didn't start with a single difference. But yeah, usually you end up with a number of different accumulated mutations. Now, the real issue here is that these are your cells. You take somebody else's tumor and you inject it into you, your body's going to kill that right away because it's got different cells, it's got different histocompatibility complexes. It's not yours. But the cancer cells are your cells. And the way that the body normally recognizes abnormal cell growth is by the fact that you've got cell surface proteins that are abnormal, right? That's what the body uses to recognize things. You want the immune system to recognize weird cells, it's got to be on the outside, okay? And so cancer cells, when they start developing mutations that block the formation of these cell surface markers, then suddenly the immune system's got nothing to target. Okay? That's why.
Okay, so you've got hundreds of tumor suppressor genes, which I call tumor activator genes. No matter how, it depends on how you look at it. So the point is, they can be turned on and off. So why would your body have a system that allows tumors to be activated in a certain environment if tumors were all bad and had no real function? My
I can actually answer that too.
Hang on. My premise is that tumors actually serve a purpose, and the purpose they serve is that in a chemical environment where we have an assault, whether it be smoking or tobacco or whatever chemical assault we have, underarm deodorant, you name it, tumors will actually isolate these chemical toxins so that you don't have blood poisoning. So what happens is, if you just had all these toxins circulating in your body willy-nilly, they'll go through your liver, your kidneys, through your brain, you die of blood poisoning. But the tumor actually isolates the toxins, puts it in a place where it's hopefully not dangerous until your body can deal with that. So I think tumors are non-random, and I think that's why your body provides the tumor with blood vessels.
So,
and go ahead.
So let me explain why that's wrong. Now, if that were true, then what you would expect is that if you had a smoker who's smoking, say, 5 packs a day, right, and they're smoking 5 packs a day for 5 years, you would expect them to have a lot of tumors when they're smoking 5 packs a day. Now, if they then cut back, you'd expect them to have less, fewer tumors, a lower tumor mass, because now they got lower amounts of toxins in their body. But what you actually see is the reverse of that, because as they get older and they've got more accumulated smoking, right, that's when they have a greater incidence of cancer. So it's not about how much you've actually got in your body right now.
You're making my point for me. Smokers get lung tumors. People who get into
Smokers get every kind of tumor.
I know that, but primarily they're likely to get lung tumors in the lungs. Follow me here. Tobacco users get throat cancer a lot of times. Cancers associated with the mouth. People who spend too much time in the sun, they get sun damage on their skin. They get melanoma. So you have people who consume foods that are riddled with, they may get liver cancer or kidney cancers. The point is, it correlates to where the toxins are entering the body to where the tumors actually arise.
Well, yeah. So I'm sorry. I think you thought I was arguing with a different part, right? So I'm not arguing with the idea that you get tumors where you get damage, right? I'm arguing with the idea that you get tumors while you have the toxins causing the damage actively, right? So it's not. So I agree, yes, that if you're breathing in a lot of smoke, the toxins are in the lungs, the damage is in the lungs, you're going to get tumors in your lungs. But you don't get the tumors while you have the toxins. You get the tumors after a long-standing period of accumulated damage.
Right, after you're degenerated.
Can I make a point, please?
Hang on, it's because when you're older, your cells are more degenerated. They've accumulated more toxins, and yes, they're more prone to cancer and less able to deal with those types of assaults when you get older. That's why older people get cancer.
CRISPR, do we really know the mechanism why the apoptosis just doesn't work anymore on some of these cells, and why they continue to grow exponentially? I mean, do we even know what the reason behind that is?
To some extent, yeah.
What signals it to stop program cell death?
One of the big problems is that there, as I was saying, the majority of this comes down to cell surface markers, and as you start to lose these from cancer cells, or in some cases, they start to overexpress certain cell surface markers, right? And these mess with response to different signals, and in some cases, they provide their own signal, and so that's where you really get into these. So where you should be getting the signal for apoptosis, you don't, because you've got a break in that signaling chain. Sorry, and I missed the question about why we have them in the first place. A lot of these things are to signal growth. Okay, so these genes are important when you're young and you're trying to grow. When you're older, they should be downregulated. If they're not,
they're upregulated instead.
If they get upregulated by mutation or what have you, that's not a good thing for you.
So I'm kind of correct, though. The hard part is because they're your actual cells, your body has a hard time really.
That is the exact problem, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to him, is that how does your body differentiate between the cancerous cells and the healthy cells? It really doesn't really have any markers to determine it. Because like you said, a lot of the markers are dealt with because of the surface proteins on the cells, right?
Yeah, that's the major part.
I mean, I do remember something. I mean, I don't like the whole cancer research thing because I really never read too much about it, but I have a nominal, cursory information about it. I mean, I know Tommy wants to promote healthy living. Yeah, I know Tommy wants to promote healthy living. And by the way, I have gone 5 or 6 months now without a cigarette. Thank you very much, guys.
Wow, congratulations.
I didn't even cheat once. I really didn't.
Wow, that's the way to do it.
Oh God, it sucked, dude. Are you kidding?
But you can't do it.
Can I make a point about this, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Also, that is proof for evolution, because as the species of humans went into hot climates, they evolved darker skin, and then white people in the cold climates evolved lighter skin as an adaptation to their environment. So say black people in Africa in hot climates evolved darker skin to protect from skin cancer, while the white Northmen went up north and evolved light hair, light eyes, light genes to allow in sunlight to produce vitamin D. And this, I can prove this. There's also a video on it tracking DNA, and those are adaptations to the environment that humans did. So if you look at dark climates, people have darker skin, dark eyes, dark hair. If you look at the cold climates, they have light skin, light hair, and these are adaptations, evolutionary adaptations among humans that we call the races. But this is changes based on the environments that they live in.
Right. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. However, you'd be hard pressed to show any dead people that have been selected out by natural selection because they weren't the right skin color.
Actually, the Australian studies they've done of native Australians, the Aborigines are real dark, and they have one of the lowest rates of skin cancer in the world. And the light European ones that came from England have one of the highest skin cancer rates in the world. So
here's what I just said. Here, try again. Let me say it again. You'll be hard pressed to find people who are dead because of natural selection selected them out because of their skin color. Here's the thing. Young people breed. So for your theory to be correct, you'd have to show that natural selection somehow gives people skin cancer who are less than, well, let's say 30 years old. Most people who breed are 30, 35 or younger. So you'd have to have something that in the environment that would disable them from breeding because of their skin color, and that just doesn't happen.
Okay, well, I provided a link. That link will show you. That gives you a documentary showing you how it works.
Okay, if I may here, yes, you're right. But let's consider human males, for example. Human males can have children into their 80s, maybe even their 90s in some cases. So if you have a group of human males and some of them have, well, let's take this disadvantage. Let's say they have light skin, and because it's an easier one to explain. Let's say they have light skin, and they've moved into an area that has very high sunlight, and they get cancer. Well, those who have the lightest skin are going to die sooner because there's a greater chance that they're going to get cancer. Those who have darker skin will live longer. Those who have darker skin will live longer and therefore have more progeny. Do you understand that?
What's actually going to happen is you're probably going to develop more pigmentation within yourself, and you'll have generated enough of a pigmentation to give yourself a defense mechanism to the sun, assuming you're out in the sun all the time anyway.
You can.
So we all have that capacity to. It's called plasticity. You know, we have that ability.
Even if you can develop, let's say your skin adapts, and you can, your skin can change color because of the sun. How is that passed on to your offspring?
It doesn't have to be. All I'm arguing is that it will allow you to survive. No, you're not listening to me. I'm not arguing that that pigmentation changes aren't passed down. What I'm saying is, like right now I'm red because it's early in the season and I get a lot of sun right now. I'm much more paler in November or December. The point is, my skin's going to change colors as the sun changes and the heat, not the heat, but the sun's rays hits me, which would allow me and others to survive and thus not be selected out, which is the argument.
But if you are living in, if pale-skinned people like me and like you are living in a environment near the equator, there's a greater chance that we're going to get skin cancer and die younger in a primitive society. So those people who have pale skin will be taken out of the breeding population. Those people who have darker skin will remain in the breeding population. The longer you remain in the breeding population, the greater chance you will have an increased number of offspring. That's different from women because women have menopause, but men do not. So, but it's
again,
still the longer you live.
Teenagers and 20-year-olds coming down with deadly skin cancers anywhere.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
No, the point is you're not going to have the breeding age being selected out because of the sun, no matter what their skin color is.
No, you're still missing the point. The breeding age isn't that narrow, especially for men. The breeding age is much bigger. So if those people, you're not going to have a lot of 18 or 20-year-olds who are coming down with skin cancer. But as people, although there are some young people who come down with skin cancer and who die from it. But so, over the period of time, let's say from 0 to 40 years, more light-skinned people are going to get skin cancer and die from it than dark-skinned people in that environment. Correct?
I don't agree with that premise, but I'll follow. Go ahead. There's more to skin cancer than just the sun. I mean, the premise that I disagree with your premise because I think obesity and junk food in your diet plays a big role in who gets cancer.
In a primitive society?
Okay,
I'm talking about a primitive society.
Listen to me, Jay.
We're not worried about that.
Okay, in a primitive society, they're not going to get skin cancer because their diets are probably going to be healthy.
No, they're not.
What?
They're going to get skin cancer.
Why would they not get skin cancer?
Okay, listen to me. You guys on your side are assuming that skin cancer is a one-dimensional thing. I'm suggesting that skin cancer is caused not only by sun damage, but your diet and your chemical exposure can lead you to be susceptible to having skin cancer or out-of-control skin cancer cells because of what you're
Melanoma is the second most common cancer.
Because your immune system, when it's compromised, cannot keep up with damage.
Do you know how the radiation damage affects your skin? I mean, I've told you this a million times, and you still don't remember. And I've told you this like 4 times.
We've never talked about radiation.
I have not explained to you how UV light can come in and it can actually break apart the the thymine dimers. Okay. And when you have a break in the bond and you have a thymine dimer, right, which is a pyrimidine dimer, which it has a nodule that kind of sticks out of the DNA. It's called a lesion. That lesion can cause eventually cancer. It's a cancerous growth. Okay. So that actually is caused by direct deposit of UV energy straight into the DNA, breaking the bonds, causing that little thymine dimer.
You're not listening to me, Steve. Listen, Steve. The same sunlight on you.
That has nothing to do with your diet.
Steve, the same sunlight that hits you may affect you differently on the genetic level than it would me because of our chemistry, because of our diet, because of our livelihoods, and because of our pigmentation. A variety of things go into that besides just the sun.
Yes, okay, radiation, it means how much energy is deposited. Okay, it's measured by how much extra energy is deposited into the cell. When you have an ionizing radiation, when it goes through your cell, it causes what's called dissociation of the water. Okay, and that is how much energy is being actually transmitted from the photon to your cell, causing a dissociation of hydronium and hydroxyl. The same principle is you have a deposit of energy in the DNA enough to break those bonds, right? Because it takes energy to break bonds. That is directly related to the UV radiation. Now, when you have a darker skin, the UV radiation is less deposited, okay? So when you're fairer skin, it absorbs more. Same thing like a black car and a white car. One's going to get hotter than the other. Black car is going to get hot because it radiates a lot more heat, right? It doesn't absorb it. But a white car is going to absorb it. Same principle.
Well, I gotta run, but you need to learn.
Wait, Christopher,
Okay.
am I telling him something that's like wrong?
I'm not denying it.
I was
I'm
trying
not
to get
denying
something out about. He was saying that you don't get see a lot of young people with skin cancer. Well, that's actually wrong. Melanoma is the second most common form of cancer in people who are of approximate breeding age. So,
yeah, melanoma's pretty bad in kids.
And it will kill you.
Yes, and look at our diets. Our diets are making us susceptible. Look,
it's because of exposure to ultraviolet radiation.
Young people
I know you don't believe me, but like if you're obese, it opens you up to be susceptible.
If you're obese, you have more skin.
God, you guys are hopeless. If you're sick, if you're sickly, if you're obese, if you have diabetes, it opens you up to more damage, more cancer odds, Steve. This is not really controversial. You probably need to read up
I'm
on
not
it. I gotta
saying
go.
you're wrong. I'm saying it does, but there's reasons for it. Just like you said, the more skin exposure you have to the sun, the more radiation you have deposited in your cells.
Well, that's sidestepping what I'm saying. I'm just saying there's more to it than simply the sun. You have chemistry involved, and your particular immune system may be able to fight it off better than the next person. And pointing to people in this society, kids who are getting melanoma, is kind of a misnomer because our kids are full of junk food now. What you really need to show is going to these primitive societies and looking at their kids and seeing if they're getting melanoma. I'd say
they did. I'm sure they did. How do your diet has nothing to do with how much energy you're depositing from solar radiation, from UV light hitting your skin.
It has to do with the damage, your ability to deal with damage. Yeah,
Steve, just a second. Can I point out that Jade was it was mentioned earlier about the Aborigines have very low rates of skin cancer. They have one of the highest rates of diabetes, horrible diets, okay, and yet still very low skin cancer rates. So,
where are you looking at? Who? Where?
Well, okay, first
because diabetes and cancer are going to go hand in hand almost always.
Not so much skin cancer.
Because if you're unhealthy, it's going to open you up to all kinds of cancers, including skin cancer.
Yeah, nobody says don't eat well, but you're kind of missing the actual things where it causes the most contributing thing to cause cancer. And I'm telling you right now, the biggest cause of cancer for melanoma, and Christopher can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's due to the sun, exposure to the sun. Okay, because that's your largest depositor of energy into your cell. In order to break those bonds and cause those lesions.
Yeah, I agree. The sun can cause damage, but my whole point is that you can by your lifestyle, by what you eat, by your cellular health, your body can help overcome the sun's damage that it may inflict, so that it doesn't grow out of control.
I grant there's a repair mechanism there. Okay.
Right. Well, I would suggest it even goes further than that. That it probably can stop it from forming in the first place. Your skin can probably withstand.
How is that going to work? How does it stop energy from being deposited in your cell and causing like a thymine dimer?
It's a matter of your cells being healthy or not. So a damaged cell, an immune system compromised cell, is going to probably accumulate more damage. I do got to go.
But we know the mechanisms of mutation, Tommy. We understand how UV radiation causes mutation. So how does that actually the key thing here is that mutations can hit DNA repair genes. This is one of the main drivers of cancer.
He had to go. But what happens if you get a mutation?
Oh, too bad! I just found the source.
Yeah, what happens if you get a mutation in the repair mechanism? I mean, what happens then? And he's saying that if you have two genes, right, or two different people, and they're exactly the same thing. He's just saying that somehow magically that one's going to have more resistance to ultraviolet radiation than the other, and the only thing that can do that is pigmentation, because how much energy is being deposited. Your DNA is DNA, right? I mean, so I don't see how one DNA strand is different from a DNA strand from somebody else if they're exactly the same nucleotides sequence.
I've explained this to Tommy before, so I mean, we all know. I mean, Tommy's not so quick on the uptake, so I just he doesn't. And by the way, it's not. Part of it is a fault of brain power capacity. A much larger portion is the fact that he doesn't want to listen.
Right. Well, I thought we did a good job presenting evidence. I thought John did a real good. I mean, he started from the. We didn't get very far because, of course, Tommy has a wall. But I mean, but John, you only can present so much evidence in Nephilim Freeze or Drew Pierce's hangout, which we know. So I mean, if we're allowed to speak, we can present this evidence. So when these idiots ever say, "Oh, well, Steve or John or Isaiah or Jade or whoever doesn't present evidence," tell them to fuck off. Tell them to come in here and we'll give them evidence.
Anyway, though, the diabetes rate is 3 times higher in indigenous in Australia than the non-indigenous rates. So.
And they got crappy diets.
Oh yeah, it's. Yeah, so...
Yeah, there's no question diabetes is linked to bad diets. I don't think anybody would argue that.
Oh, no, certainly not. But my point was just that, if he was saying that, okay, here's, you got a bad diet, you're going to get skin cancer. Well, how about these people? Horrible diet, high rates of diabetes, no skin cancer.
Yeah, I don't know what he's relating it to.
It's type 2 diabetes, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And even then, there are genetic predispositions for type 2 diabetes. We all forget that as well.
Yeah, but I think that's not really what we were talking about. I think his point was that if you have a bad diet, you'll get skin cancer.
Lyrical calls it the wall. We have to find it's like Lyrical's wall postulate. It's basically she postulated there's this point at where creationists reach where anything you say to them it's like just a brick wall in front of them. They're just looking straight at this brick wall, and that's it, because they don't hear anything around you. They can't go any farther because they reach that mental limit. And I see that would happen with Tommy numerous times, where he's just like, okay, I can't really go any further with this because I don't even know what the hell you guys are talking about, kind of shit. Lyrical's wall, that's what we're going to call it. It's true, though. I mean, and I see it all the time. And God bless, Tommy for coming into these rooms and engaging. But it's only to show other people how just wrong people are when it comes to evolution. How much misinformation they have. That's it. Yes, Lyrical, you coined it. I give you credit. You can come in, by the way. We got room. But anyways, you guys want to continue? We got like 30 people watching. Oh my God. I was trying to get other people. I was trying to get Thank You Jesus,
sad,
Anthony. Yeah, but I mean they're all of them are like, yeah, Tommy's toast. I mean, so.
Catcher says we're the evolution mafia.
That's cool. I like that. Yeah, I got paid for it. Oh yeah, Tetrahedron, you don't have a mic, but you were posting something in the side chat earlier, and I didn't get to it. Something about Neanderthal and Nebraska, Nebraska man and Java man. I don't know what you're referring to. Nebraska man was not a scam; it was a miscategorization error. And Java man actually does exist. I think you meant Cro-Magnon is the one that doesn't exist anymore. Cro-Magnon got absorbed. It's really not a classification anymore. It's
Cro-Magnon simply refers to early Homo sapiens
that
were living in a particular area. It refers to basically a cultural group.
Yeah,
that's what it refers to. It's still used, but it's just used for that cultural group.
Yeah, it's still changed. It's changed from the original thing. But it has changed a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how anybody would say Nebraska man was a scam, and Piltdown man was a hoax, but it was perpetrated on scientists, not from scientists.
Well, it may have been perpetrated by a scientist, or
on other scientists.
Well, actually, given that what a scientist was at the time was kind of questionable, It may have been a scientist, may not have been a scientist, but it was a very, very clever fake. And one of the things that people forget, if you bother to read about it, and I have 3 books about it, and I've read other books that refer to it, including a book by one of the guys who was there. At the time, everybody didn't buy it. As a matter of fact, well, especially German anthropologists didn't buy it at all. And several of them even correctly identified what parts the Piltdown Man was made of. So did some English scientists as well. The Piltdown Man was largely accepted because of the times. This was the time of British imperialism. God was an Englishman. Nobody was greater than the English, and so on and so forth. It was almost a patriotic thing. It was also accepted at a time when people were going nuts for fossils. And there was a thing called British Israelism, where certain group of people believed that the British were descended from the lost tribe, one of the lost tribes of Israel. They were trying to, and that the British royal family descended from David or something like that. I forget the details of it. But this was all developed. Yeah, this was all developed in this atmosphere, you see. So when Piltdown Man showed up, people were really primed and ready to accept it for their own personal reasons, not for scientific reasons. But as I said, even within the scientific community, I have a link somewhere to a discussion at like the Anthropological Society of London or something like that, where like half the people are saying, bullshit, that's clearly a chimpanzee part, and that tooth there comes from a gorilla or whatever it was. So everybody didn't buy it, but the news loved it because, woo, British, we're English, we're superior, we have the oldest people. And so you have to look at it in terms of the time. And so people bought it. Nebraska Man was never a hoax. A guy found a tooth, gave it to a scientist. The scientist looked at it and said, whoa, you know what? This looks like a human tooth. Took it back. They studied it. Now, again, if you bother to read about it, you can find it in the Annals of Science, the journal Science. I actually have the articles. When they came out and they explained, oh, sorry, we thought it was a human. We now realize it was a pig molar, and pig molars and human molars look very much alike. In at least one of the books I have, they show pig molars and human molars side by side. And what they did was they stained the newer ones, the new human molar, new pig molar, to look just like the Nebraska, quote-unquote, Nebraska Man molar. And it's kind of like, you tell me which one of these are human and which one are pig. They look alike because we're omnivores. Our molars are alike. But when they came out in the journal Science and they said, no, this is not a human molar, it's a pig molar, it's a type of peccary, I think. The person who wrote that explained why, in detail, why they thought it was a human molar. And remember, back then they didn't have they didn't have a lot of photographs like they do now. But right at that time, a bunch of fossils had been discovered in Java, for example, and they had measured all the teeth. So what they did was, the scientists who did this, they looked at this molar that was found in Nebraska, and its dimensions, its shape, and everything fit with these other teeth that were found. And so they said, whoa, look, this looks just like these teeth. So we suspect that this might be a human tooth. Further investigation proved it was not a human tooth. That's how science works. But if you ever read that second, not the article where they proposed that it might have been that it was or might have been a human, but the second one where they retracted that and they said, no, it isn't, you would understand why they made that mistake and how they made the mistake.
Hang on one sec, Jade. Okay, I want to ask Tetra a question. Hey, Tetra, what exactly was fraudulent with Haeckel's diagrams, please? Can you tell me on the side there? Because you said Ernest Haeckel's evolution embryo fraud. Can you please tell me what was fraudulent about his diagrams? I would like to know.
And I've done quite a bit of research into Haeckel.
Oh yeah, that's why I don't want Jay to answer this.
I know I'm gonna stand back, but
he knows this subject on Haeckel's diagrams inside and out to the point of being. I don't even know why she bothered. It's so technical that she's got into it. She likes this. This is her favorite little thing. But
I'm a data nerd. I love chasing down, and at my job I used to do that too. That's why I was good at it, because I would chase down stuff.
So I want to know, Tetra, you're going against the #1 knowledgeable person about this particular thing right now. So can you explain to Jade why Haeckel's embryo drawings one had anything to do with evolution, And two, what was fraudulent about it?
Yeah, and why do you? He says pictures were designed by German zoologist Ernst Haeckel. Yes, you're correct. Do you know much, Tetra? Do you know much about Haeckel and his work and the other drawings he's done? If you could type that in the chat, okay. Haeckel was charged by five professors. No, he wasn't. That's a lie. Haeckel went to court. Haeckel did go to court. This lie is based on a misunderstanding of a German court case, which I have a copy of. And yes, I've looked it up. Haeckel made some comments about a former colleague. The colleague sued him for slander. Haeckel countersued the colleague. They went to court. That's what the law. That's the only lawsuit Haeckel was ever involved in. If I remember correctly, the resolution of the case was that the court found for both of them, but I think Haeckel ended up having to pay more. But it was a minor situation. It was a dispute between two former colleagues where Haeckel had said something to. I don't remember exactly. I do have it in my notes. But basically, there's something to the effect, this guy screwed up. He didn't know what he was doing, something like that. So the guy sued him for slander. Haeckel was never, ever, ever taken to court, and you would have to find for me the original material that proves this. You can't go by somebody's book where he is copied, because I've traced this down through these
the fraud
creationist books.
Ask him what the fraud is. I want to know what the fraud was.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Tetra, you're just copying and pasting. I want to know what you know about this topic. I want to know what you know, what you're saying about this, because this is one of the most parroted misinformation around there that was started by Hope a long time ago. Is that CRISPR? No, you're making a lot of noise.
Yeah.
But this was something that was brought up by Ken Hovind many moons ago, and it's complete bullshit. Because one thing for sure, Haeckel's drawing didn't even have to do with evolution; it had to do with recapitulation theory, which is ontology follows phylogeny. Do you know what that means, Tetra?
Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny.
Same thing. Whatever. Shut up. Okay.
Well,
yeah.
I would also like to point.
Go ahead.
Okay, I would also like to point out that what he was doing was he was studying embryological development. And after studying embryological development, he came up with that theory.
Correct. So can Tetra tell us what that meant? You know, what is ontology recapitulation phylogeny?
Ontogeny.
Ontogeny.
I know, it's one of those words.
I know the word. Ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. Okay, I can do it. I'm sober, but so I'm getting a little excited here because when I see stuff like this, it's just like, okay, if you're gonna throw this out there, you better well be able to understand it, especially because when you have Jade in here, she knows this inside and out.
And I have all the data. I don't have all of it on this computer, but I will be able to be on that computer shortly.
Well, he just said, but once the point of your question, grandstanding, yeah, Tetra, the point is that, if you're going to throw these things out there, you really need to understand what you're saying, because what you're promoting is misinformation. Again, he was never convicted of anything. The fraud, you don't even know what the fraud was, and you don't even know what it had to do with. It has to do with recapitulation theory, not even evolutionary theory, for embryonic development. Okay, it was basically, like I said, ontology recapitulates phylogeny, which was thought that if you look at the embryonic development of things, it will actually go through its stage. Ontogeny. God, you guys are killing me here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just doing that to be a prick, but
yeah, you're so good at that, being a prick. Yeah. That's
nice. But I would be happy to explain to you what really happened if you want.
Oh, wait.
I know, but I'm just saying, when you're ready, I'd be happy to.
Wait, no, listen. True empiricism. I just got my friend here, Mark, just said True is calling Steve a liar in Neffy's room now. Oh, isn't that sweet? I'm a liar now. What did I? Can anybody tell me what the hell I lied about? I'm just a bad man.
Yeah.
What have I lied about?
The fraud was he misrepresented the embryos used in the drawing. Not entirely correct. First of all, there was more than one edition of his book, and in the very first edition of his book, the drawings were rather crude, and those are actually, to be clear, those aren't even the illustrations that are usually used. In most creationist websites, and I've tracked this down, including a number of creationist books, they don't even use Haeckel's drawings. They use Romer's copies of Haeckel's drawing. A man named Romer wrote his own book, and he redrew all of Haeckel's drawings, because you didn't have Xerox back then. So he redrew all of Haeckel's drawings from Haeckel's first edition, and those are even cruder than Haeckel's drawings. Those are the ones that creationists almost always use. I've gotten so that I can look at them and recognize the difference between Romer's and Haeckel's. Okay, so when Haeckel came out with his first edition, a lot of scientists criticized him for his drawings. They said, yeah, right, that's really bad. Well, Haeckel said, well, you know, I'm just trying to give you a basic, you know, a basic sketch of the important stuff. It's an illustration. It's not meant to be an exact duplication of what I'm seeing. However, he later put out a book, another edition, in which his drawings are much, much better. You don't ever see creationists referencing those drawings. However, if you look on Google Books, because Google Books is nice enough to have you know, photocopied all of these, you can find Haeckel's books, both the original one, the first edition, and other editions, and you can see the difference in the drawings. As a matter of fact, I have a video that's going to be coming up as soon as I get my computer fixed. I'm going to show you the differences between Haeckel's first, Haeckel's later drawings, and Romer's drawings. And
can I interject here for
sure.
a second? All right. Somebody says, okay, Mark says, Steve said he was a practicing Jew when he first introduced himself. I did?
No, you didn't.
What the fuck did I ever say I was a practicing Jew? I said my mom was Jewish.
Practicing.
Yeah.
You might be practicing.
Okay, can I?
What the fuck?
Okay.
No, Mark
Can I?
Hang on, Trim Pierce is saying this in Neffy's room, I take it.
Yeah.
And Jay, I just wanted to say, you know, of course, what they use in most textbooks, though, anymore is they just use actual micrographs.
Right.
So.
But a lot of textbooks do have Haeckel's drawings in them, but they have them as an example.
Next to micrographs.
Right. They show the drawings and they show this is. But I'd also like to point out, here's basically what Haeckel was saying, and I actually have an example. Freddie, if you don't get out of there, you're going to be in real trouble right now, buddy boy. What Haeckel was basically saying is these are just representations, and he's illustrating things, and he did deliberately exaggerate certain things so we could see them. But I'd like to point out that if you look at most diagrams or picture, you know, of the human body, let's say you look at the you know, the internal organs of a person. Do our organs really look like that? No. These are diagrams that show the liver in a perfect shape and the pancreas in a perfect shape. And the example that I'm actually using in the video is the old Visible Man and the Visible Woman. I don't know if you're familiar with those, but they used to be these models that were clear, and I loved them. I had them as a kid. And you could take the breast off, the breast and the ribs off, and it had all the organs in there. And you could pull out all the organs out, and then you could put them back so that you knew what they looked like. But if you look at a lot of diagrams of human organs, you know, all humans don't look like that inside. These are representations. Just like if we look at a diagram of a cell. Cells are actually pretty messy. But if you look at a diagram of a cell, you'll see a nice, neat mitochondria. You'll see a nice, neat nucleus. You'll see the nice, well-defined Golgi bodies.
Sorry,
these are.
Tetra, what was he charged for? I think he's saying the same thing again.
Yeah. He was charged. No.
That is not true.
No, he was not charged with fraud ever, ever, ever. He was charged with slander. That's it. And it was, you know, as I said, he said some things about a colleague, a former colleague. That's all there was to it. There is no evidence, and I spent hours tracking this down. Even in German, by the way. My German is really, really bad, and so I would kind of get the gist of things and then go to Google Translate. Yes, I know it's not perfect, but you still... No, he is never, ever, 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 ever charged with fraud. He was charged with slander, and he did go to court for the slander. That's the only case that he's ever been charged for.
He was accused of being a bad artist. But
yeah, but he was accused. But if you've ever seen Haeckel's drawings, have you ever seen his diatoms?
Pretty good.
He's a brilliant, and that's just it. He did really, really brilliant work. So that's one of the reasons.
No,
Well, it's not.
Ramon Cavallo, but I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, it's beautiful work. You've seen his his work. It's absolutely beautiful.
Now there's somebody I'd like prints of, but I don't know if you know who Ramon Cavallo is, but the neurons.
Yeah.
Oh, that's I can't believe he did that by just freehand.
Mm-hmm. But Heiko was a great draftsman, and which is why when he came out with his first edition, all these other scientists were like, "What? Come on, you're better than that." And of course, you also have to realize that given the microscope he had at the time, the lighting he had available at the time, because believe me, if you've ever looked under a microscope, and we're talking about, your just basic light microscope here, your lighting and your mirror are very important. Of course, they could make pretty good mirrors back then, so that's not a problem. But to get a really good light source and they made good lenses then too, but you're still not dealing with the kind of a microscope that has the resolution that we have today or the magnification he has today. And it's much easier looking at something like a diatom, which sort of well, if you know what a diatom is, you'll know it's kind of easier to see like the outlines and the bits and pieces and stuff than to look at a human embryo. And yeah, his first ones were crude, and he got crap for it. So he improved them on the next one. But even then, if you looked at that bat embryo, and in his later one, it's beautiful. But yes, he did exaggerate stuff, and some of his exaggeration was deliberate because he was trying to show the points he wanted to show, which is, again, is common with illustrations. I want to illustrate this part, so I'm going to exaggerate its outlines a little bit. And that's, again, is very common. So what? It was not fraud at all. At the time his book came out, people understood exactly what he was doing, and he himself even said, well, they're diagrams, for goodness sakes. What do you want?
Yeah, and what is it?
Paraphrasing.
What did it have to do with evolutionary theory, though?
Well,
people say that his drawings were a fraud of evolutionary biology. It's like, well, really, what did it really have to do with evolution?
Well, we do define historically, before we had genetics, the way we did classification was by morphology, physiology, and embryology. Okay, and morphology includes everything down to the cellular level, which is something Tommy didn't seem to get. We're trying to talk about the eukaryotic cell being a morphological thing. And also our physiology, how our bodies, everything works. But also our embryology, like how we develop. And this is one of the things that he noticed. He didn't quite understand it, but he noticed, for example, a lot of mammalian embryos develop in the same way. Actually, a lot of embryos develop in the same way. You know that we're split into the two different groups as to what forms first. And I can't think of the names right now.
Protostome,
but
deuterostome.
Thank you, protostomes and deuterostomes. So we're split into those two groups right away by what? Our embryology. And so a lot of things that help differentiate us go from our embryology, including things like we can watch the gill slits develop, which are really more correctly called pharyngeal pouches. There's another name, pharyngeal something other. But they used to be called gill slits because in fish they developed into gills.
They're still called pharyngeal gill slits.
Well, call them gill slits is really inappropriate because it leads to misunderstandings. They're generally
they're called. I call them that because that's what the hell they're called, and they lead to misunderstandings. Somebody doesn't understand it. They're called pharyngeal pouches or pharyngeal gill slits.
Well, they're generally called nowadays pharyngeal pouches, but even if you call them gill slits, they really aren't gills, and in us they have nothing to do with gills. But in fish, those same structures, those pharyngeal pouches, turn into gills. In us, they turn into other things, including I think the hyoid bone. I forget what all they turn into, but they turn into other structures. But nevertheless, we have those same structures. And they develop from the same tissues, and that's the point some people don't understand. They go, well, they just look alike. They aren't the same. No. You have to understand the pharyngeal gill slit, gill pouches, whatever you want to call them, gill slits, whatever you want to call them, develop from the very same structures in both fish, amphibians, reptiles, and mammals. They develop from the very same structures that came before them. We can follow all the development of all the embryos from the very beginning. So that's why we see the relatedness between all these animals, because these gill slits develop. If mammalian gill slits came from completely different structures, then That would be different. But they don't. They come from the same structures. But at that point, they then develop to different things.
Hang on, let me interject here. Two things. One, real quick. Just to stay on this topic for a second, did you ever hear the person that was arguing one time with me that, quote, pharyngeal pouches were disproven because he didn't understand the argument? He didn't even understand the younger creationist crap argument about the whole thing. So he just said outright that the whole thing was disproven. It's like, no, nobody. That's not even the right argument. And it's so funny because what's his name's in here? Tetra is basically saying, he's giving you evidence of fraud. Yet you just explained to him nothing had to do with fraud. The other thing is in the side chat here. What's going on here, guys? 6 people are watching Neff's hang. Pretty amazing since he has 7,000 subscribers. You got Neff to say True doesn't understand 8th grade science. Nice work, Steve. Neff just Neff just criticized you, Steve, because you said TE does not understand 8th grade science. I think he is saying you are scared. Yes, I am. I'm very scared of these people because I have no self-esteem and I never graduated 1st grade and nobody likes me and I only do this because I have no friends. No.
Dude, I know. Okay, so anyway, to Tetra, there are not a lot of frauds, and there may be some misrepresentations in evolution, but they're usually due to incomplete data or a misunderstanding of the data. For example, I found in a book once that at one time crocodilians were classified with lizards, and so that was just a misunderstanding. That was a way they were looking at things at that time. That was not common, by the way. This was an outlier book. I was kind of lucky to find it because everything else had lizards and snakes and crocodilians, correct. Even early on, they knew that snakes and lizards were closely related, even though snakes don't have any legs. Although there are some lizards that don't have any legs too. But so there aren't. The only true fraud that I am aware of in all of the history of studying evolution is Piltdown Man. That's the only true fraud. And as far as evolution, well, just hang on a second. You can say, he says, how is evolution possible if most mutations are deleterious? We dealt with that before. No, most mutations are neutral. They are not deleterious.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd also like to point out a lot of times beneficial versus detrimental is completely relative.
Hello, guys.
Hey, Odin, one second. So I guess True and Pearson's hanging out with Nephew. They're like buddy watching this hangout. This hangout's pretty well over. I mean, we're just kind of like on the tail end of it, so I don't know what they're going to get out of it.
Wait, are you serious? Is True watching this?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm just reading my side chat, and they're all saying that I'm a liar now. That somehow I was portraying myself to be some active Jew. I came into the community.
You've never said that.
I don't know. I'm just telling you what's being read. I don't know.
Did you catch my interaction with True earlier today?
No.
I was in his hangout. Apparently, according to him, science is not based upon the principle of trying to build a scientific consensus.
So what the hell is it supposed to be?
I don't know.
Okay, guys, can I?
Let the poor guy speak. Yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I watch all of you guys' your hangouts. I watch Neff's hangouts. I watch True's hangouts. A bunch of you guys. Now, I like debate and I like to see both sides of every argument, right? Now, I was in a discussion with them earlier, and it hit me that, okay, all you guys are knowledgeable about these things, especially you, Steve, right?
Especially Jade. And
even Jade. Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're way more knowledgeable than me, but thank you.
Okay. And for the sake of just pointing it out, I'm a fucking idiot for the most part.
We keep him around. He's like the clown that we keep around because he's funny.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. He's smart. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I suggested to them was that you guys actually have a structured debate, as in there are rules. It will be had on a neutral channel. It will have a moderator, right? And each of you guys will get your time to talk.
Let me tell you why that's not going to happen, Odin. Okay.
Can I finish?
Well, yeah, you can finish, but I can tell you why I'm not going to do it.
Let him finish. Okay, let him finish, because we know. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Please.
so what I was suggesting was that instead of having, I guess, word of mouth type thing or rules or anything like that, I would actually create a document and I will present it to both of you guys. And if you guys agree to the rules and the structure of the debate, then you guys can move on to setting a date and even the topic of the debate. But but everything would be neutral. Now, yes, there would be a crossfire aspect, right? But it'll also, if you guys want to do that, it can be a team debate where you and Jade, for example, can go up against both of them. Because to me, what matters to me is not whether or not a person is being intellectually honest or what's true. It comes back down to the arguments and the evidence presented. So the idea is to have each people on each side would compile their evidence, right, to back up their claims or their arguments, right? And since it'll be through Hangouts, if you are making a claim or something like that, you would use your screen. You pull up your document or video and use your screen share, right? And then you can use that to justify your arguments. Now, I suggested this because I learn a lot. I'm the type of guy I like to learn a lot, and I like to see debate. I believe debate leads to understanding of some sort, right? And I believe you guys are growing up to be able to do this. We're all adults here. We can organize a simple debate and have an intellectual conversation or debate about these very important topics.
Let me address it if I can. And
right.
Jade and CRISPR, they're more than welcome to do that. I will absolutely never debate either one of them for a couple different reasons. One, I've only done one debate, and that was because I respected the person. I liked him, and I won it hands down, like 100% win. Okay, that was on Does Macroevolution Exist? I conclusively demonstrated that macroevolution does exist. It still has a very high watch count. People watch this video all the time. It's called Steve McRae Debates Wayne Fillmore. Does evolution exist? Literally nobody said that I've lost, except for one idiot, but that doesn't count. It's a long story between him and I. But anyways, Nephilim Free and True are absolutely the two most dishonest people I know in this great debate community. Whenever I've been in their chat rooms, I've never had a single second of fair time. They've either muted me, booted me, lowered my volume, called me a liar, basically say I have no evidence for anything, when I have hundreds of hours of videos explaining evidence if they want to ever learn about these things, okay? Fiona debated Nephi a while back, and what happened was Nephi left during his closing arguments. They turned off the feed unbeknownst to her, so when she was doing her closing arguments, it wasn't even going out. That's how dishonest these people are. I've also, the one time I broke down, I said, yeah, Neph, you know what, I'll debate you. The only condition I had was that he used scientific sources and he used scientific terminology correctly. He refused to, which means that he's allowed to basically make any definition up he wants. That is not how a debate is done. If you debate science, you talk about science. So no, I will never, ever debate Nephilim Free or True Empiricism. However, hang on one sec. John, I'm going to mute you. Either one of them are more than welcome to come on my channel anytime. They can leave comments on my channel anytime. They can be in my side chat anytime. Do they allow us the same courtesy on their channel? No. They mute us in the side chat. They mute us in their hangouts. They boot us in the hangouts. They lower our volumes. We're not even allowed to post on their videos. These two people are the most dishonest, disreputable, lying individuals I know in the great debate community. I have no respect for them. They're not worthy of debate for me or anybody else that I know. So no, I will not debate them. It's not because I'm scared. It's because they are not worthy of debate.
Okay, so
can I say something too?
Let them address it because I'll watch it if they.
I got a different reason that I wouldn't do an actual formal debate, and that is that I don't think that any of them deserve. I don't think that it really has a good reason to give equal time to between peer-reviewed references that I've got and mental floss and barely understood Wikipedia and some layperson YouTube videos that True would bring. I don't think that's a reasonable, fair debate.
And don't forget they'd also bring stuff from ICR, Answers in Genesis, Creation, whatever it is, Creation Ministries International. I would engage in a written debate only. And one of the reasons I would do that is because they have a tendency, well, nephew especially has a tendency to gish gallop. He'll throw everything at you but the kitchen sink. Even if you try to have, I've seen him in supposedly structured debates, and he throws all this crap out there. And you find yourself going, what on earth are you talking about? Especially when he quotes people. And a rule that I would have for a debate is he can't quote anybody. And he would never, ever do that because he doesn't have arguments himself. He'll say, well, so-and-so said this, and so-and-so said that, and so-and-so said that. And in some cases, the so-and-sos aren't authorities at all. In other cases, the so-and-sos are being quote mined. And in other cases, the so-and-sos are from creationist sources. So, okay. Or they're obscure individuals that, who cares what so-and-so said, or they're from, like 1912. So it just... they're too disingenuous. I would engage in a written debate only because if Nephi did throw all these, because I have looked up a lot of his quotes. So if he did do something like that, I could look it up and I could get back to him. If they threw some nonsense at me, I would have a chance. Because in this kind of a forum right here, you don't have a chance to look up what, the stuff they're throwing at you, and that's what they do.
Okay, so hear me out.
Go ahead.
Right? When you're debating, as I said, what's gonna really matter is it's irrelevant whether they are being honest or intellectually honest or dishonest. All of that is irrelevant. In a debate, what matters and what should matter is the argument and the evidence. Now, if you're gonna quote, obviously you have to post your source, the person who you're quoting, right? Now, yeah, I do get what you're saying, Jay. I definitely, especially when it comes to quoting things, you can't quote someone and not, and quote it out of context or anything along those lines. But in a structured debate, everyone would get their set amount of time, right, to present whatever they want, however they want, in whichever format they want. So this is why I told them that it would be something structured. Everyone would have their time. So whether you think whatever they have to say doesn't make sense or it's garbage is irrelevant. But the point of the debate is that you guys want to educate people, right? You guys want people to know what makes sense from what doesn't make sense. A debate is the perfect platform for that because it's
it really isn't.
It
really isn't. And the thing is it takes a lot less time to dump out a load of bullshit than it does to clean one up.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not much about demonstrate. Just real quick, I haven't said much.
Yeah, go ahead, Wolf.
It's not so much that debating the person disseminates the information accurately. I mean, sure, that is one way of looking at it. It's just as easier to have a discussion about the topic to discern what is factual from what is was incorrectly thought up. What the true empiricisms, the Nephilim freeze of the Google webs actually spouts out over the actual science of evolutionary theory. So I mean, this format is just as easier as trying to show that the other one is full of shit in an actual debate. You just discuss and just speak.
Yeah, and some people, I was going to say, some people might remember my conversation with Eric Hovind, brief as it was, a lot of which was me going no.
He was fractally wrong on so many things.
Right.
And I'm afraid that would probably be there's several things that would happen. First of all, I would just say I'm dismissing all of your quotes because you aren't providing me with the original sources. Original sources, not the source written by somebody else, copied by somebody else. So I would just automatically say, well, I'm dismissing all of your quotes because you haven't given me original sources. I'm going to dismiss anything that is not a scientific paper, the entire paper, not just the abstract. For this, no. As for that, no. As for that, no. As for that, no. Perhaps you should get a basic education in biology. And then, that would be my answer to the question. I'd probably completely pay no attention whatsoever to what either of them was saying, because they don't have anything to bring. I can imagine me doing a debate, listening to them. Go ahead and let them go first, and listen to them go, and then I'd say, okay, now here's the real story, and tell what I said. And then when they decided to question me, I would just say no, original source, paper, actual paper, not this abstract. No, original source paper, no, not the abstract. It wouldn't be, yeah.
Odin, let me ask you something. I'm gonna go on a limb here. Are you a young Earth creationist?
No.
Okay.
I don't believe in a young Earth.
Are you an old Earth creationist?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're like Hugh Ross type.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
No, that's cool. No, I got no issue with those guys. So you do disagree with Neffy on that one, right?
I'm not even sure if Neff's a young Earth creationist or not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect to agree with everything. People are going to have different opinions. But to be honest with you, as I said, because at some point, that's what I believe, and I go with what makes sense to me. But at the end of the day, my thing is that don't just necessarily just do it for you guys or for the sake of necessarily proving them wrong.
Well, it's not a matter of proving them wrong. Here's the thing, Odin. Again, John here wants to debate Neffy. Okay, he's told him he would. Neffy does not want to debate him. Fiona has a challenge out to debate him. He has not answered her yet.
Well,
and I don't know why. And I have a challenge out to him too. He hasn't answered my challenge yet either.
And so does Hogtie. Hogtie also has one.
It's 3 challenges he has out to him that he's ignored all 3 of them.
Okay. Then tell you what.
He has to fulfill those 3, and then maybe somebody like Jade or somebody else who may wants to debate him. But he's never going to get anywhere until those 3 challenges are taken care of.
No. Listen. As long as you guys are willing, at some point, that's fine with me.
Well, I won't. No, I will never debate him. I already said that. They might.
Okay.
Though. I will moderate.
Yeah.
Okay. Because
I'm just gonna say I have to go because Freddie's looking at me like I'm gonna start nibbling on your toes any minute. So I need to go and take care of Freddie. And as I said, I will only debate them if one of them wants to debate. It's going to have to be a written debate, and that's it. I'll debate them in a written debate, but that's it. Anyway, I gotta go.
Using peer review papers.
Yeah. Using actual scientific definitions.
Right.
And using peer reviewed sources and. Yeah. Okay. So
that's why everyone would have time to prepare.
Well, I see, but Odin, I asked him the one time I was going to, which subsequently I revoked that because he wouldn't say yes. He says he will not use scientific sources, and so that's a problem. But if Jade just said she will debate him if he uses scientific sources, and you can let him know that. But he still needs to address Fiona's debate challenge and why he won't debate her on exactly what she said. And he knows the challenge because I gave him the video. I gave him the Johnny JCK the video on my channel about what her conditions were. I have a challenge to him proving that I'm an atheist because I've never said as an atheist to anybody, and he keeps on referring to me as an atheist. I want the evidence for that. Okay. And then Hogtie has a challenge out, but I forget Hogtie's challenge.
Okay, but what I'm proposing is it's just a fresh start.
Nope.
And a more structured start. I mean, as I said,
I don't care.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it, but you know people who might want to do it.
Oh, I can facilitate it, sure. Yeah, but okay. Let's put it this way, Odin.
And I think it'll be best to be on like a neutral channel.
It'd be like Xbox channel or
an actual
slap. No, these are neutral. They would have no problem with these guys. Trust me.
All right, so thank you guys for having me.
No problem. I mean, but can you weigh in real quick what you think about true empiricism, doubling down on the whole DNA thing? I'm curious because you obviously you're familiar with these guys. You've listened to them. You've listened to what we said. Do you think true empiricism is right, or the entire community of scientists around the world is wrong?
I don't know. As I said, if there's anything that I'm willing to admit is that people will always go with what makes more sense to them. And if their views make sense to them, if their beliefs make sense to them, then kudos to them.
Well, he says DNA. He says DNA degrades in water, and that's yeah. I'm just curious because the people that hang around him don't seem to know this either, and that's kind of my point before is I just don't think they're knowledgeable enough to know why he's fractally wrong.
As I said in my hangout with him when I was in his hangout earlier, he claims that science is not about trying to build a consensus.
If I'm gonna talk on that, I would most likely do more research on it before I talk on it because I'm not versed on it and I don't know enough. So until I do that, I can't necessarily answer.
Yeah, True's in the live feed, and I've never blocked True or nothing. He's more than welcome to always come in my hangouts.
I did thank him for the information. I did thank him for the information because he posted the videos, and I rewatched the videos, and I learned a little bit from the videos. So I did thank him for the information.
Do you accept evolutionary theory? I just out of curiosity.
No, I accept maybe small parts of it that causes the variation within species, but
see, I would debate something like you probably, maybe. I mean, if I respect the person. I mean, if they want to have an honest dialogue, I'd rather just have a casual dialogue with somebody like we're doing now. But I mean, did you watch all the evidence we had at the initial portion of this, and just out of curiosity?
No, no, I haven't. Not yet. I watch. As I said, I'm the type of guy. You know, I respect I respect everyone's views, and you know, I like to learn. And I want to learn as much as possible. So obviously I'm going to read as much and try to learn as much from all aspects and from every side. And I will go with the side or the explanation that makes the more sense, that makes the most sense to me.
I mean, there's some reasoning to that. I mean, but like, you know, it's so funny because True's like, you know, calling people cowards, yet True is the person literally that if you go into his hangout, just basically talks over you, lowers your volume, mutes you, boots you, has no respect whatsoever, and yet this channel here, my channel, is probably one of the most fairest open platforms there is right now. Even more probably open than Nadia's in some ways, because I mean, I want people to be able to carry on a good scientific discussion, and we have very scientifically minded people that come in here, and all of them, Christian, Buddhist, Baptist, Pantheonist, Taoist, Celtic, whatever, all disagree with him. Basically, he has nobody that knows basic chemistry that agrees with him, and that's telling. I mean, the guy is just practically wrong.
Okay, so at the end of the day, you know, as I said, for me, me, and I'm sure probably, you know, quite a few people, I would like to see a more structured debate, and
What's the topic? I'll ask around. What's the topic? Because Jade said she will, and I'm sure and I'm sure General probably would too. But what do they want? What does he want to have a topic on? I'll make it happen.
I think they wanted to go with evolution versus intelligent design.
Joe Son. Well, he already debated Joe Sonstein, so I don't think he would do that again. But Joe Sonstein's arguments still were pretty good on that.
So what I'm gonna do. And yes, I heard you, but I'm going to be a little bit stubborn. I'm going to see if I can draft up the document with the rules and the structure, and I'll still show it to you, and you can, you know, hopefully you can hand it out or share it with a couple of people who you think
I'd be happy to.
Interested.
Yeah, no, I like listening to debates. I think they're pointless because certain things are just not debatable. ID is not even in a stage where it's debatable yet. You have to get what a true debate is when you have two different positions that are trying to be sussed out which one is more correct. And a true debate is something where you have actual experts trying to figure out which is the correct way, which is the correct model. This internet debate shit about evolution versus creationism or evolution against intelligent design is not a true debate. There is no debate. There are the people that have no idea what the hell they're talking about, and they're just promoting this misinformation like the creationists or these intelligent design advocates that have nothing but the same old rhetoric we've heard a million times and don't understand it's a fallacy after fallacy after fallacy. So I don't think it's worth a debate. There you go, Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Sunshine?
Hey.
I had no idea what was going on. I'm content to listen.
You never do. O'Shea just pops into our hangouts and just goes, I have no idea what the fuck you guys are talking about, but hey, I want to say hi.
Odin,
No. I was actually watching outside. I know you guys are talking about
Yeah, so
ID and all that jazz.
Odin, what's your argument for intelligent design now?
What's the argument?
Do you have one?
Huh? If I have an argument?
I'll listen. You got
Listen. First off, like
what is it?
What
is your argument? That's my question.
Okay, right now I'm not here to really debate or talk about any of that stuff. What I came to relay to you guys is, the possibility of actually having a good structured debate on these things. Yes, I'll join your hangouts and I'll divulge more into my views, right, and why that's the case for me and why I think it's correct. Eventually, I'll do that. Okay. But for now, I just wanted to, spread the word, basically.
I got you. Yeah, type it up, send it to me. I will get it out to people. I will be happy to do that for you. Is that cool?
All right, cool. Thank you.
And I would love to have you in our hangouts. Anytime you want to talk about intelligent design, it's not an area that I'm well versed on. I know enough, but I can hold my own because I just I don't see their arguments very well. So.
Okay. I mean, maybe. Okay. Yeah, that's good. So it's a pleasure to meet you guys.
All right, let them know that's the response. Let them know that John will debate them, Jade will debate them, and Nephew needs to get back to myself and Nephew on our challenges because I will keep reminding him till he does.
All right. Thank you very much for listening.
Appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
You got it, buddy. Okay. Anyways, I'm probably going to be ending it with that. I don't think anybody else wants to come in. I don't know what True's doing, and I don't know what he would even argue. He's so done, it's ridiculous at this point. What do you got there, man? Is that Joe? Is that Joe that popped in here?
You're about to end it. So
oh, Joe came in.
Oh, yeah. As soon as Joe and I show up,
I'll wait.
That's what it is.
I'll wait.
No, we get it. We get it. We understand.
I just mentioned Joe's name with great appreciation, and I said Joe has this argument for against intelligent design, and why would True want to debate him again?
We know that you don't really like us.
Well, just you. I kind of do actually like Joe.
Okay. Well, fair enough.
I'm very likable, except for
he is. He's got that smile. He's got those cheeks. You just want to like.
That's because Joe is a suck up.
I am. I want everyone to like me too. No, it's the infectious laugh. That's what gets people. Have an infectious laugh.
You do. When you start laughing, I crack up, man.
Yeah.
I lose my shit. The question of the day, though, Joe, is I don't think I've asked you yet. DNA, does it degrade in water? Yes or no?
Your mom degrades in water.
We learned that it has a half-life. So eventually.
Which bond? Well, the bonds have a half-life, but so what?
That's right. You're right.
Phosphodiester bond has a half-life of 31 million years. So what? That's not degrade. It's not gonna,
ultimately, no. That's the freaking. I don't even understand.
Don't understand, man. Don't worry.
I don't understand. What happens if this argument? What does it show to him? Isn't it already in some sort of solution?
Yes.
So. I mean, this is what I asked in the hangout. Like, you crack the egg of the nucleus, and you have DNA like spill out. It's already in the solution. What's the solution gonna do? It just shows.
It'll solve problems.
He's just woefully confused. I mean, so confused. And we sat here and we explained it. We explained what happens to the hydrogen ion. We explained what happens when the bonds break in hydrolysis, which he says. Oh, well, it breaks by water, but that's not hydrolysis. What the hell do you think hydrolysis means?
Yeah, wait a minute. But what happens if he's right?
I will suck his dick.
No, well, besides that,
that's a good start.
That doesn't tell us anything.
That's a good start.
He'd suck his dick anyways. No, what happens if he's right? It actually does. What does this do for intelligent design? What does this do?
No, man, like that. Like a good. That's only like a good proposition there. I mean, if he's right, that's he's pretty much blown there.
Well, the thing is, if he's right,
I'll explain it. what he's trying to get across in his completely inept way is that he is suggesting that in the primordial way the Earth was, that DNA couldn't exist as a self-replicator because it is too fragile and would have degraded, is what he's saying. And then he also says, well, even if it's RNA, it would have even degraded worse, which is actually kind of true. But he doesn't understand there's pre-RNA things that were self-replicating too. And actually, the actual argument now is the fact that things don't degrade fast enough in those primordial situations because they need the precursors to form the bases again to be recycled. And so the issue is now they're thinking that they have to maybe adjust the model a little bit because they don't degrade fast enough.
Wouldn't it be like a sign of natural selection that stuff that degrade that
Jordan
didn't
Peterson
degrade?
was in the side chat, or was in the live chat.
I know.
He won't come in because I'm in here.
Well, he'd have to unblock me first too.
He won't come in because I'm in here.
No, they were trying to cow me into coming over to Netflix chat by saying that I've lied because they said I was when I first got to the community, which by the way was 4 years ago on YouTube and only a year ago on G+, a little less than a year, that I was somehow a practicing of Judaism, and I was like, when was I practicing Judaism? That's a new one to me.
I've never known you to be a Jew.
I am Jewish, but I don't practice it. My mom's Jewish, remember?
Your mom's Jewish.
Yeah.
If your mother's vagina is Jewish, you're Jewish.
Yeah, I know how it works in the Orthodox thing, but that doesn't mean I practice Judaism. And if I did, so what? But
I mean, are you
lied?
Maybe you're just already really good at it, and you don't have to practice.
Your mere existence,
being Jewish, I'm good at lying and being, it's a Jewish thing, right?
Right. You
don't
just
like
gotta
the boy.
steal money and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, kibitzing on the side, making people not trust each other. Pretty soon everyone starts kvetching, and it's hysteria.
Well, I will
That's
say
what you
thanks. Thanks for giving us Mel Brooks, though.
Oh yeah, that was my people were good at.
He was directly responsible for that.
I did. I mean, Mel was a good friend of mine way back when.
Right.
Thanks for
I've never met him. Actually, I did know Donna Marie's parents really well because I'm also Mormon. So I mean, George and Olive Osmond were actually pretty decent friends of mine.
Wait, you were best friends with the Oz?
Yeah, man, George Osmond was awesome. What happened? He would come down to he had a house in Branson. He would come down to St. George, and he would come into my work all the time. And then he would take me and my girlfriend out for food, and we just kick a beer. And I'm hanging out with motherfucking George Osmond, bitches.
Donnie's my favorite though, because he sings the "We'll Make a Man Out of You" song from Mulan. It's a great song. He's my favorite. Did you hang out with him?
No, I never met Donnie and Marie. But they talked about him a lot. They talked about Marie's dolls and Donnie's feuds with Scott Baio and Leif Garrett and those guys from Team Beat.
Does Scott Baio have his own mayo?
I'm sure he does.
It's a comedian joke. No, hold on. I think
it's a comedian joke.
It's a comedian's joke. It sounds like it's
over your head, but whatever.
A sophisticant.
Not a very relevant one.
It's a sycophant's joke.
I think what it is these guys hate the fact that like Nephi has 7,000 viewers and he has 4 people watching, and I don't have many viewers. I got 30, but I mean the fact that I'm really much more respected in the community than they are. I mean, yeah, there's a few people like them that for some reason think I'm a liar or I'm an idiot, but that's okay. That just means that I'm doing something right. I'm cool with that.
Did you see him?
Nice.
MK unbroadcast me.
I didn't unbroadcast you.
No,
they invited me into Neff's room and then kicked me out as soon as I showed the felines.
They kicked you out.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they've got a full fucking room right now. Holy shit.
Oh, is this the John guy who?
Yeah, this is Bill Ward or Bill
Hurt.
Yeah, Bill Hurt. Yeah. Neffy's got a full room now, really? You didn't have before.
They invited me into a debate, and then as soon as I started, they kicked me out.
Well, you see, the evolutionists, they always want to take over your hangout.
Yeah, damn it. Did they invite you over there though? I mean, like just come in.
I told them I had to have fairness. I wasn't going to be interrupted. And I started making my case, and they said, "Oh, that's not proof for evolution. And let's get rid of him." And they kicked me out.
Exposing evolutionism. Give us with your wait. Exposing evolution with only questions. Evos, come give us your fairy tales and let me ask you something. 12 people watching. And it's got Nephilim, it's got True, it's got that other guy Tetra, Scorpio.
I'm seeing something completely different. I'm seeing a full room from Nephilim Free said exposing evolutionism with question. Evos, come give us your fairy tales.
Yeah, I'm giving you who's in there.
Yeah, there's 10 people in there. It's full.
It's 10. Yeah, it's 10. I'm saying, yeah. I'm telling you the people in there.
You didn't see what you said. Shut up.
Ludic Interface is in there. Antonio. Scorpio is actually.
Ludic is in there?
Yeah,
Isn't there Scorpio? Ludic is in there. Look at that. Little bastard.
Yeah, little bastard.
Bastard hanging out with the Christians right now. Look at that.
He doesn't even have a live
There's
chat.
his hand with the thing in front of it.
How wrong is that? He doesn't even have the live chat going.
Your mom
He doesn't know how to do it, I think.
So yeah, I see the cat thing. So basically, you showed the cats and he kicked you out. Oh, that's great. Show us evidence. You're out of here.
What's the cat thing?
It was 36 different genera of cats from a common ancestor because they don't understand this whole common ancestry thing. It's like, oh yeah, they have common ancestry, but we don't accept common ancestry. It's like you're fucking retarded.
Your mom's fucking retarded.
Oh. Okay, mind if I share with you guys the reason I finally had enough and left True's hangout earlier today?
Sure.
I was arguing with Arcane. He kind of said some stuff about the environment and factors, not in evolution, and I can't remember exactly what, but I asked him, do you not believe then that the environment influences characteristics of a species? And he says yes, but that doesn't mean a snail can turn into Batman.
What the hell's wrong with these people, man?
At that moment, I said you've gone dumber than True Crocoduck and just left.
Arcade and I were getting along really well tonight. It's because of
Well,
I guess he's
Arcane,
taking his drugs or something.
Arcane was asking General Han Solo a bunch of questions in True's hangout, and so was G-Man, and they never let him answer a fucking question.
I saw
the
that.
entire time. He got like maybe one time he was able to get something out, and other times they were just asking him questions, and he's like, okay, can I answer that? Let me answer that one, then I'll answer the next one, and they wouldn't let him do it. I'm like, General, you know what you're going into when you go into these fucking rooms. They don't allow you to answer any fucking question.
So, Steve, what did you eat for dinner tonight?
I forget.
Where are you going to go for your next anniversary dinner?
You eat dinner?
Actually, you know what? I'll yeah. Anyways, I had pasta.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're not all quiet.
See, I can't interrupt you even when I'm trying as good as Nephilim can when he. So.
You see, the evolutionists, what they want to do is they want to say that, oh, it's bukkake, you can't show that on YouTube. Well, no, it's not. I have to kind of come up with a statement, a good chunk, and then I can work on my impression of it.
Chunks and bukkake, let me tell you what.
Shane wants to subscribe to Jade. Her name is Jane West, and you can find it off that. But
she's cool. She came in and tried to argue against what's it called, Fodor's argument, on the level of Fodor's argument. Oh, we were talking crap on you, Steve. I feel bad because you said you're saying good things about me. We were talking crap on you, and I'm going to say good.
What possibly would you be? What you would say negative towards me because you do it all the time?
Well, I said
I'm so nice to you, Joe. I'm always fucking nice to you. I've never said a negative fucking thing, and you stab me in the back every time. What'd you do this
I want to
time?
see you go into that room.
Hell no. What'd you say to
kicked? Oh, just like how people don't know Fodor's argument.
His argument's about coexistential properties. What about it?
But the thing is, the answers that are given, it sounds like people are conceding that, yeah, natural selection has no explanatory power. And so when Justin first ran it, like Hogtie, you, and one other person were like, I guess we can't, like, it was brutal. And
it just goes whether natural selection is a more of an umbrella term or not. That's all you use it by.
It has no explanatory power? What do you mean?
Because you can't differentiate between the coextensive properties, which one is being selected for. But of course, Joe disses me all the fucking time and just, fuck Steve, right, Joe? Yeah, buddy.
you can start yelling at me too, Darwin.
Dude, I swear to God, I'm gonna go down to Long Beach one of these days, and I'm gonna take you to a bar, and I'm gonna get you so shit-faced drunk, and I'm gonna hook you up with a transvestite, and he's gonna fuck the shit out of you, and you're gonna like it. I'm just telling you. That's my goal.
Steve knows all the transvestites.
Well, no, the transvestite's gonna be me, just for Joe. God damn, Joe! I swear, dude.
But Steve's running another life that we don't know about. All right.
What'd I do?
You're just so mean to me sometimes.
It wasn't just you. We lumped in Hogtie.
Hogtie understood the argument.
Well, no, it's not that you guys didn't. Maybe you guys didn't understand the implications of the concession. It sounded like you guys were making at least.
Well, maybe when we first heard it, because I gotta admit, whoever we heard it from initially, I think it was Shamos. He didn't. He didn't explain it very well, but just Shamos would expect.
And Justin knows how to. He's a good debater too, but he knows the argument. He ran it a lot of times, and he was smart enough. If you really want to piss off someone with this argument, the thing you mentioned is, it seems like the answer that most people give is just to stomp their foot and say, well, it still has explanatory power anyways. But it seems like the person who's affirming that natural selection is a powerful mechanism in evolutionary theory wants to have a better argument for why it has explanatory power than just to stomp your foot and say, hey, I don't see the relevance of this argument. And that kind of preempts a lot of stuff because you get yelled at when you run this argument.
I'm a pragmatist, so it doesn't really matter that much to me. I understand the argument, but I just don't think it's that important. And plus, like I said, if you just make natural selection a wide berth, it kind of makes the argument kind of go away. But he's not he's not arguing against natural selection. That's the biggest problem that Shamos made. He thought Porter was actually saying, well, natural selection is wrong. That's not what he was saying at all.
He's saying it's empty. It has no explanatory power. And there's an answer to what you said, spreading it out. Vodor would say, you're just using other models that have explanatory power. You're not using... No one likes this argument.
Yes, I don't. Yeah, I told you I don't. Don't think I don't understand it. Doesn't mean I like it. If I understand it, I just don't like it. It's stupid.
It's like precept, though. That's why I think it's important people know it, because precept, it's like, what are you talking about? Sure, we can know why. What do you mean I can't use logic? Why'd you take logic away from me?
Why'd you take what? Law of identity is not basic? What?
Yeah, like people don't know that people don't, or like they're thrown off by it. And so I think that, I mean, yeah, you could talk about whether or not DNA degrades in water, but like DNA didn't exist until like well after shit was evolving.
Well, the problem with the whole DNA dissolves in water, Joe, is it wasn't just that. It was 12 things after he said later on that was just as wrong. It was true. I don't know what planet True thinks he's living on, where he thinks he knows what the hell he's talking about when he has every goddamn person telling him he's wrong. Not just a handful, everyone. This is chemistry.
So you're saying DNA doesn't dissolve in water?
No, it does. No, DNA does dissolve in water. It doesn't degrade.
I'm fucking with you.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, Thomas, I was gonna say something's wrong. How high are you today?
I've watched your hangouts, gone away for like 3 hours, come back, and it's Fiona saying, the same thing 3 hours earlier.
Yeah, they have a tendency to kind of reiterate the same things. I try to move it along, and God bless Jade's heart, she can go on for like a half hour just on one topic. It's just like, let's move it along.
I don't mind. It gives me something to watch while I'm at work. But you know,
that's why I do these. I do these just so you can watch something at work.
then you gotta up the content a little bit. This is like I don't know. This is like Arrow season 3 or current season right now. It's getting a little weak.
It's lost season 4.
Yeah, that's what it's like.
This
Hey,
is like
Steve?
the third.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Sure, because this hangout went to shit real fast. Now that we let
Okay,
everybody.
like I said, I was putting together a transitional fossil series coming out of the Cambrian from the arthropods and the cephalopods leading up to thousands of species today. And one thing they don't know is those cephalopods all have blue blood. They have a different type of blood than we do. So if they ask me to prove it, I'm going to say, well, they all have the blue blood lineage leading all the way out. So it's one thing they don't know. There's different species with different color blood.
Well, our blood. What do you mean? Our blood is blue too.
Yeah, it's only when
well,
it's exposed.
this is a different thing. Yeah, I'll try to find it.
I know what you mean, but but a lot of people don't realize that human blood is blue. It's only red when it's oxygenated. But
yeah, this is a different type of blood.
Wait a minute. You know that's.
Joe, shut up.
What's up?
Yeah, that's not true at all.
Yeah, well, once we let Joe into our hangout, everything just goes to shit. I'm telling you.
I mean,
facts and science fucking get in the way of everything.
I mean, arguing. I mean, in terms of like
by the way,
making the content.
Steve.
Yes, Ocean.
I want to mention I've been listening to the Nephilim hangout, which has significantly less people in it now. So if you want to go invade,
no,
no.
Yeah,
we can cuddle too. Anyway,
now you just getting me turned on. Go ahead.
I know. It's part of that arousal thing. Also,
Going back to the whole like making the content better, I think it's best not to focus on making sure the dumbass is informed on it rather than the audience is.
What are they talking about?
Well, they're talking about.
I was talking about Tommy, rather than learn about like the content, making sure the audience.
Tommy hit Lyrical's wall. Okay, I mean, once he hits Lyrical's wall, he's done.
I mean, I think Lyrical, even Lyrical. I mean, Lyrical might be a little loopy, but at least she understands, like, science on some basic level.
Lyrical has coined. I kind of helped her coin it, but Lyrical coins this wall that creationists have that once they reach this point where their brains are started to kick into gear and they're actually having to look at the data, they just completely shut down. It's like, and they're just like this brick wall they're looking at, and that's all they can focus on. They can never make it past that brick wall because their brains are just in overload. It's like a mental block. But anyways, what are they talking about in there?
Mentioning that they said that you thought that Nephilim disagrees with true empiricism about water dissolving.
I have no idea whether he agrees with them or not. He never mentioned to me whether he agrees with them or not.
Okay.
So what
true
does
empiricism is saying that you're spreading that around or something like that, and Nephilim's like, I agree with you. I don't know why he would be doing that.
No, I asked him in a post the other day. I said, "What say you, Nephilim?" And I asked Nephilim and G-Men. I'm like, "What do you say about this?" I got to ask.
Say you.
I asked G-Man today, and G-Man said, "I have no fucking idea. He doesn't know." And then I haven't gotten to ask Nephilim.
Fiona say
about what?
Whether or not water dissolves DNA. Like,
what
is
the hell
this
do you mean? What you say?
What? Like, I don't know.
Fiona for the last 4 months have been explaining to them that it dissolves in water, but it doesn't degrade. Don't you watch my hangouts?
It dissolves, but it doesn't degrade.
Yes.
I guess they don't care about the difference between the two.
There's a huge difference between the two, and I asked True the other day, and he said they're the same thing, and they're not. When DNA dissolves in water, it just means that it goes into solution, and there's a hydrogen ion produced from the hydroxyl group onto the phosphate group. He's saying that it actually starts breaking bonds. We're gonna have a song like that. Bouncing balls and breaking bonds.
I mean, never mind that water is like a part of the art chemistry of life on Earth. That's okay. Pretty much basic.
Anyways, it doesn't break bonds because spontaneous hydrolyzation only occurs once every 10 to the 30 million years. Okay, I mean it's like 31 million years on the phosphorodiester bond. But anyways, he actually saw this video, and he promoted this video saying that it proved him right. Well, Rational Mind wrote to the guy that made the video. He's a PhD student at MIT. And he said, no, your friend is completely wrong, referring to True. He's like, they do not break down the covalent bonds. DNA does not degrade in water. And now True is saying, well, I think you misunderstood my argument. Well no, we didn't. And the guy that you said, his video said you're right, is saying that you are absolutely wrong. So, I don't know. But no, I have no idea what True... But see, this is how people lie. I have no idea what the fuck Nephilim Free said about it. I haven't talked to Nephilim Free about it at all, and I haven't even heard from him in a couple days. But why would I tell people what Nephilim Free's thought about it? I have no idea. I want to know what Nephilim Free. So now you're saying Nephilim Free does agree with him that he thinks DNA degrades in water?
I don't think. I think that true empiricism should come in here.
Well, I guess Atheist Brony's not in here anymore.
I want to know, does Nephilim Free think I mean, if this is the
Go in there and find out. I'll go in there with you.
I'm not going to go and ask it.
No,
I will rub your belly on Cam.
Ocean will hold your hand.
I will never.
I will hold your hand.
I know. I will never go into their rooms. It's
Why?
He'll gently stroke it. So
Why won't you go into? I go into their room.
Because they will never give me a chance to talk, and all they do is mute, and it's not worth my time. I've already told them.
I've been booted from Nephilim Free once. You just have to be able to talk diplomatically.
Well,
like every other time I've been in there, I've been able to leave on my own accord.
Well, lucky
you. But you're half crazy though, so you know.
Yeah, they really respect that crazy.
They're afraid of the power of Thor.
Yeah, I might strike them with lightning.
So, I mean, well, have you heard of Nephilim Free say?
Honestly, being a pagan is sometimes worse.
I can listen to the Hang On Later.
Well, that's in their story too, but you know that's beside the point.
So we're basically finding out now that not only True Empiricism doesn't understand basic fucking shit, Nephilim Free doesn't understand basic shit, but we already knew that.
I think they were saying breakdown in water. I don't know.
Breakdown is that means
degrade.
To degrade. Right. Yes, and I asked True specifically, are you saying that dissolve and degrade are the same thing? And he said yes, they're the same thing. Lyrical, he was there, and she even saw him say it's the same thing because she said, she said, I think he understands the difference. I said, no, he doesn't. I'll ask him. And I said, True, are you saying that dissolve and degrade are the same thing? And he's like, yes, they're the same thing. No, they're not.
Your mom's the same thing.
Therefore, evolution.
I degrade your mom.
Therefore, young Earth creationism is false. Hey, Logic. Hey, buddy, in the side chat there.
Oh, look, is Logic in the...
Yeah, get your ass in here. I don't give a shit if you know about DNA. Get your happy ass in here, bitch.
You're happy.
I'll tell him in the side chat that I don't either.
So two of the dumbest people in the community are basically telling people with PhDs they're wrong. Not you, the other two dumbest people. Sorry, I forgot you and Joe were in here.
I'm pretty stupid.
Joe, you don't think?
I'll admit I'm pretty close to dumbest.
You don't think True ever debates you again, Joe?
He let me into his room, but Rancam, that guy is.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, Rancam will fucking dominate.
Yeah.
He
thinks he's the only important person on the planet.
And
if he was gay, he would be a power top.
He
power bottom.
Immediately, I'm like, oh, he's one of those
guys. He did serve time. He did serve time. So
he's one of those guys who gets really pissy if you interrupt him. Not like Wolf at all. Sorry, Wolf.
I argued with that piece of shit one time. He admitted on cam that he takes piss therapy.
Wait, what?
Piss therapy?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Well, first elaborate. What is that?
I've never heard of piss therapy.
It's basically you take urine in through your sinuses and it gives you a sense of energy.
What? Like, does it have to be a certain kind of piss? Does certain piss have different effects?
That's fake.
No, it's not.
I've asked this before. What type of weed are you smoking today, Wolf?
No.
Hey, I got the idea from him. He stated this, and he actually believes this.
No wonder he's so pissed off all the time.
Junkies
Is there
has
a medical name of it?
Ask the guy.
guys. This is a real thing. It's stupid. I mean, people actually do this stupid shit.
Yeah. It's retarded, but he does it. You know.
Yeah. Junkies
Rand's bastard like that.
Where does he inject? Does
No.
he what?
It's a little nozzle thing, and you
Up the nose.
you pour fermented piss in it, and then you drain it through your nostril, and basically you clear out your sinuses, and then it's the most disgusting crap shit I've ever seen. When people think this actually does something.
Why that? Why not just
disgusting that you think your mom does
Somebody
something.
was drunk one day and said, "Let's stick urine up my nose," and people said, "I think that's a good idea."
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, when you're stuck in prison for a long time, you do some weird shit. What can I say?
I thought people just did that with warm water.
Well, that's different. Yeah, saline. You're supposed to do it with saline, especially if you're cold, or like my daughter had a nasal infection the other day and had to do something similar. But hey, Sam, why don't you go to Nephilim Free's hangout right now and ask him
The pity party.
Yeah, he says. I guess he says I'm saying that Nephilim Free agrees with True. I have no idea. He never answered me, but now I'm finding out that he does agree with True. So can I say it now?
So are they watching us right now?
True was for a while.
Hey.
They're watching.
Fuck all of you.
Not at the same time or in sequential order.
The logic channel has shown up.
Why would I? Why would I enter a hangout with?
Well, we know Ocean's watching them.
I mean, it could be funny a little bit. You just gotta make it. You gotta accommodate yourself. Like I go in to take the piss out of them.
Well, why don't you go? Yeah,
I don't know what you do.
I'm gonna go in there and find out.
I just don't.
Go ahead. Just say, hey, nephew, we want to know. So, do you agree with him or not? I certainly never said he agrees with him because I don't know whether he agrees with him. I wanted to. I'd find out. That's why I put him in I tagged him in a fucking G+ thing, and he didn't answer.
No, just go over there and just start talking about music, and just, yeah, don't even talk about religion. Just talk about music.
Just say, I like the Eagles a lot. They're good. Pretty good band. I enjoy them.
Glenn Fry.
I like music.
Joe Walsh
Good.
is funny.
Joe Walsh, man, he's a bitch, man. I love him.
I'll go in with you, Steve.
No, I'm not gonna.
We'll hold your hand, Steve.
I'll hold your hand and I'll rub your belly.
First of all,
I'll make a wish.
I have
I'll
somebody.
go in there if you hold something else.
I have somebody that does that much better than you. Thank you.
But I will do it. Is that person available right now to do that?
In theory.
I'm the best you've got.
What are you?
Someone else is available. In theory, I'm available right now.
Well, you're making a great case there, Ocean. But
I am making a fantastic.
Look how serious he
We'll have
is.
to alter some other things. I'll take the offer.
This is my camera's in a close-up right now, so I am definitely serious.
I'll host.
I mean, look at those luscious lips.
That fiery
Look at that.
passion in those eyes.
Fiery passion.
Ocean, the things you do to us.
I am passionate.
Whoa, too much passion.
There's now too much passion.
This hangout with
I can't have both of my eyes in focus at the same. There we go.
You're getting your passion all over us.
Only
I will
Logic.
give you my passion.
Logic kept his hangout. He kept his hangout on target like the entire time as well.
I will keep you on target.
Ocean, you have a really good complexion.
Thank you.
He has urine therapy. He just spreads urine.
It's Viking blood.
Yeah. I don't know. Your skin looks kind of papery under the lower lid. You can see.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's a. I don't know.
Did Sam go over there? Really? Did Sam really go over there? Seriously?
Sam's in there?
I don't know. I'll look at
Left. I don't see him over there. I have the feed up.
If he is, he's a trooper.
Your mom's a trooper, if you know what I mean.
You won't broadcast him.
Sure. What about that offer?
Yeah, Wolf will take care of that offer, Ocean.
Yeah, just alter some things.
Yeah, he would enjoy that.
See, look, Resolve and Revolution says in the live chat, Ocean gives the best belly rubs. Steve.
His cat will vouch for him.
Yeah, I don't doubt you. I'm not going in there now.
Steve, I have been reviewed for 5 stars.
On
sure
Yelp.
you're very good.
It's on Yelp. I can give you the link.
Right.
Oh my god.
Ocean's belly rubs are us.
He's got Yelp.
Esquire.
Let's see if he's let's check it out.
Go to billyrubs.org.
Yeah, see, 5 stars from Resolve and Revolution.
Logic, does he have good belly rubs? Does he get
I haven't had the privilege of being violated by one yet.
Oh, bullshit, Logic.
It's not a violation if it
You
feels
don't.
good.
I mean, you don't. You may not remember it, but you have had the pleasure.
You've been violated. That's what makes it a great violation. You don't remember it.
He'll give you a raspberry too, right on the tummy.
It's true.
That's a happy ending.
He'll lick his pinky and stick it in your ear.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, no. We're sick.
What would you do for a Klondike?
If the price is right.
All right, they're googling they're googling DNA and water
He's
on
got
the
eight-
Hangout right now.
He's got 8 watchers. 8 people.
Your
know-
mom's got 8 watchers, if you know what I mean.
Soluble.
They're looking up the Google definition of soluble.
Yeah.
They yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's really funny.
Oh man, I'm so glad I came in here, you guys. So funny tonight.
Dissolution.
See, I know nothing about DNA. I have no idea about.
Okay, dissolution is when
Science.
But you do know a thing about belly rubs.
I do. And belly rubs is a kind of science.
Yeah,
So maybe I was.
But he's confusing all these terms. Dissolution, you have a solute and a solution, okay?
You fucking cat. Hey.
You take a solvent, you put something in it, which is your solution. That's your solvent. Okay, that's called dissolution. Goddamn. Dissociation. Can't think of the term.
I don't know what they're googling. He's just typing random shit.
What are they
like,
up to? What's going on? I have no idea.
I don't know what they're typing.
Your mom has an idea.
Ocean's cat. Do you know what they're typing?
I have no clue. I'm trying to figure it out right now. Let's see if I can.
Ocean's cat lost interest.
So wait, let me just point this out to the listeners. True empiricism is using colloquial definitions to explain chemical terminology. That's fucking brilliant, True. You are a goddamn genius. Fucking A.
Why do you need the definition of disintegrate?
I have no idea. Because what does that do with the guy to degrade?
What's the colloquial definition of soluble?
Your mom's the colloquial definition of soluble.
Soluble means being dissolved in water or dissolved in a solute. This is his fucking.
My cat is trying to kill me.
Shut up, Ocean.
What?
Belly
rubs. Let's go in there.
Beat it, nachos, you idiot.
Thing needs to die. It just needs to die. Can someone kill it?
What?
Kill what?
DNA water?
DNA water. Ow. Stop.
Okay, well, look at this diagram here. And what he's saying now is that the hydrogen bonds in the middle will break apart, or the covalent bonds on the nitrogenous bases will break. It's like, no, True. It won't, because that middle region is hydrophobic. Water's not supposed to get in there.
Hydrophobia
Too bad Jackie's
is a
not there right
serious
now.
issue even in our modern globalized world.
Oh, I wish I was listening. Okay, he's pointing to the negative ionized charge.
Oh, Jesus.
I want to know what he's saying. I don't have any audio.
It's just, he can't even, he won't even decide which card to pick if he's picking between 2 deck of cards. And he won't even do that. DNA.
You know, it's a lot more entertaining to watch it with it muted, because then it's just a mouse like fluttering around the screen, and they're just typing random stuff into Google.
If I make more sense.
Yeah. Let's listen to this real quick. Okay.
I think is they're trying to say that it would not break apart.
Oh shit, yeah.
Oh, they figured it out.
They solved it. It's covalent.
So what they're saying is Steve's right.
Of course I'm right. I'm gonna have to reboot real quick. Or reset. My computer is crashed. One sec.
I kind of want to go in there and be like, so it seems like you guys like understand what the problem was now.
I want to go in and say they're wrong. And just start this over again. I want to watch the world burn.
That right now, if you wanted to go in there, Steve, you would pound the shit out of the conversation. Just show up and be like, I see that you guys understand what I was saying. This is what I've been trying to explain to you, and now you've gone on Google and figured it out. Great job, clap.
Go on, going all
people have done it.
Yeah, I'm not wearing pants.
I'm not wearing pants.
Oh, if he's
Where'd he
gone,
go?
we're all.
Where'd he go, Steve?
Did
Did
he
he
go
go
over
over there?
He took your advice. He's on his way.
Awesome. Steve, before you go,
I'm gonna go
I
shoot
need
these
to know
guys.
whether or not you need my support in belly rub style.
Oh,
Steve!
belly rub style. That's what the Israeli.
I think he was
like,
planning to come
armed forces,
back.
right?
Your mom's planning to come back, if you know what I mean.
Okay, I'm just gonna play Neff here. Okay.
DNA still,
You see what the evolutionists want to do.
you know, it won't break down on an atomic level like the salts, basically, right?
Yeah, what's going to happen is going to break down to the individual molecules. Yeah.
See, that's why Steve's wrong.
Yeah, that's why I'm wrong.
Steve, did you go over there?
No, I'm listening to this. Holy
Go
crap.
over there!
No!
You fuck!
No, he can come over here. I'll never get a word in edgewise over there.
You can go over there, and all you have to say, all you have to get out is,
you're wrong?
I'm glad you guys understand what I was saying now. That's all you have to say.
And then yell bitches as loud as you
I
can.
know. What
Leave the room.
what is True saying now? I mean,
No, he's agreeing with you, motherfucker. Go over there and just be like, I see you understand what I was saying now. That it's about the bond breaking. One is degrade, the other is dissolve. They're not the same thing.
He's not backpedaling, is he?
Yes, he is. Get
I'm
in
listening.
there.
No, I'm not going in there.
Get
You
the
know
fuck
what?
in there and prove your point.
You're
You
just
motherfucker.
Come on.
This is your moment of ponage.
I
If
will
there is
never
any
go
moment
into-
that you have in which you would be able to pwn this fucking group, this is it. And you would be able to hammer home your point and say, bitches, I'm
Can I
right,
listen?
you're wrong, you all suck.
Let's listen to the video.
Me next time. With my chemistry degree or whatever it is the fuck you have.
He is making it tempting, though. I'm not even gonna.
I can't even hear the guy over you guys.
I don't care. You need to go in there and just
turn
say
off your
that.
volume.
That's all you have to say. And then if you get kicked, you get to be you get to be like whatever it is. What you get to play the victim or some shit and just be like, they just kicked me out because I was right. That's all you have to do.
Damn, Ocean, you took your cocaine tonight. Well, what's up?
I had like my first shipment of cocaine in tonight, so.
Yay!
Yay! I need to take a pain pill. Motherfucker, my teeth are hurting. Steve, stop being a coward. Your moment is about to go away. This is your moment. You're gonna choke in your moment, like Eminem in 8 Mile, that first like concert.
Mom's spaghetti.
Mom's passed out.
What is? You got one shot, one opportunity to seize everything that you ever wanted. But his palms are sweaty, his knees weak, his arms are heavy.
Stop. He's not.
There's
he's not
vomit on his sweater already.
He just said when DNA goes in the water, it disintegrates. He just said it. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah.
Now it's
Laser
disintegrate.
Does water have a bunch of laser beams? You just ask him, hey, does water happen to have laser beams?
I don't know.
Because it's not going to disintegrate DNA without laser beams.
But is disintegrate different than degrade?
You can drop bombs, but you keep forgetting what you wrote down. The words won't come out.
This guy.
Oh, this is so good, you guys.
Listen, you little shit. Go in there and make your point.
Ocean
No.
shift.
Yeah, Ocean. I'm not going into their room. It's
I
not
know
gonna-
you're not going in there, but I'm going to tell you that this is your moment.
Ocean's that college
I don't
buddy
want a
that
moment.
tries to get you to do all the reckless
Why do I
things.
want a
Exactly.
moment? I know I'm right. You guys know I'm right.
Go in
You
there.
don't
Drink a
think I'm
Jaeger
right.
bomb.
Drink your urine.
Come on, bro. It's just one more Jaeger bomb.
I'll hold
Hey
your
guys,
beer.
I wanna
Never
test
just one
something.
Jaeger
Let's see
bomb.
how many balls total are in this room right now. John has 2 balls. Logic has 2 balls. Ocean has 2 balls.
Actually, guys,
Thomas has 2 balls.
I
Wolf
have
has 2
I
balls.
have 3 balls. It's one of those
Yada
medical
has 2
miracles.
balls, and I have 2 balls. So how many balls is that? I'm pretty sure we counted all the balls in this room right now.
1, 2,
Logic
3,
just
4,
said he has an extra ball, so you got to factor
There's
that
8
in.
people in the room, so minus 1. That's 14
Yeah.
balls.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It's 14 balls in this room because Steve is a little shit.
Well, we can. I mean, it's error. Someone said they had a 3rd ball, but you know that's the wild card ball.
Logic has 3 balls.
Maybe there's 15. So we put a little squiggly next to 14. There's about 14 balls in this room.
Approximately.
That's some math shit right there.
Yeah, you look out for that math shit.
Yeah.
Style tell you.
Can you think of another pair of balls that would be in this? I can't. Just.
Don't you have an
no
exercise
more
ball?
No. Maybe. No.
That's a
balls.
big ball. I
Steve,
have one, but
Steve,
it's
you're passing up on belly rubs if you don't
Shut
go
up.
in that room.
Hold on.
He went from fractally wrong to oh my god, holy motherfucker shit. True empiricism is the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. He literally just said that the phosphate sugar bonds is while you're soluble, but the part in the middle is not. What the fuck does that even mean, True?
So what's in the middle?
The
What's in the middle?
That's in the middle.
Isn't the bond
That's
in the
the
middle?
gooey goodness.
I don't. My science is not very sciencey, but if I recall the way atoms are like connected and shit, I would think that between the 2 atoms would be the fucking bond.
No, he's. Do you guys want me to show you a picture or something?
No.
I draw
we're
one
good.
with a crayon.
Okay. He's saying between.
I don't see any crayon drawings.
He's
Oh, there's
saying.
a kitty cat.
You
He's
said you were going to
saying-
draw a picture and you're talking. This is not drawing a picture. This is
You want to
like
see a picture?
specifically not drawing a picture.
Oh, look at that kitty cat. It's so big. I want to pet it. Oh, the kitty cat.
Oh, we're all showing off our cats now.
Everyone should show off their
You may have to flag this video. I just showed a pussy.
Yeah,
Ocean's been on camera for quite a while now.
Ooh.
Yeah, I can't think of another pair of balls.
Well, yeah, he has one on his face. He has
Your
one on his
mom's
face.
been on camera.
Yeah, I got his. Oh, look at that pug.
This is my cat.
This is your cat.
Oh, I want a pug.
Mine lives outside.
Dude, I know a girl that would probably just show up at your house, and probably do whatever you wanted in order to pet the dog.
Oh yeah.
Because it's a pug, just by virtue of it being a pug.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They think you're all loving and stuff because you have a mutant.
Yes, you have a mutant.
Yeah, you're so self-sacrificing and charming because you have a little genetic accident like not an accident, a defect.
Yeah.
For a pet.
It's all true. Pugs let you meet people, and girls are nuts about them. But that's a cat.
Yeah.
Got a face like Ted Cruz.
Your mom's got a face like Ted Cruz.
Really.
So
My mom's
Steve,
face actually does look like Ted Cruz.
Steve, what you're saying is tomorrow you and Fiona are gonna have another hangout.
He's just going from bad to worse, man.
Just
everything
take
he
notes.
has.
Yeah, like I said, you have
I
now
love-
lost your moment because for a second there they were agreeing with you, and if you just showed up
No, he
then
wasn't.
and said, yes, they were. They were saying, oh, I think what he's
there.
saying is that the bonds don't break. If you had just got in there and been like, oh, but your moment's gone. It's done. You choked.
No, I didn't. I told you I wasn't going into that. That's not joking. I will never go into their rooms. I've already told you this a billion
If you're on
times.
the stage and then all of a sudden you just say, "Well, I'm going to choke," then yeah, all right, fine. You choke. You still choke. You just said you were going to.
No, let them come into here.
Cowardly little fuck.
You know what? You can't even spell DNA. Shut up.
You know what? I can't. I think it starts with an R.
You a damn hipster.
You pressured all your friends into doing cocaine, didn't you?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was great.
You're like the poster child for peer pressure.
You know, it's so funny. Everybody in that room that's listening to him are basically becoming dumber. And these people, none of them in that room have any science experience whatsoever. Except for
Let me read to you the comments that have been in the live chat. Don't let the team down, Steve.
I don't even remember.
Go in there, Steve. Go in, Steve. Get those belly rubs and your mom choked.
No, I mean, there were times where I've been tried this. You're just gonna end up getting kicked out. I mean, you can play ball and you'll still get kicked out. I mean, sure, if you want to make a grand entrance, I mean, it's not gonna be anything other than theatrical.
I want to say, wait. I'm just now catching on the side chat. Christopher Hislop said, Neff said he can prove you claim to have a PhD in biology. And Jack's like, I laughed my ass off. Steve never claimed that. When the hell did I ever claim to have a PhD in biology? I'm the one that always says I have no degree.
Dude, Lunar Bukaki, never forget that.
Lunar Bukaki.
Okay.
No, Christopher. When did he fucking say that? Where the hell do these people pull this shit out of their ass from?
Fiona has a PhD in biology, I think.
She does.
Yeah, but guys, Neff has every degree from every planet and every galaxy in this universe.
Your mom has a PhD.
I got a degree from your mom's galaxy, if you know what I mean.
No, come on. I want to know. Sean, listen to me. Where you at, buddy? I see you in the side check. Tell me where fucking Neff said he could prove I claim to have a PhD in biology. I'd love to know that.
Well,
did he go away? Is Sean still there?
It would be that time that you said you could do it.
Yeah, sure.
Whatever.
Your mom said this is the good time to do it.
Whoa.
But I don't know how.
Your mom said, "Whoa."
Been flipped back.
How do these people get so fucking just messed up? I don't understand how they can basically distort things to this degree.
Steve, I'm going to call for moderation here. Wolf is making comments about my mom, and I think that's totally uncalled for. I've never done that to him.
Point of contention.
Yeah.
Pontification, defecation, deflection.
This is not okay.
Interdirection.
I'm vehemently against making comments about people's mothers, and this is...
Talk about his father, please, if you will, please. His father.
Yeah. Don't talk about my dad. That's even worse.
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
So I can't talk about Bigfoot.
Oh man.
I'm sorry. I mean, you're just so fur. I thought, you know.
I'm a chia pet. It's true. On my face.
That's true, though. I mean, what's his name? Crow pointed out.
I'm a chia face.
He says, "Don't all practicing Jews have PhDs?" Yeah, you got a point, but I'm not a practicing Jew, so I mean.
You need to practice more so you get better.
Of course, according to Neffy, I guess I was. So basically, when I first got to this community, I was a PhD Jewish biology professor of some kind.
Spelled Jew PhD.
Well, you do have a share in the media, right? I mean, you got some media influence.
I mean, even if you're not a practicing Jew, shouldn't you at least have a master's?
At least, you would think so, right? My sister's working on a PhD, but how does Neffy not know my background?
Your sister working on a PhD in biology.
No, she's education.
Educational PhD.
Yeah. Which is basically worthless, but that's okay.
Right. It's like you are very learned in learning.
Yeah.
People.
But I mean, Neffy does not know a damn thing about me if he thinks that my background is biology.
What do you get? Like, what do they teach you in a PhD in education?
For education?
Yeah.
Oh, how to not beat the kids and not pull your hair out and shit like that. You know.
How to not beat children? I guess that is.
That's pretty good nowadays because I mean, some of these kids are brats, man.
There's a lot of little fucking
I
annoying
don't know, but
goddamn atheist kids showing up in
sister's
school
not.
right now.
She's not a smart person. I don't know how the hell she's getting a PhD.
Wow.
My sister, I can't stand my sister. I disowned her. We don't talk. I have nothing to do with her.
Wow. What's the disowning about? What the fuck?
We just is too much bad
Don't
blood.
get along. Okay.
Yeah, we are diametrically opposites, and she was a little shit when my dad died, and I think she's a disgusting human being.
Whoa.
But other than that, you know, that's my family, though.
All right.
She works hard. I'll give her that. I mean, I'm not discounting her PhD. She will be a real legit PhD, but I just don't think she's that bright. Let's see. Sadly, YouTube has made Steve a high school dropout atheist. I'm not an atheist either, Crow. See?
No. Hold on, Steve. I am outbound.
Right.
I am outbound. Has said you're an atheist.
That's right. And if I am outbound says you're an atheist, then
he said you're the worst atheist.
Yeah, you know what's funny is I am outbound and Down's Corner are two atheists that I've had to actually block, and both of them accuse me of being an atheist when I'm not an atheist.
Wait, Down Corner is an atheist?
Wait, did you say that you're an atheist? That they are atheists you would fuck?
That's what I said. Yeah.
That's what I heard. No, I'm serious. That's what I heard. What did you say?
I said they're both atheists I blocked.
Oh, blocked.
Big difference.
They're like
But yeah, it's not fucking big difference between block.
They're like spawns of forbidden fruit.
Yeah, exactly. They do. I mean, especially I am outbound. He sounds. I mean, just the litany of rhetoric he espouses is basically
He's
forbidden
got the
fruit.
most disturbing clickbait titles for his hangouts too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. And then he's like, well, I don't know. I don't think the professor is really actually advocating this, but I'm just using it as an example of mental illness for religion. It's just pathetic.
Your mom's
Anyways,
mental illness.
so basically, I guess here's the thing. I'm accused of being a practicing Jew. Why would it matter if I was? But I'm not.
You're
I'm
bad
accused of having a
practicing
PhD,
Jew atheist.
which I've never said. And then I'm an atheist, which I've never said either. So
You know, you're a bad pagan.
I might turn that way, Ocean. I mean, these pagans, you guys are like mellow and chill. You don't go around strawmanning fucking people.
It's a religion where you get to smoke weed, so that's cool.
Right. Hell Satan.
But how many people get be so fucking practically wrong on a certain person? I mean, my bio is on my page. Anybody wants to know what I fucking do or did, it's on my fucking webpage. They don't need to start making shit up.
I'll make shit up about you, Steve.
You just want to rub my belly. The doctor's in the house.
I did rub your belly.
I bet
you liked it.
Doctor?
Logic Zone's been losing his shit.
Yeah, I'm just.
What did I just walk into?
This is harassment. I'm feeling violated. I need a safe space.
Oh, I bet you're feeling violated.
Safe space, please. Well, I don't know where else to go with this hangout. I don't know why people are still watching. What the hell's wrong with you people? We're not talking about a damn thing, but Neffy and True making shit up.
Oh,
where did Christian hit
entertaining.
up, though?
I guess.
So do I got to make a response video now, like telling people I'm not a fucking PhD and I'm not a practicing Jew?
Yes.
Yes.
That
And
is what you know.
I love bacon. No flip. I love bacon.
I think that there needs to be a video devoted entirely to you saying, "Look, I'm not a Jew practicing. I'm not very good at it. I haven't practiced at all.
I would be horrible at it. I have a lousy chutzpah. Can't say it.
Lousy. See, you can't even say chutzpah.
Chutzpah.
You gotta hawk a loogie in the back of your throat.
Yeah, you gotta get that phlegm in there.
90% of Jewish words are said while hawking loogies.
Hanukkah.
That's why they have all these rules about being like clean and shit. Is because they're hawking loogies all the time. So they gotta get a mop. That's why a woman after giving birth is unclean for like 15 to 30 days.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
She's like screaming things, and with the Jewish language, you have to hawk up a bunch of loogies, so she's basically covered in spit, and it takes about 15 to 30 days to wipe all that shit down.
Quite
true. What are you talking about? No one want to hear that.
Resolve. No, I am Jewish. I'm not a practicing Jew. There's a difference.
Yeah, but you could be like a Jewish humanist. They're like secular Jews.
Are you a secular Jew? Are you like Bernie Sanders?
Or Bill Maher.
Bernie Sanders without the
I want to get.
accent.
I want to get 10 seconds in a Nephew's Hangout. Everybody's like, when are you going to go to Nephew's Hangout? I want to get 10 seconds in there before I'm fucking
He's Bernie
in you.
Sanders without the primary wins. That's what's going on.
I have no interest in going in there. What the hell is the point? I've done it
Bernie
before.
Sanders doesn't even have the primary wins.
Let them
Well,
come in my territory.
Well, that's because New York is retarded. Okay.
Yeah, New York just voted the same way as Alabama. I just want to point that out. With higher margins.
This is a stupid country.
Like, Alabama decided that Trump and Clinton would be the best two candidates, and New York has decided that Trump and Clinton would be the best two candidates.
Chew is mad that I was in a side chat telling people about my hangout, and he's like, stop telling people about your hangout on my fucking side chat. I'm like, fuck you.
This is his second pity party hangout he's had today. He had his other one with G-Man and Neo. You know,
oh, they're so picking
some of
on
the biggest
me. They don't understand.
crybabies on YouTube.
I was picking on your mom.
You don't understand that I'm right and they're all wrong, and I don't like to be telling me that I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, gods.
Well, you got the funny voices down.
That was pretty good, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's a typical Drew trait.
Oh, now they're talking about intelligent design. Look at this. So how did it become encoded if not by chemical necessity? Let me guess. True intelligent design. Is that what it is? Oh my God! Because
So,
you're
Steve,
so smart.
Tell me more about how you're going to convert to paganism soon.
Do I get to go skyclad and like hang out with a bunch of like hippie chicks? Because that'd be cool. I'd do that.
Yes, actually.
If we
That's
become
something-
pagan, do we get eternal life?
No.
It's a nihilism.
That's a Christian thing.
I'm going to stick with Christianity. Sorry.
Christians don't, pagans don't fool themselves in that regard.
What about Valhalla? Can we get in there?
If you,
Yeah,
like,
ooh.
if you kill a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I just want to go
There's a
skyclad.
few options regarding
I'll
that.
kill left and right. Once I'm in Valhalla, though, I can't. I got.
You can either join the military or, I don't know, like, attack a police station or something.
What? Doesn't a Valkyrie have to take your soul to Valhalla?
Yes, you have to get chosen by the Valkyries.
Yeah.
Even if you die in battle, you may not make it to Valhalla because Odin only chooses the best warriors.
My knees aren't that great. I can't do the army right now.
I'm never gonna watch this video.
You're a veteran, though, aren't you, Steve?
What?
Aren't you a veteran? I thought.
Yes, of
Is
course.
that for some reason? Yeah. For some
Yeah,
reason.
I'm actually a vet. I'm actually a veteran of foreign wars, kind of interestingly enough, because I earned the Armed Services Expeditionary Medal, and that qualifies you for VFW status.
Cool.
They didn't have any good wars when I was in the military.
Yeah, sometimes
You guys
there's
got all the good wars.
Yeah, because I was like the first desert storm.
All the good wars.
Hey, I want to hear what Nephi wants to say. 1 second.
Logic is like gone into seizures. He's done.
This
Put a
yeah,
fork in him.
Hang on, Nephi.
I'm just going to mute myself, guys. I just keep losing it.
Well, stop reacting to funny things. If you stop reacting to funny things, you won't lose it anymore. Or at least keep track of it.
You didn't have any good wars when I was in the military.
So since chemical necessity did not force the ordering of the base pairs along the DNA molecule, how did it become encoded?
Damn, dude. I can't only take. Okay, that's all I can take him. That's on free.
How did your mom become encoded?
Yeah.
Hey, Nephi, why don't you explain to us glycosidic bond and how is a pyrimidine or pyrimine actually bonds to a sugar base? Why don't you explain that to us, motherfucker? Yeah, I didn't think so, bitch. Anyways, that felt good actually. I like that.
Take that over and play that for them.
Would you?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, if you could tell me the difference between a 1,1 or just a simple beta nitrogen glycosidic linkage and a 9,1 glycosidic linkage, I'd be impressed.
I'm gonna tape it.
The war is about to begin.
Got some veins in those.
Now, how do I get?
With my supposed PhD.
Yeah. With your PhD.
Is there a link to Neff's room?
Yeah, I can get you one. Hold on.
Oh sure, leave me for his hangout.
I went away from the link because I googled the lyrics to "Lose Yourself." Because Steve needed some
Guy in
inspiration.
there named Fact Finder.
I like. Oh fucking! What's up with Fact Finder?
Who is that? I've never heard of him.
He is a young Earth creationist that doesn't really know much about science. Actually, very little. He uses every bad creationist argument and basically doesn't understand that evolution. He doesn't understand the difference between macro and micro, and doesn't even understand macro is actually something that is observed. Yeah, I've had my run-ins with Fact Finder. He won't come in my channel though. Why?
So here's the link to his room. Put it in the side chat if you.
Okay.
If you want to go invade, you can go invade.
You got. Is he? Why is this?
I won't last long. I've had some encounters with Neff, and
There's a spot in there too. It's open.
Is Fact Finder in his room?
Okay. I'll
he's in there.
I'll wave at you guys, and you wave back. Okay.
So basically, you're going there with the dumbest of the dumb, and you just say, "Yeah, you know what? Stephen Fiona's right. Fuck off." Will you do that for us?
Okay.
Is that befuddled in there?
Oh, is it B in there?
Yeah.
B is in there, not in here.
She's making these like weird faces. I still have it muted, so I'm just kind of I'm watching like the facial reaction.
She's probably going, "God damn, these people are dumb." Okay, let me send her an invite here. She probably doesn't want to be in there. Why do I not have the invite people thing anymore? Uh-oh. No, I can't invite her.
There's Ocean.
Strange. Yeah, get B in here. I like B. She's got good eye candy, better than fucking looking at Thomas. No offense. How do I get? I lost my little icon with the add person. What's wrong? What am I doing wrong?
I don't know. I'm still kind of new at these controls. Nadia, for some reason, has started giving me mod controls.
They kick you out. Oh my God! Did they kick you out already?
No, the room was full.
Oh,
doesn't look
I
full
can't
now.
add people. Why can't I add somebody? My little button went away.
Do it again. Let me see.
Yeah, Crow McClouds is right. Why bother do all the hard work learning science when you can just make shit up as you go along? Me paraphrasing, but the sentiment's the same. So yeah, it's right. I mean, why did I bust my ass going through a nuke school to learn physics and science and shit that I've long since forgotten? When basically I just make pull words and jargon bomb out of my ass. Oh yeah, Big Bang. Yeah, I'm smart. It's all these people do. I mean, I was listening to Neffy trying to explain this sequencing shit, and it's like, no, Neffy, no.
Oh, trust me, it could get worse. I think it was yesterday, Neffy was in a hangout trying to make an argument against abortion.
Is that one of his pet peeves now?
Yeah.
Why do I not have a little button to add people anymore? Why does it go away, Doctor? What am I doing wrong?
I have no idea. I'm technologically illiterate when it comes to operating hangouts.
I'm gonna reload one.
Did I break it? I broke it.
I don't know. He can't add other people to the hangout, like the little add button to invite people, I guess.
例は次の通りだ。
damn it! It came up and then it went away again. Really
You
strange.
could try just private messaging B. That might work.
I guess I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'm doing my tablet here. Feel free to carry on a conversation.
Effie's voice always gives me the most uncomfortable feeling. It's like this tingle going up my spine.
Dude, I was listening to Keefe's debate with him the night they had it, and it literally like 6 minutes into the debate, just listening to Neffy, I fell asleep and woke up like 90 minutes later. I felt so bad. I was like, Keefe, I really wanted to listen to his debate, but Neffy just fucking knocked my ass out cold. I mean, we all kid about it, but I swear to God, it actually fucking happened.
It's not as bad when his camera's off. When his camera's on, it's even creepier because he has this look and he's wearing those 1990s kind of glasses and that mustache. Oh, God, that mustache.
He's a very scary person. Let's see. And so I click add people. Be fuddled. I don't know. How does she spell her last name? I think it's I think it's Fuddelled.
I don't remember.
B spells her name. F. Are you wanting B's last name?
Mm-hmm.
Fuddled.
I knew that. I found her. She saw it.
Hello.
There we go. Hey.
It just popped up, and I'm like, what the hell is this?
Well, we saw that you were desperate for intelligence because you were hanging out with Neffy, and we all felt bad for you, going, "Oh my God, so desperate! What the hell happened?"
Nice, cool.
Yeah.
No, I was in Nadia's, and then it started to be a pissing match between a couple people, and I was like, no thanks, and then yeah, so.
Was one of them Annabelle?
No, it was Gus and somebody who I'd never talked to.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do tell what happened.
I have no, or JJ. No, it was, I don't know who JJ is.
Oh, yeah, they don't get along.
People don't like him, and it was like, another guy that I'd never talked to, we were having a decent conversation, and then it just suddenly was derailed because I don't know, and I was just like, okay, well, have fun.
One of the annoyances lately with the JJ guy is that he throws in these quick little quips between, when there's a little break in silence, something that just gets people riled up, and it's this kind of condescending little quip, and it pisses people off, especially it gets on Gus's nerves. I know that.
Right. Well, I'm never usually privy to whatever the current drama is because I don't. So I don't know, but I just
Oh, Ocean did go in there.
Ocean went into next.
He's in there with Yada.
Well, there was a couple of guys in there. The only reason I went into the next room is because there was two guys in there that I talked to. I think it was last night. That I think are Christian, and they seem pretty stable.
Anthony's okay. Anthony's okay.
Yeah, Anthony, and then there was another guy. I don't know what his name was, and they seemed pretty cool. So I was basically just seeing if there was any kind of conversation, but it was just Neff going on and on and on. So I didn't really.
Yeah, but my fucking thing keeps crashing. I'll be right back. Keep
Yeah, you're crashing. Yeah. I don't even know what this thing is. So I don't even know whose hangout this is.
It's Steve's.
Oh, is it? Okay, because I couldn't, for whatever reason, I couldn't. No, it just popped up on the top of the thing. So, were you guys talking about anything specific?
DNA.
Oh. Well, I'm not any of the evolution science kind of stuff. My eyes usually glaze over, so I don't know that I would be any help with that. But
I'm no help with it either, but I listened to it.
I don't know if. Yeah, because even when I was a Christian, I didn't care about the evolution or the creation story stuff. So I just, yeah, I usually don't even really pay attention. Really, so.
Yes, I know. Science bores you. We get it.
No, I didn't say science bores me. I said the evolution stuff.
Okay.
It was never a sticking point for me. In terms of my faith, or I was of the Christianity that was like, well, God could have done it this way. It was not like a foundational part of the belief, so it just didn't really matter to me.
Yeah, well, you weren't a young Earth creationist.
Nope. They did start doing Answers in Genesis like the year after I left the youth group, so I don't know if the church that I went to is more of that now, but it wasn't when I was growing up. So.
Oh, that'd be scary. I don't know. I got their video queued up here. I don't know what to make of it.
Oh, is that Neff? That sounds like Neff.
It is. See, they're like, what's the first cell? And it's like, oh my god. They're like jumping the shark. They don't even know what biogenesis means.
That would be inconsistent with my theology, and it would be inconsistent. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm giving an example. I'm not saying I'm pure. I'm talking about evolution.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
See, I've never really understood why there has to be such a big uproar about evolution. I mean, the whole idea for me is, and I've asked a few people, is as long as you repent, you're good, right? So what does it matter if you don't believe that aspect of the Bible? If you repent and you're sorry for it, in the end, what's the big deal?
Because they believe for some reason that if you understand evolution as a fact, that it it takes away from the whole narrative of the literal fall from grace of Adam and Eve. But
there are some denominations that do view it as a salvation issue, where you have to take the entire Bible or anything that they can perceive as being a historical account as being literally true.
Yeah, young Earth creationism especially.
Well, people like Kent Hovind, he thinks there's this like VIP section in heaven, right? For I think I've read up, I've found a few things here and there.
Well, he's not a Calvinist.
He does think that the more souls he saves, the better God favors him.
Right, that's what I heard. So he doesn't necessarily care about how he goes about saving these people. As long as he saves them, even if they don't stick to it, he counts that as a win.
Oh,
so that gives him a better position in heaven.
Oh, he lies to people to save their souls, huh? Haven't ever heard that from religion before.
Yeah, there's a really cool video I watched a couple weeks ago about it.
Was it from Arguing from Ignorance's channel?
Yes, that was an awesome series.
I mean, it sort of goes back to that whole like the whole origin of the evolution creation thing in the United States. It goes back to that skunk monkey trial where the teacher was actually put on trial for actually teaching evolution, and I think the prosecution's like religion was called into question. Like how does he know these stuff are facts and not just based on faith, and why he was questioned about that. We have the purpose of preventing ignorance and bigots from controlling the education system. I mean, that's just it. I mean, that's that's sort of like the nature of this whole science religion debate. Like how we know things and how these things are demonstrated and how like faith divides that. Like where's the line drawn? And it manifests into this.
Well, anyways, guys, I'm probably going to be ending this soon. You know, it's weird. I just remember celebrating my 250 subscribers, and now I've got like 329. So I've picked up like 70 subscribers in like no time, which is pretty cool.
Congratulations.
Well, you're only 6,700 behind Neff.
Yeah, but he only has like 8 viewers, and I got like 13 right now. We're like dying and trying to find a topic, so I am probably going to end it. But yeah, no, you know, people ask me why I don't engage with Neff, and it's like it's not that I don't engage with him. I won't engage with him in his room. If we're in a different room, if we like the doctor or logic or whatever, fine. We're in mine, but you do not let him have control because he just sits there with the control switches and lowers your volume. Same thing is true. He just cuts you off at the most inopportune times. He never lets you finish a sentence. So yeah, I mean, you never let him have control. And if he doesn't have control, I'm fine. Yeah. I'll sit there and I'll engage with them both numerous times. Hang on, I'll be right back. I think it's crashing again.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. I gotta finish my work.
All right, take it
Later.
easy.
Take care. Take care.
I am having so much problems today. I don't know what the hell's going on. So many issues. Oh well. I don't even have a little thing to end the feed.
Just tell everyone to leave.
No, I've I lost all my controls. I don't have a thing to end the feed. I don't have a thing to add people. I had to do it in the external chat. I mean, I could just leave the call and maybe that might take it offline.
Does someone else have the controls?
I just checked. I don't.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, I hit control. It says you're in a moderated video call. I'm the moderator. What the fuck?
So if that happened, then it'll probably take itself off air right away. If it doesn't think that you're the person who ran the hangout anymore.
Let me try something real quick. Don't go anywhere, guys.